Fengyu traversed the Douluo Continent, becoming the holy son of the Spirit Hall and the fiancé of Qian Renxue, as well as a twin martial spirit user with an innate soul power of level 20.8s, the destined villain. He is determined to protect Qian Renxue, defeat Tang San, reverse the fate of the original story, and write his own legend of strength. Chapter 1. Crossing into the Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent Spirit City. Inside an orphanage, a child slowly opened his eyes, looking at the environment in front of him, feeling a bit dazed. He thought to himself, not good, what's going on? I can't be sold, can I? By the way, I've heard of human trafficking for women and children, but why would a grown man like me be trafficked? And why does my body feel a bit off? He raised his hand to take a look and was surprised to find that he seemed to have become younger, his body now resembling that of a child. Something's not right. How did I, a strapping man, end up in the body of a child? Could it be that I've been reborn? But this place doesn't seem to be anywhere in my memory. Clearly, I've never been here before. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully crossing into the Douluo Continent. This moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Fengyu's mind. Congratulations, host, for awakening the Guardian System. This system's full name is the Villain Guardian System, aimed at helping the host protect the tragic endings of the villains in the original story, allowing them to have a happy life. This moment, Fengyu was not fully focused on what the system was saying in his mind. He was still immersed in the joy of having crossed into the Douluo Continent. After all, not only had he crossed over, but he had also become younger, which was like a double buff of rebirth. This was the standard configuration for a protagonist in a novel, and how could he not be delighted in such a situation? For Fengyu, crossing over was a tremendous stroke of luck. After all, in his previous life on Blue Star, he was just an ordinary worker, ruthlessly exploited by his boss every day. Moreover, he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, with no attachments when the event of crossing over happened to him. Fengyu simply thought about it briefly and accepted this reality. After all, he had no hope for the future on Blue Star, and now that he had crossed over, changing environments might allow him to achieve something. Moreover, now that Fengyu had not only returned to the appearance of a child, allowing him to relive the carefree joy of childhood, but more importantly, he had awakened the system, this golden finger, making this wave clearly a sure win. Does the host want to claim the beginner's gift package? Just as Fengyu was still basking in the joy of his crossing, the system's voice rang out again, and Fengyu suddenly remembered that he had not yet claimed the essential beginner's gift package for crossers. Then what are we waiting for? Of course, I want to claim it. Fengyu excitedly said to the system in his mind. There's no reason to refuse free benefits. And without the beginner's gift package, how am I supposed to survive in this Douluo Continent? Ding! Congratulations, host. Beginner's gift package reward. Innate soul power level 30. Twin martial spirits, Xianyuan sword and Dongwang bell. Twin martial spirits? Innate level 30 soul power. Only at this moment did Fengyu officially confirm that he had indeed crossed into the Douluo Continent. This is great. It's important to know that if he had crossed into another novel world that he hadn't read, he wouldn't consider it a good thing. But crossing into the Douluo Continent was a different story. After all, he was very familiar with the worldview of the Douluo Continent, its various settings, and the significant events that occurred there. In his previous life, outside of work, Fengyu always spent his time at home watching anime, catching up on novels, or playing games. Being an orphan without parental support, he couldn't afford a car or house, so naturally, no girls would be interested in being with him. Thus, during his free time, Fengyu could only stay in his room, keeping company with characters from anime or novels. Therefore, he was very familiar with novels or anime that featured many beautiful characters, and Douluo Continent was his favorite. After all, there were so many beautiful women in Douluo Continent. Aside from the main cast, characters like Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong were also stunning. Fengyu had long been envious of the beautiful wives in Douluo Continent. Unfortunately, paper characters are ultimately just paper characters, and he could only admire them through the screen. Who would have thought that he would unexpectedly cross into the Douluo Continent? Heaven has treated him well. Moreover, Fengyu had received an innate soul power of level 30 from the beginner's gift package. It's important to note that in the Douluo Continent, even Qian Renxue, who possesses a divine martial spirit, only has an innate soul power of level 20. An innate soul power of level 30 means he is already a step ahead, a definite advantage at the starting line. Having innate full soul power is already a prodigious talent among ordinary soul masters, a rare existence that appears once in decades. An innate soul power of level 20 can only be achieved by those with divine martial spirits, and an innate soul power of level 30 is unprecedented in the Douluo Continent, probably never to be matched again. Generally speaking, even for major sects and powerful factions, those with innate soul power reaching level 7 or above are considered genius-level existences and are heavily cultivated. Of course, this is just the conventional view, but the actual situation is similar. After all, it is evident from the original work that even for a top-tier power like the Spirit Hall, good seedlings with innate soul power reaching level 7 or above are not common. However, this is already quite good. After all, in the Douluo Continent, among the children of ordinary citizens, it is rare for even 1 out of 10 to possess innate soul power sufficient for cultivation. Most people have agricultural martial spirits and can only be used as ordinary tools without any innate soul power, having no connection to cultivation throughout their lives. Fengyu fell silent for a moment, thinking about this, and he suddenly felt that his starting point was extraordinarily good. But soon he couldn't be happy anymore. Fengyu began to circulate the soul power within his body, quietly feeling the differences between his current body and the one he had while sleeping on Blue Star. But he quickly remembered that he now had 30 levels of soul power but no soul rings, meaning he wasn't yet a proper soul master. In other words, he currently had this 30-level innate soul power but no soul rings or corresponding soul skills. Right now, he merely had a strong physique without the ability to utilize this soul power, which made Fengyu a bit anxious. In other words, Fengyu was now merely superficial in cultivation, possessing the talent of innate level 30 soul power. However, a soul master around level 20, as long as they have 2 soul rings, has a great chance of defeating him. Hey system, what does this mean? Why give me this level 30 soul power without giving me the corresponding 3 soul rings? Fengyu asked in a somewhat helpless tone in his mind. How am I supposed to utilize this soul power without soul rings and corresponding soul skills? Host, did you forget? You are currently soul transferred, not body transferred. This body is only 6 years old. In a few days, the Spirit Hall will unify the awakening of martial spirits for your batch, and then the people from the Spirit Hall will naturally take you to hunt for soul rings. Why are you in such a hurry? Honestly, you can't rush hot tofu to AS. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Fengyu remembered that his current body was only 6 years old, and it was indeed a bit premature to be anxious about soul rings. Chapter 2. Innate Soul Power Level 30. Spirit City in the Square. System, today is the day our group awakens our martial souls. Speaking of which, it's been a few days since I crossed into Douluo Continent, and there's not much to do. Why haven't you talked to me? Host, do you have any questions? Nothing much has happened these past few days, right? That's true. By the way, system, what time is it now? How old are Qian Renxue and Tang San? Host, Tang San is the same age as you. This year is also the time for him to awaken his martial soul. Qian Renxue is currently in the Heaven-Do Empire. Hearing the system's words, Fengyu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. System, why couldn't you let me choose my age before I crossed over? Now Qian Renxue is far away in the Heaven-Do Empire, and it seems it won't be easy for me to see her. Host need not worry. With your innate 30-level talent, you will definitely attract the attention of the people in the Hall of Offerings. When the time comes, as you get closer to Qian Daolu, won't you have a chance to get closer to Qian Renxue? You should know that although Qian Renxue is currently undercover in the Heaven-Do Empire, she often takes leave from Emperor Shuiyi for various reasons and quietly returns to the Spirit Hall. The system's words served to comfort Fengyu. After thinking for a moment, he indeed felt that way. Since today is the annual day for awakening martial souls, the staff at the orphanage had long led the eligible children to line up in the square. Subsequently, the staff from the Spirit Hall took out the crystal balls used for awakening martial souls and began to awaken the martial souls of the children in line one by one. 2 well-dressed young men stood at the front holding crystal balls. They wore badges engraved with the character soul on their chests, a special identification symbol for direct personnel of the Spirit Hall, signifying their identity. Next to them was another uniquely styled badge symbolizing that both men were soul masters at the soul zone level. After concluding his conversation with the system in his mind, Yi Fengyu took a while to regain his focus. At this moment, there was only one person left in front of him, and it was soon his turn to awaken his martial soul. When it was Yi Fengyu's turn, he did not appear as nervous or expectant as the previous few children. Instead, he calmly spread one hand and stood in the center of a few awakening stones. After summoning his martial soul, he calmly withdrew it and then placed his hand on the crystal ball used to test soul power. The crystal ball first emitted a dazzling light and then shattered. This scene puzzled the two Zong-level soul masters responsible for the martial soul awakening ceremony. After all, they had been in charge of the martial soul awakening ceremony for many years and had never encountered such a situation that it is known that this crystal ball could withstand up to level 20 soul power. In their understanding, only the creator of the spirit hall, the angel god, or descendants of the Qian family could achieve innate level 20 soul power. The expressions of the two soul Zong-level masters first showed confusion, then panic, and finally shock. After some discussion, one of them hurriedly ran towards the Hall of Offerings, presumably to inform Qian Douluo about this matter. After all, with such a situation occurring, neither of them dared to privately decide how to respond. If this child was truly a genius, they believed that, given their current status in the Spirit Hall, they could not afford to neglect a potential future title Douluo. When awakening his martial soul, Yi Fengyu only displayed a martial soul, the Xianyuan sword. After all, he thought it was better for fewer people to know about his twin martial souls. There was no need to make a big deal out of it for everyone in the Spirit City to know. After the Soul Zone informed Qian Douluo in the Hall of Offerings about what had just happened, he soon received instructions from Qian Douluo to bring Yi Fengyu to the Hall of Offerings. The Soul Zone, who was responsible for such an important martial soul awakening task in the Spirit City, naturally had some skills in reading the situation. Therefore, after delivering Yi Fengyu to the Hall of Offerings, he took the initiative to step back to this moment. Only Yi Fengyu and several offerings were present in the Hall of Offerings. Qian Douluo looked at Yi Fengyu and said solemnly, "I heard that during today's martial soul awakening ceremony, when you place your hand on the crystal ball to test your soul power, it exploded. In other words, you caused that crystal ball to explode?" Yi Fengyu looked at Qian Douluo. He didn't say anything, just quietly nodded. This action from Yi Fengyu led Qian Douluo to believe that his expression was too serious, scaring the child in front of him. So, he changed to a more friendly expression and said, "You are Yi, with the name Fengyu, right? Young Yi, you need not be nervous. I am Qian Douluo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall. Today, I called you here just to see how your martial soul and innate soul power differ from others. After all, that crystal ball can withstand up to level 20 soul power, and you actually caused it to explode when awakening your martial soul, which shows that your martial soul, or innate soul power, must differ from the norm." At this point, Qian Douluo paused, lowered his head, and gently stroked Yi Fengyu's hair, speaking in a very plain tone, as if mentioning something unimportant. "Every time the orphans from the orphanage are about to awaken their martial souls, I always order someone to investigate their backgrounds. You are the child of two low-level soul masters, and both your parents have only 2 or 3 levels of innate soul power. Given your current situation, it must be a mutation or evolution of the martial soul." Then, Qian Douluo placed his hand on Yi Fengyu's arm, similar to taking a pulse in Blue Star. In just a few seconds, the expression in his eyes changed from plain to shocked. "Good boy, your soul power is actually at level 30. Considering your current age, this soul power probably cannot be achieved through postnatal cultivation, which means your innate soul power level is actually at level 30. This has never happened in the entire Douluo Continent. It can be said to be unprecedented." At this moment, the 5th offering standing nearby couldn't help but mutter, "This is not possible. Perhaps the crystal ball is too old and something unexpected happened. After all, even your Qian family's God-given martial soul, the 6-winged angel, has an innate maximum soul power of only level 20. What kind of martial soul would be required to exceed level 20 innate soul power? Could there be a martial soul even stronger than a divine level martial soul? Old 5, if you don't believe it, you can release a bit of soul power yourself to sense it. I also find it hard to believe, but this is true. After confirming that Yi Fengyu indeed had an innate soul power of level 30, the 5th offering couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly an unprecedented genius. So far, I have never heard of anyone with innate soul power at level 30. In the entire history of the Douluo Continent, there may have never been such a person truly. Heaven bless our spirit hall. Such a genius has appeared within our jurisdiction. Yes, heaven bless our spirit hall. Young Yi, what is your martial soul? Can you show it to me? Qian Renxue's tone was eager. He was indeed very curious about Yi Fengyu's martial soul. After all, innate soul power at level 20 is already a God-given martial soul. So what kind of martial soul would someone with innate soul power at level 30 possess? Qian Daolu found this truly hard to imagine. Yi Fengyu summoned the Xianyuan sword, which appeared in physical form in his hand. Then, he returned the Xianyuan sword. At this moment, all the offerings felt as if the entire hall of offerings was trembling due to the appearance of this sword. If one observed carefully, it was not difficult to notice that the statue of the angel god in the hall of offerings seemed to tremble slightly due to the appearance of this sword. Chapter 3. Becoming Qian Renxue's fiancé brother. Is it just my illusion? Why do I feel that the statue of the angel god seems to be trembling slightly? The fifth offering spoke, his voice filled with some confusion and surprise. After all, in all these years, he had never seen the statue of the angel tremble, and it seemed that the trembling was due to fear. Upon hearing the fifth offering's words, Qian Daolu gently used his soul power to attach to the statue of the angel god, then nodded seriously. You are not mistaken, the statue of the angel god is indeed trembling. However, I can't tell why, but I feel that the angel god seems to be somewhat afraid. Afraid? Brother, do you feel the same way? But the angel god is a deity. What on earth could make even the statue of the angel god tremble in fear? I'm not sure about that. Although I am the high-ranking offering of the angel god, I cannot directly empathize with the angel god. So, I do not know what kind of power can make even a deity feel fear. Qian Daolu shook his head, speaking somewhat helplessly. This was not him teasing, it was because he truly did not know. After all, to him, gods were omnipotent. If there were a force that could make a god feel fear, then that force was definitely beyond his control and certainly not something he could probe. Just as the two were conversing, Yi Fengyu suddenly opened his palm again, summoning the Xianyuan sword, and quietly asked, Do you mean the trembling of the statue is because of my martial soul? My martial soul does seem a bit strong. Sorry, I didn't expect my martial soul to be this powerful. Feeling the aura of the Xianyuan sword, the statue of the angel trembled even more violently. Qian Daolu, seeing this scene, couldn't help but marvel repeatedly, even forgetting to maintain his own dignity. The fifth offering also exclaimed in admiration, I didn't expect this young man's martial soul to be so strong that it makes the statue of the angel tremble. This must be the most powerful martial soul in the history of Douluo Continent. After all, having a natural soul power of level 30 is even more impressive than a divine martial soul. No wonder the statue trembles. At this moment, Qian Daolu stared blankly at Yi Fengyu, never expecting that the trembling of the statue was actually due to seeing Yi Fengyu's martial soul. Yi Fengyu's martial soul was so powerful that it left Qian Daolu somewhat at a loss. Such a talent could certainly stay in the martial soul hall for his use, which was naturally a good thing. However, would someone so powerful really be willing to serve the martial soul hall? After all, strong individuals often have ambitions. While Qian Daolu was troubled by this, the fifth offering seemed to see through his thoughts and transmitted with soul power. Brother, Xiaoxue is now alone in the Tiando Empire, and there's no one to look after her. Moreover, her relationship with the Pope is not very close. When Xiaoxue becomes a god, if she learns about your sacrificial offering and has no one close to her, she may be heartbroken. This young man, Yi Fengyu, has exceptional talent. Why not arrange for him to be Xiaoxue's fiancé? One day, arrange for these two kids to meet, that if they have some mutual attraction, then settle this matter. After all, Yi Fengyu is so talented that he might also have the potential to become a god. Qian Daolu, upon hearing the fifth offering's words, fell into deep thought. After all, he knew that what the fifth offering said was true. As the high-ranking offering of the angel god, he would have to make a sacrifice before Qian Renxue could become a god. Only by sacrificing could he open the path for Qian Renxue to become a god. But if he made the sacrifice, who would accompany Qian Renxue? The Pope, Bibi Dong? Clearly, that was unrealistic given their current mother-daughter relationship. It would be good enough if they didn't turn against each other after his death, let alone companionship. After thinking for a while, Qian Daolu finally spoke. Young man, your name is Yi Fengyu, right? I have a granddaughter with high innate talent as well. She has innate soul power of level 20, is a few years older than you, and is quite good looking with a nice personality. I wonder if you would like to have a fiancé? What do you mean? Do you mean for me to be your granddaughter's fiancé? Yi Fengyu asked in surprise, somewhat incredulously. That's right. My granddaughter is also quite talented. If she were to be with someone low in talent, she wouldn't be matched with him. After all, my granddaughter is also quite stunning, Qian Daolu said, his tone filled with some pride. Moreover, my granddaughter is destined to become a god. Becoming a god means becoming a being more powerful than a title Douluo. With your innate soul power of level 30, I see your exceptional talent, and you might also have the hope of becoming a god. Therefore, I hope you can be a companion to my granddaughter, so that you can look out for each other on your path of cultivation. Would you be willing? After Qian Daolu finished speaking, he continued to size up Yi Fengyu, observing his reaction. Yi Fengyu felt very happy upon hearing that Qian Daolu wanted him to become Qian Renshue's fiancé. After all, who didn't know that Qian Renxue was the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent? Her beauty could be described as stunning. However, Yi Fengyu understood that if he showed too much happiness at this moment, it would raise Qian Daolu's suspicions. So he tentatively asked, if I become your granddaughter's fiancé, what benefits would it bring me? Ha, you are quite meticulous to even ask me back, Qian Daolu laughed and said. If you agree to be my granddaughter's fiancé, I can take you as my disciple. In the future, all the cultivation resources in the Martial Soul Hall will be prioritized for you. After all, you are exceptionally talented, and I would not want to see a genius waste away. Being able to personally cultivate a genius is also an honor for me. I wonder if you are willing? Chapter 4. Master Qian Daolu, by becoming your disciple, can you provide me with many cultivation resources to make me strong? If that's the case, I am willing to become your disciple. Yi Fengyu said as he bent down and bowed 3 times. Qian Daolu was very pleased to see this. There's no need for that. To take such a genius as my disciple is also a blessing for me. At this moment, both Qian Daolu and Yi Fengyu were very happy. Qian Daolu was happy to have a genius disciple, as it would give Qian Renxue a companion in the future, while Yi Fengyu was naturally delighted to become the fiancé of the stunning beauty Qian Renxue. After all, before his transmigration, his favorite anime character was Qian Renxue. Her beautiful legs and alluring face often made Yi Fengyu unable to control his emotions, wishing he could be intimate with her. Now that he had truly become Qian Renshue's fiancé, Yi Fengyu was naturally overjoyed. Moreover, Qian Daolu had also accepted him as a disciple. As a transmigrator, Yi Fengyu was well aware of Qian Daolu's strength. He was one of the 3 limit Douluos on Douluo Continent, known as invincible in the sky. This was a golden opportunity. In the early stages of development, having a powerful backing was crucial. With Qian Daolu as his master, Yi Fengyu no longer needed to worry about lacking resources during his initial development. After chatting with Yi Fengyu for a while, Qian Daolu suddenly remembered that he had not arranged accommodation for his newly accepted disciple. He hurriedly sent someone to clean up an idle room in the family area of the Wuhuan Hall and had them prepare some basic living supplies for Yi Fengyu, then arranged for him to move in. Yi Fengyu moved into this temporarily tidied accommodation and did not mind the simple environment. After all, compared to the houses made of thatch or wood used by commoners on Douluo Continent, this place was indeed a heavenly treatment, and there was really nothing to complain about. Furthermore, after Yi Fengyu transmigrated to Douluo Continent, he was not very concerned about his living environment. In a world where cultivation was possible, the allure of cultivation far outweighed that of wealth. After briefly confirming the layout of his accommodation and the various living supplies he had, Yi Fengyu asked the system in his mind, "System, are you there? I have successfully become a disciple of Qian Daolu. Is there any reward?" Then congratulations to the host. You have received 3 soul rings of 50,000 years, which have been automatically absorbed, becoming the first, second, and third soul rings of the host Xian Yuan Sword Martial Soul. And then, that's it. System, you're being a bit stingy, aren't you? Other systems reward supreme weapons or top-tier cultivation methods, or at least a 100,000 year soul ring. You just gave me 350,000 year soul rings for the Xian Yuan Sword Martial Soul. That's the Xian Yuan Sword, a divine weapon from Chinese mythology, and it only gets 350,000 year soul rings. Is that good? No, it's not. Ding, please do not be greedy, host. Additionally, the soul rings rewarded by this system will have the opportunity to increase their years after the host completes other tasks, so the host need not be discouraged. The years of the subsequent soul rings will still increase, as this is also to provide motivation for the host to complete tasks. Furthermore, since the host sincerely desires a reward, this system has decided to give you a red heartbreak flower as a gift. The system's voice echoed in Yi Fengyu's mind in a timely manner. For some reason, when Yi Fengyu heard the system's voice, he unexpectedly felt that this system had a touch of humanity. All right, since you said so, as long as I complete other tasks, the years of the soul rings can still be increased, right? Given your good attitude, I won't hold this against you this time. With so many people next door having all red soul rings, I believe you won't let me end up too poorly, right? Yes, indeed, host. As long as you actively complete tasks, this system will generously provide you with more rewards. Rest assured, this system and you are in a cooperative relationship. The stronger you become, the more rewards and promotion opportunities this system will gain from the main system. Therefore, this system will do its utmost to help you become even stronger. Okay, I understand. By the way, system, after absorbing those 3 soul rings, my soul power level must have increased, right? Yes, host. After absorbing those 3 soul rings, your current soul power level has reached level 35. At the age of 6, to reach level 35, you could be considered the greatest genius in the history of Douluo Continent. All right, system, don't flatter me. Although I don't understand the current situation in this Douluo world, I have seen quite a few fan fictions of Douluo Continent as a fan of Do, where some protagonists start with soul power at level 50, and some even start as title Douluo. I'm only at level 35, and you call me the greatest genius? That's a bit too much. Host, there is no need to belittle yourself. Although there are many transmigrators to Douluo Continent, except for a few cases, most of the transmigrators enter a parallel world, including you. This means that you are not interfering with each other. Therefore, you need not worry or compare yourself with other transmigrators. As long as you are stronger than the main characters in the original work, you can successfully protect Qian Renxue and win her love. Oh, I see. In that case, I can rest easy. As long as no one competes with me for Qian Renxue, that's fine. Host, rest assured. Before bringing you to this world, this system has already understood your preferences and knows that your favorite anime character is Qian Renxue. That's why you were brought to the Douluo world. So you need not worry. With this system here, you will surely get what you wish for. Hearing the system's words, Yi Fengyu finally felt relieved. Transmigrating to Douluo Continent, becoming a disciple of Qian Daolu, and being engaged to Qian Renxue. All of this had once been a fantasy of Yi Fengyu in countless dreams. Who would have thought that he had truly achieved it now? Thank you for the support from the readers. The new book has been released. Please follow. Add to your bookshelf and consider giving a reward. Chapter 5. Yi Fengyu pulls up the weeping willow after Yi Fengyu became a disciple of Qian Daolu. Qian Daolu initially intended to send a titled Douluo to take him to the hunting forest of the Spirit Hall to obtain soul rings. However, upon seeing that Yi Fengyu's martial soul had 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, he was astonished and abandoned this idea. Qian Daolu had suspected Yi Fengyu's identity, as on Douluo Continent, only transformed spirit beasts could produce their own soul rings. However, he recalled that he had sent trusted subordinates to investigate Yi Fengyu's background, confirming that he was indeed raised in the Spirit Hall orphanage and was a descendant of 2 soul masters, making it impossible for him to be a spirit beast. Moreover, soul rings produced by spirit beasts also follow the same standard as soul master soul rings, starting from yellow, with the first 2 rings being 100-year soul rings. Yet, Yi Fengyu's first 3 soul rings were all black 10,000-year rings, which clearly did not match. Therefore, Qian Daolu attributed this to Yi Fengyu's extraordinary innate soul power and powerful martial soul. Qian Daolu had always valued talent, so after witnessing this, he did not say much. He understood that teaching Yi Fengyu was ultimately beyond his capability, or rather, there was no one on Douluo Continent who could truly be Yi Fengyu's master. Thus, he allowed Yi Fengyu to cultivate independently and told him to come back with any questions he had. Yi Fengyu was quite pleased with this arrangement. After all, Even though his physical age was only 6, his mental age was that of a full-grown adult. Following others like a child would not suit him. Qian Daolu letting him cultivate alone was exactly what he wanted. From this day forward, I, Yi Fengyu, will cultivate diligently. I aim to become a titled Douluo as soon as possible. No, I should strive to achieve godhood and protect Qian Renxue. Since I have crossed over, I absolutely cannot let her be bullied by Tang San. Yi Fengyu silently vowed in his heart. After all, a husband should protect his own wife. In his past life on Blue Star, Yi Fengyu had also experienced the intense competition of exam-oriented education and the merciless exploitation of 996 and 007 jobs. Therefore, he possessed strong execution capabilities. Douluo Continent, as a cultivation world, had little in terms of entertainment activities, so people had been cultivating tirelessly from the age of 6 when they awakened their martial souls. Yi Fengyu, as a transmigrator and reborn individual, was no exception. He understood the importance of improving his cultivation level, so apart from necessary meals and rest, he spent the rest of his time either cultivating, reading theoretical books about cultivation, studying knowledge about spirit beasts, or occasionally looking into the history of Douluo Continent. Although the history of Douluo Continent is older than that of Huaxia's history on Blue Star, it is extremely simple due to the lack of records and the few people who care about history. Therefore, most of Yi Fengyu's time was spent on cultivation, which is understandable given that this is a fantasy world. Yi Fengyu's diligence and seriousness in cultivation astonished Qian Daolu. He never expected such a young child to possess such temperament, enduring solitude without seeking play, but instead focusing on cultivation. This made him immensely gratified. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have such a talented and dedicated disciple? Qian Daolu was no exception. Thus, Yi Fengyu spent 6 years immersed in hard work and cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he had been on Douluo Continent for 6 years, and this body had grown to 12 years old. Now, Yi Fengyu's soul power level had reached level 41, and he had obtained the 4th soul ring granted by the system. His current soul ring configuration consisted of 4 black 10,000-year soul rings. This made him very confident, feeling invincible among peers and capable of exchanging blows with those of higher levels. Yi Fengyu proposed to Qian Daolu that he wanted to venture out alone for training without any protection. Naturally, Qian Daolu disagreed. After all, losing such a talented individual would be a significant loss. To reassure Qian Daolu, Yi Fengyu suggested demonstrating his current strength. He went to the courtyard in front of the worship hall and unleashed a soul skill on a large stone, instantly shattering it into pieces. Then, he casually lifted a large willow tree that stood nearby. Unsatisfied with just lifting the tree, he took hold of its middle and began to spin it like a staff. Yi Fengyu wielding the willow tree looked imposing, as if he were holding a spear with a sharp gleam rather than a tree. He swung the willow tree for a while before reluctantly putting it down. Now, Yi Fengyu's single hand strength was a full 30,000 pounds. Making lifting a willow tree as easy as lifting a small stick had been his past life on Blue Star, with no effort at all. Qian Daolu silently watched Yi Fengyu effortlessly wield the willow tree, feeling a surge of disbelief. It was important to note that Yi Fengyu had just turned 12, yet his soul power level had already reached 41, with the first 4 soul rings being black 10,000-year rings, unprecedented on Douluo Continent. Qian Daolu had been very pleased with Yi Fengyu for this reason, but today he was able to witness Yi Fengyu wielding a massive willow tree with such ease. Now, Qian Daolu was completely reassured about Yi Fengyu. He had been worried that Yi Fengyu would encounter dangers while training alone, but it seemed that even if he faced a soul emperor or even a soul sage, Yi Fengyu could calmly escape or even exchange a few blows with them. As for soul Douluo or titled Douluo level experts, Qian Daolu had not considered this for now. After all, such figures were unlikely to appear casually and would not easily trouble a junior. People on Douluo Continent still valued righteousness, with the exception of the Tang family. Master, my cultivation results over the past few years have been quite good, right? Look, with my current strength, I can contend with certain soul emperors and even some soul sages. Now, you should be at ease to let me venture out for training, right? Don't worry, I won't go to dangerous places like the spirit beast forests. I will most likely find a small village or a soul master academy to cultivate for a few years, Yi Fengyu said earnestly, looking at Qian Daolu. As a soul master, one must experience the blood and storm of the soul master world. I cannot remain under your protection forever. Therefore, I wish to venture out alone for training, treating it as a test for myself. Qian Daolu looked at Yi Fengyu and saw his sincere gaze. Realizing that Yi Fengyu was determined to go out, he agreed to Yi Fengyu's request and said, "All right, you are right. The soul master world is indeed filled with blood and storm. You cannot always live under my protection. After all, I took you as my disciple, not to have you live a peaceful life forever. If you want to become a talent, you will ultimately face some tests. Now that you're going out alone, consider it your training. I believe you'll gain a lot when you return. I won't say more. I wish you a smooth journey." Seeing that Qian Daolu had agreed to his request, Yi Fengyu hurriedly bowed to Qian Daolu and took his leave. After returning to his residence, he packed his daily necessities into a storage soul guide, then took some gold soul coins and a spirit hall token before leaving Spirit City. Chapter 6. Seizing opportunities in Soto City, Yi Fengyu planned to head to the Shrek Academy in Soto City. After all, as someone who had crossed over to become the main antagonist, he certainly wanted to meet the protagonist Tang San from the original work. It is known that, as the main antagonist, one of the most important roles is to create difficulties for the protagonist. Now that Yi Fengyu had crossed over, he naturally couldn't let Tang San have it easy. After leaving the Spirit City, Yi Fengyu went to a nearby city and bought a new set of clothes in a shop. After changing out his old outfit, he stored it in the Soul Guide and then hired a carriage to Soto City. Due to Yi Fengyu's own requests, Qian Daolu had not publicly announced Yi Fengyu's identity over the years. The number of people who knew Yi Fengyu's identity was very few, and they were all core personnel of the Spirit Hall. These individuals were strictly instructed by Qian Daolu to keep Yi Fengyu's identity a secret. Although they didn't know the reason, out of respect for Qian Daolu and faith in the authority of the Spirit Hall, they all tacitly followed this requirement. Therefore, although Yi Fengyu passed through many cities on his journey, no one recognized his identity. Yi Fengyu soon arrived in Soto City. System. Where is the plot of the original work currently? Based on the timeline, Tang San and the others should have arrived in Soto City by now, right? Yes. The host has a good memory. Right now, Tang San and Xiao will have just arrived in Soto City, and they are about to reach the Rose Hotel. Oh, what perfect timing. This is an important plot point in the original work. Indeed, coming at the right moment is better than just coming. Thinking this, Yi Fengyu asked the system, you should have a navigation function, right? Please point me to where Flender's shop is. I want to go there now and buy that piece of crystal in advance, so Tang San can't make the dragon beard needle. The system directed Yi Fengyu to Flender's shop, and he promptly followed the guidance to arrive at Flender's store. At this time, the shop's door was open, just like in the original work, and it was dim inside. The shop was also as described in the original work, with products hanging on the walls instead of displayed on counters, making it convenient for display. A person was lying on a recliner, eyes closed, humming a little tune, looking very relaxed. The person appeared to be around 50 years old, wearing square black frame glasses and looked quite robust. Yi Fengyu recognized him at a glance. This was Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy in the original work and the teacher of the evil fire chicken Mahongjun. Yi Fengyu walked straight into the shop without paying any attention to Flender, who seemed to be asleep on the recliner, and directly picked up the piece of crystal that Tang San had bought in the original work. The crystal was hanging near the door, and since the door had been open for a long time, its surface had accumulated some dust. Yi Fengyu didn't mind. He casually took out a cloth from the soul guide and wiped it, then held it in his hand. Yi Fengyu didn't waste words. He knew that at this moment, Flender was not actually asleep, but pretending to rest on the recliner. He went straight over and said, "How much for this crystal? It looks quite unique. I want to make it into an accessory." Flender, seeing someone had come in and wanted to buy something, lazily opened his eyes and said 100 gold soul coins. "If you want to buy it, buy it." Yi Fengyu knew the plot of the original work and understood that if he hurried to take out the money, Flender would surely raise the price on the spot. So he calmly replied, "What kind of crystal is this? Why is it so expensive, 100 gold soul coins? You know, the jewelry in the shop next door is mostly around 10 gold soul coins at most. Buy it or leave." Flender's attitude was very lazy. showing no signs of budging. If you don't buy it, just put it back as it is. This statement had made Tang San readily take out his money in the original work, but it didn't work on Yi Fengyu. After all, Yi Fengyu, as someone who crossed over from the modern world of Blue Star, had seen many business tricks and understood the art of bargaining. So, he pretended to walk away regretfully, and sure enough, after a while, Flinder hurriedly called out, "Come back." "Fine, let's consider it a friendship. It's rare to meet someone like you. I'll give you this crystal for 80 gold soul coins." Hearing Flinder say this, Yi Fengyu knew that this was still not Flinder's bottom line, but he had no intention of continuing to haggle back and forth with Flinder. He decisively paid the money and bought the crystal. After all, Yi Fengyu understood that if he bargained too aggressively and angered Flinder, it could lead to a confrontation, and he might not be able to defeat Flinder, a high-level soul sage. Although he was confident in retreating unscathed from Flinder, that would mean losing the crystal, and then he would be giving Tang San an opportunity. Yi Fengyu could still discern the importance of things, which was why he didn't go to the Rose Hotel to cause trouble for Tang San, but chose to come here first to buy the crystal. If he arrived at the same time as Tang San, and Flinder recognized the storage soul guide belt that Tang San carried, he would undoubtedly reserve the crystal for Tang San. At that point, Yi Fengyu would have no way to ruin Tang San's opportunity. Thus, Yi Fengyu was very straightforward when he paid. After paying, he took the crystal and immediately left Flinder's shop, returning to the hotel where he had just checked in. Chapter 7. Caught in the act at the Rose Hotel, as Yi Fengyu just settled into his hotel room, he received a notification from his system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden event and encountered Zhu Zhuqing. Encountered Zhu Zhuqing? What's going on? Have I seen her somewhere recently? Could have been in Flander's shop, but I remember when I entered the shop, Flander was the only one lying on the lounge chair. Host, Zhu Zhuqing is currently staying at the same hotel as you, and your rooms are right next to each other. She's staying next door. So, that means we are only separated by a wall. But isn't she here to find Daimu Bai? Why is she staying at the same hotel as me? Yi Fengyu felt puzzled and asked the system, shouldn't she be staying near Shrek Academy? Does she not know that Daimu Bai is studying at Shrek Academy? Yes. Host, before arriving in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing only found out that Daimu Bai had come to Soto City, and she doesn't know anything else about him. The system added. Of course, she also doesn't know that Daimu Bai is simultaneously pursuing a pair of sisters, which is why she got angry after stumbling upon Daimu Bai's escapades. System, are you saying that Zhu Zhuqing is staying next door and currently doesn't know about Daimu Bai's interest in the twin sisters? That's interesting. It seems I have a good show to watch, Yi Fengyu thought to himself, chuckling. After quietly changing into a fresh outfit, Yi Fengyu walked out of his room and knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. Hello, do you know where the Rose Hotel is? I seem to have taken a wrong turn and ended up here, but I still want to check it out. I've heard that the Rose Hotel is quite unique. However, the front desk here doesn't seem to want to tell me how to get there. Do you know the way? Yi Fengyu pretended to ask for directions, but his real intention was to find a way to have Zhu Zhuqing take him to the Rose Hotel. That way, she could see Daimu Bai surrounded by the twin sisters and hopefully give up on him. If he could stoke the fire a little on the side, then Daimu Bai would have a much harder time winning Zhu Zhuqing back than in the original story, where a few words sufficed. Host, have you considered the possibility that Zhu Zhuqing is also new here? What if she doesn't want to go to the Rose Hotel either? Wouldn't that put your plan on hold? Then there's nothing I can do. After all, Zhu Zhuqing and I don't really know each other yet. Besides asking for directions, I can't think of another way to get her to the Rose Hotel. If I can't take her there, then I want to be able to let her know about Daimu Bai and the twin sisters in advance. So, I might as well give it a try. What if she happens to know the way? Host, if you just want to lead Zhu Zhuqing to the Rose Hotel, you could use some other methods. For example, this system can help create a butterfly or something like that to guide Zhu Zhuqing to the Rose Hotel. System, have you forgotten? Zhu Zhuqing has always been aloof. It's unlikely she would follow a butterfly that far. That method might work to lure Xiao Wu, but it's a bit too far-fetched for Zhu Zhuqing. I really don't have much confidence. After all, Zhu Zhuqing has always been cold toward strangers. Asking her for directions is just a gamble. Just as Yi Fengyu was conversing with the system in his mind, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up. Rose Hotel? That name sounds familiar. I think I saw it on my way here just now. That's great. Could you please take me there? I can pay you for your trouble. I would waste your time for free. Yi Fengyu said, then sighed. I'm usually quite bad with directions. Even if you point me the way, I might not find it. Could you take me there? After asking, he shook his head, appearing somewhat sad, and said softly, forget it. It might be too much trouble for you. I don't like to trouble others. It just doesn't sit right with me. In the fantasy world of Douluo Continent, where strength reigns supreme, there are relatively few green tea bitches and actors. Therefore, it was the first time Zhu Zhuqing had encountered such a situation. Although she was rather indifferent, she could not bear to see someone looking so wronged. So she said, I'll take you there. Really? Then I'll trouble you. I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Yi Fengyu was quite pleased that his scheme succeeded, though he feigned surprise. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say much more. After quickly tidying up her clothes, she led Yi Fengyu towards the Rose Hotel. At this moment, she was still unaware of the scandalous scene she was about to witness. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly arrived at the Rose Hotel. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai were fighting over rooms in the lobby. Yi Fengyu couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Why has my luck been so good lately? I always manage to catch the key plot points. Is this one of the perks of a cheat? The front desk receptionist at the Rose Hotel saw Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Fengyu walking in together and mistakenly assumed they were a couple. She awkwardly said, sorry, you two, but all the rooms are fully booked today. You see those 5 over there? They're fighting over the last room. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Fengyu followed the receptionist's finger to see Tang San and Xiao Wu standing side by side, facing Dai Mubai, who was flanked by 2 graceful beauties. The 2 beauties looked similar, one more mature and charming, while the other appeared more innocent. However, their similar features clearly indicated that they were a pair of sisters. Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect to run into Dai Mubai here, and her eyes first flashed with confusion, which quickly turned into anger. She saw the twin sisters behind Dai Mubai and was shocked. She never imagined that Dai Mubai would be so flirtatious. Simultaneously pursuing a pair of twin sisters was beyond what one would call a scumbag. This was simply a scumbag of the highest order. Moreover, Dai Mubai was trying to keep both sisters close to him, which shattered Zhu Zhuqing's worldview. She never thought that Dai Mubai would be doing so much behind her back. Now, he was even arguing with others over a room, and it was about to turn into a fight. Dai Mubai sensed someone watching him and turned to look in the direction of Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Fengyu. When he saw Zhu Zhuqing, he was first taken aback and then filled with disbelief. Zhuqing, is that you? What are you doing here? When did you arrive? And who is that person beside you? Dai Mubai's series of questions made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit impatient. She didn't rush to answer, but shot him a cold glance. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu across from him and said, you two can have this room today. I have some matters to attend to, so I want to need it. There's no need for us to compete. Today it's on me. Just put on my tab. Xiao Wu was still a bit confused and looked at Tang San with a hint of puzzlement. Brother, what is going on? Do these people know each other? Their relationship seems quite unusual. However, Tang San seemed uninterested in the drama and quickly checked in with Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu walk into the room, Dai Mubai hurriedly walked over to Zhu Zhuqing and asked sharply, what do you mean by this? Why'd you bring a lover to a place like this? Are you trying to put a green hat on me? Chapter 8. Sisters Dai Mubai said as he suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhu Zhuqing by the throat. Zhu Zhuqing was choked and struggled fiercely. At this moment, Yi Fengyu acted promptly and knocked Dai Mubai's hand off Zhu Zhuqing's neck, which was bulging with veins. Dai Mubai glared at Yi Fengyu with an angry look. Oh, you little brat look quite decent. But I didn't expect you to dare to flirt with my fiancé. Didn't you ask her about her identity before getting together? Moreover, when did my affairs with my fiancé become your business? You seem quite arrogant. Are you looking to fight me? Before Yi Fengyu could explain, Dai Mubai directly unleashed his martial soul and threw a punch at him. Yi Fengyu nimbly dodged Dai Mubai's punch and quickly summoned his martial soul, the Xianyuan sword, but he did not reveal his soul rings. Without wasting any words, Yi Fengyu swung the sword straight at Dai Mubai's arm. Dai Mubai hurriedly used his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, for defense, but he was still forced back repeatedly by the power of Yi Fengyu's sword. Fortunately, due to his timely defense, his arm was not injured. Damn it, I didn't expect you, little brat, to look unimpressive but actually be so strong. Clearly, the attack power of a martial soul should be stronger than that of a weapon martial soul. Yet your sword seems not only equal to my white tiger martial soul, but even stronger. Yi Fengyu did not respond to Dai Mu Bai's words. Instead, he swung his sword again, sending a wave of sword energy towards Dai Mu Bai, knocking him to the ground. Once he confirmed that Dai Mu Bai was unable to fight back, Yi Fengyu said calmly, I am currently a level 41 soul master, and it seems your soul power level is a bit lower than mine, so it's normal that you can't defeat me. I have a suggestion for you. Don't get angry for no reason, especially before you understand the situation clearly. I have a bad temper, and Zhu Qing just helped me a lot. Considering you two know each other, I won't make things difficult for you. We just met. She was simply showing me the way, and I didn't expect you to misunderstand. My apologies. At this point, Zhu Qing walked over Dai Mu Bai and said coldly, It's not what you think. We just met, and I was just showing him the way. This young man said he is directionally challenged and doesn't he know the way to the Rose Hotel. I happened to pass by while coming to Suotawa City and remember the location, so I was just helping him out. I didn't expect to catch you playing with those twin sisters. What a coincidence. Should I apologize for accidentally interrupting your good time? Dai Mu Bai, it's not what you think. Let me explain. I really didn't Dai Mu Bai was flustered and hurriedly tried to explain to Zhu Qing. I just thought the two sisters were pitiful and gave them a chance to make some money. Believe me, my true love is for you. The two of them were just a whim. We were merely special friends. Giving them a chance to make money is taking them to a couple's hotel to book a big bedroom and then sleep together? Is that what you call a chance to make money? All right, Dai Mu Bai, you've really shown me a different kind of altruism, Zhu Qing said, turning and leaving the Rose Hotel. This left Dai Mu Bai and Yi Fengyu staring at each other in disbelief. Yi Fengyu never expected Zhu Qing to leave so decisively without saying another word to Dai Mu Bai. The twin sisters, seeing Zhu Qing leave and Yi Fengyu standing by without any movement, hurriedly approached Dai Mu Bai, concerned, Brother, are you all right? Seeing how fierce sister is, she must not appreciate your goodness, which is why you came out to find us. Sister has such a bad temper, unlike us sisters, who are so understanding. Dai Mu Bai usually liked these sisters, who would giggle and sweet-talk him. But now, hearing them speak, he felt inexplicably annoyed and snapped. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you two flirting with me and being caught by my fiancé, she wouldn't have left without looking back. I tell you, if you ruin my good plans, you'll both be in for it. Although the sisters didn't know Dai Mu Bai's exact identity, they were aware that his background was not to be underestimated. So they quickly squatted down and began to cry, Brother, it's all our fault, causing sister to get angry. If you have anything to say, just say it. No matter how you scold us, we deserve it. Even if you want to kill us, we have no complaints. At this point, Dai Mu Bai finally regained some strength and stood up from the ground. Looking at the twin sisters, he felt no pity but instead an unusual anger. So he shouted, Get lost. Don't ever appear in front of me again, or beware of your lives. The sisters were perceptive and understood Dai Mu Bai's tone was serious, so they quickly left the Rose Hotel. Since Dai Mu Bai had just been defeated by Yi Fengyu and knew he couldn't take him on anymore, he dared not act recklessly in front of Yi Fengyu. After driving the sisters away, he felt a little of his anger dissipate and found a chair in the lobby of the Rose Hotel to sit down, unable to suppress his sighs. Chapter 9 Engagement. Yi Fengyu felt a surge of relief seeing Dai Mu Bai's sighing expression. However, after just finishing teaching Dai Mu Bai a lesson, he was somewhat tired, so he got up and left the Rose Hotel. Yi Fengyu returned to the hotel where he had originally checked in. Before he could reach his room door, he saw Zhu Qing standing at the entrance with a surprised look on her face. Sorry for causing you some trouble. It was I who asked you to help me find the way. If I hadn't asked you, you wouldn't have been choked by that person and nearly hurt. Yi Fengyu spoke urgently, showing a face full of apology. After a while, as if he thought of something, Yi Fengyu quickly asked, By the way, are you all right? Did you get hurt? Do you want me to take a look? I know a bit about massage techniques. No need. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Compared to that heartless man, your temper is indeed much better, Zhu Qing replied. Zhu Qing was usually cold and rarely spoke to unfamiliar people. But after rejecting Yi Fengyu's kindness, she mentioned Dai Mubai, which surprised Yi Fengyu a bit. Just now, he said you were his fiancé, and now you call him a heartless man. Could it be that you two really have an engagement? If that's the case, why is he looking for those twin sisters behind your back? Having an engagement, yet seeking pleasure with others outside, is truly irresponsible. Yi Fengyu shook his head, sighed, and said, I generally don't like to meddle in others' affairs, but I absolutely hate it when someone has an engagement, yet seeks pleasure with others without the other party knowing. As a time traveler, Yi Fengyu naturally knew that Zhu Zhuqing had not yet developed feelings for Dai Mubai at this time, and they had not performed the martial soul fusion technique. The reason they met in Soto City was entirely because of the engagement, and both of their statuses in the Star Luo Empire were precarious due to being targeted by siblings, so they had to go out of train. Therefore, Yi Fengyu understood that this moment was undoubtedly the best opportunity to win Zhu Zhuqing over. Zhu Zhuqing had just discovered Dai Mubai's affair with those sisters and harbored resentment towards him, coupled with his gentle persuasion. It might just lead Zhu Zhuqing to abandon Dai Mubai and turn to the spirit hall. Yi Fengyu's words had a certain effect. Zhu Zhuqing, who was already filled with sadness, turned her resentment towards Dai Mubai in a hatred after hearing Yi Fengyu's words. After all, she had gone through countless hardships to escape from the Star Luo Empire to the Stardo Forest, and after experiencing life-threatening trials, she finally reached the Heaven Do Empire. Who would have thought that upon arriving in Soto City, she would find that Dai Mubai didn't care about her at all and instead was having fun on his own? In such a situation, anyone would harbor hatred towards the other. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had worked hard to come before him. Yet Dai Mubai not only did not cherish her efforts, but also indulge himself in revelry outside. Most importantly, he even questioned whether her feelings for him were pure and preemptively slandered her. How could Zhu Zhuqing not resent him? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but cry. There's indeed an engagement between us. He is my fiancé, and this marriage was arranged by our parents. But we have hardly seen each other and can hardly be considered familiar. Nevertheless, we do have an engagement. He is here, so I still have to find him. I have endured hardships along the way, and who would have thought that when I finally saw him, it would be in such a scene, witnessing him being surrounded by others. In that situation, I said nothing. Yet he even doubted me first. The usually aloof beauty shed tears at this moment. Yi Fengyu, seeing the scene before him, felt a bit at a loss. He had expected Zhu Zhuqing to resent Dai Mubai, but he had not anticipated that she would be in tears. Yi Fengyu took out a handkerchief from his storage soul guide and handed it to her. Wipe your tears first, take a moment. Seeing you cry so sadly makes me feel bad too. However, since he betrayed you first, you can go back, explain the situation, and terminate the engagement. As someone who had read the original work, Yi Fengyu understood that the engagement between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai could not be easily terminated. However, at this moment, Yi Fengyu had to pretend to be unaware, enticing Zhu Zhuqing to speak out. After all, only in this way could he later reveal his identity and persuade Zhu Zhuqing to join the spirit hall. Zhu Zhuqing took the handkerchief, gently wiped her tears, and without further ado, pulled Yi Fengyu into her room. After closing the door, Zhu Zhuqing said, "Things are not as simple as you think. You don't know my situation. There are interests between our families, and it's not easy to break off the engagement. Moreover, it has not been uncommon in our family for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Therefore, even if I tell my parents about this matter, they will likely just advise me to endure it." Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head as she spoke. "Yes, how can my happiness compare to the interests of the entire family? Moreover, to my parents, I am merely a dispensable person. They don't even care whether I live or die. To the whole family, and even to my parents, I'm just a pawn that helps them stabilize their power. The joys and sorrows, even life and death of a pawn, are not that important, right? The greatest significance of a pawn is to fulfill its value and procure benefits for the group behind it." Zhu Zhuqing's voice gradually became smaller, but she couldn't help but continue to sob. "Yes, my existence to them is just a tool for procuring benefits." After a long time, Zhu Zhuqing finally stopped sobbing and looked up at Yi Fengyu. Thank you for still considering me, for advising me to terminate the engagement and to think about my own interests. It seems that no one has cared about me for a long time. Thank you so much. However, The interests involved in this matter are beyond what you can imagine, and I don't want to drag you into this muddy water. Yi Fengyu understood that the time was right, so he spoke directly. What interests? Isn't it just a marriage alliance between the royal families of the Star Luo Empire? Just a martial soul fusion technique, merely a union of the weak. Zhu Zhuqing showed a shocked expression, not expecting Yi Fengyu to know about her and Dai Mubai's identities. And even more shocked that Yi Fengyu dared to simplify and clarify the marriage alliance between the two families. You know our identities and still dare to hit Dai Mubai. Could it be that you are also from a prominent family? The sole inheritance of the direct descendants of the three great sects is fixed. Could it be that you are from a hidden family? The author thanks everyone for their support. Please continue reading. And I sincerely ask everyone to finish it and add it to your bookshelf. Your support is the greatest motivation for the author to write. I ask for rewards. It's not easy for me to write alone through the long nights. For those who are financially able, please support me. For those who can't, please share and recommend my book. Chapter 10. Zhu Zhuqing joins the Spirit Hall. Yi Fengyu did not rush to answer Zhu Zhuqing's doubts, but continued. The spirit fusion technique can allow you to fight several levels higher. So, it's merely cooperation among the weak, but against true strong opponents. You still have no chance of winning. In other words, as long as your personal strength is strong enough, even without the spirit fusion technique, you can still succeed. This has been the case since ancient times. Ever since the founding of the Star Luo Empire, in every generation of sisters from the Zhu family, one will become the empress of the Star Luo Empire. The other will either be killed or have her spirit power abolished, imprisoned in her own house. Zhu Zhuqing sighed again as she spoke. The same goes for the princes. The successful ones ascend to the throne of the Star Luo Empire, while the failures are lightly stripped of their spirit power and imprisoned for life or severely executed. Therefore, if Dai Mubai and I want to survive, we can only cooperate to win and defeat our older siblings. Only by defeating them do we have a chance to live. It's not that I don't want to break off the engagement, but it concerns the dignity of the Star Luo Empire's royal family in our lives. I absolutely cannot take that risk. Since I know your identity, I naturally know about the ancestral rules of the Star Luo Empire. Let me introduce myself. I am from the Spirit Hall. My surname is Yi, and my name is Fengyu. I am 12 years old, and my spirit power level has already reached level 41, making me a spirit master. You have seen my strength. I can easily defeat Dai Mubai. The Spirit Hall's strength is definitely not inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire, and if we only consider spirit masters, we are stronger by more than a factor of 2. How about you join the Spirit Hall with your talent? The training resources the Spirit Hall provides will definitely not be worse than what the Star Luo Empire offers you. Moreover, there are no ancestral teachings to restrict you. At this point, Yi Fengyu is already trying to recruit Zhu Zhuqing. After all, it's best to act early. The longer it drags on, the more complicated it could become. If Zhu Zhuqing forgives Dai Mubai in a few days, it would be difficult for him to proceed. Zhu Zhuqing looked somewhat bewildered and said to Yi Fengyu, "Join the Spirit Hall, me? But I am from a Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, and my spirit is the Nether Cat. The same Nether Cat of the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. It is absolutely impossible for the Zhu family to allow their daughter to join the Spirit Hall unless the Spirit Hall is willing to go against the Zhu family for my sake. Don't worry about that. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire is already poor. Why would they need to go against the Star Luo Empire for you? After all, they are already adversaries," Yi Fengyu said calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, this was not surprising. Anyone with a normal IQ on the Douluo Continent could see the friction between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire often led to conflicts and even wars over border territory issues. After listening to Yi Fengyu's words, Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Then, even if I am willing to join the Spirit Hall and sever ties with my family, would the people of the Spirit Hall accept me? What is there not to accept? After all, everyone's background is something they cannot choose. Being born into such a family is your misfortune. Moreover, you haven't done anything to harm the interests of the Spirit Hall, so why should we not accept you? As long as you ensure that you completely sever ties with your family and pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall, I believe you will join us smoothly. Yi Fengyu said in a very calm tone. If I'm not mistaken, your current spirit power level is 27, right? Reaching level 27 before the age of 12 is quite a talent. The Spirit Hall has always valued talent. As long as you sincerely want to join, your background will not be a problem. The prerequisite is that you must demonstrate that you genuinely want to come and pledge loyalty to our Spirit Hall. Then, how do I show my sincerity and loyalty? I currently have no strength and cannot accomplish anything, Zhu Zhuqing said. No worries. When you join the Spirit Hall, I will explain this matter to my master, the Grand Offering Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall, and have him announce it publicly. The Zhu family will naturally react, and then I will talk to my master. You can send a letter to the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire explaining Dai Mubai's actions today. This can also express your stance. Moreover, since you have joined the Spirit Hall, you will no longer be able to be the prince's consort of the Star Luo Empire, thus resolving this unwanted engagement for you. Yi Fengyu laid out his plan to Zhu Zhuqing, who felt there was no problem with it and agreed. Could you stay here for a few days? I have some matters to attend to in Sutuwa City, which will take 2 or 3 days. After that, I will take you back to Spirit City, and I will explain your situation to my master. How does that sound? Sure, then thank you, Fengyu. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing had already begun to address Yi Fengyu as Fengyu, indicating that her view of their relationship had shifted from strangers to casual acquaintances. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Fengyu. Although he had no particular interest in Zhu Zhuqing, they would need to be teammates in the future Soul Master competitions. In a few years, the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition would take place, and Shrek Academy would participate, so Yi Fengyu had already made plans to join. After all, he wanted to give Tang San a hard time and embarrass him publicly. After finalizing the plan with Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Fengyu returned to his room. He planned to go to bed early today because, if he remembered correctly, tomorrow was the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. Such an important plot point. How could Yi Fengyu not show up? I am the great villain. Of course, I have to create more difficulties for the protagonist. Otherwise, how could I live up to the title of the great villain? Yi Fengyu thought to himself, already having a plan in mind. Chapter 11. Scammers Refund. The next day, Yi Fengyu got up early and went out after carefully dressing up. After having breakfast, he arrived at the village where Shrek Academy was located. This village was indeed remote. There were no other villages within several kilometers. It was unclear how Flanders had found this place back then. It's no wonder that the people from the Spirit Hall in the original work had never noticed this small academy. Who would come to such a desolate place without any reason? However, there are advantages to being in a remote location. For example, the people at Shrek Academy always claimed that an elder from the Spirit Hall had once come from their academy. In reality, Shrek Academy had been established for less than 20 years. And their admission requirement was that students must be at most 12 years old and have a soul power level of no less than level 20. Overall, based on the standards and statements of Shrek Academy, the so-called youngest elder from the Spirit Hall could only be a maximum of 32 years old. It should be noted that elders of the Spirit Hall are all titled Douluos, and currently, the youngest known titled Douluo on the Douluo Continent, Tang Hao, achieved this title at the age of 44. There is not a single title Douluo at the age of 32 on the entire Douluo Continent. Flanders, the president of Shrek Academy, certainly knew how to choose a location. After all, in such a remote little village, it was highly unlikely that personnel from the Spirit Hall would come, allowing them to survive here for so long without being discovered. However, now that there was him, Yi Fengyu, a time traveler, Shrek Academy would not have such an easy time anymore. Yi Fengyu stood in line for enrollment at Shrek Academy, eager to see how these people would argue their way out of this. Indeed, like many predecessors from Blue Star who had traveled to this world, Yi Fengyu also planned to intervene during the enrollment at Shrek Academy, helping those students and their parents who had been deceived into applying, exposing the scam that claimed the academy had produced the so-called youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Soon, the teacher responsible for enrollment, Li Yusong, appeared at the village gate. He was sitting on a rickety chair with a very worn wooden table in front of him, on which rested a box. In front of him stood a sign that read, "Enrollment fee 10 gold soul coins per person." Yi Fengyu quietly watched in line with the students and parents. Without saying a word, before long, many students and parents came forward to pay. "Sir, do you think my child can apply to your academy?" This child is the only one in our family for 3 generations to have innate soul power. He is 11 years old and has already reached level 19. I think he has good talent, so I plan to bring him here to apply and let him study at the Soul Master Academy. 11 years old and level 19? Not qualified. Our academy only accepts those under 12 years old and with a soul power level of 20 or higher. Your child is only level 19, so naturally, he does not qualify. Let him train for another year and come back next year. By then, your child might meet our academy standards and be admitted. Now, please leave. The parent showed an expression of disbelief. Our child was recognized as a genius in the Junior Soul Master Academy. Sir, could you please relax the standard a bit? By the time he turns 12, he will definitely reach level 20. You can consider this as accepting him in advance. The parent wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Li Yusong in a very impatient tone. Step aside. You are affecting others from paying. Not qualified means not qualified. Hurry up and leave, or I will have to take action. The student who came to enroll showed a disappointed expression. Teacher, can I get my enrollment fee back? I only receive 1 gold soul coin as a subsidy every month, and I barely saved up this enrollment fee over 10 months. Since I do not meet your school's admission standards, I should be able to get my enrollment fee back, right? As the student spoke, he almost cried. Teacher, please return my enrollment fee. I will definitely work hard to meet your school's admission standards next year. Enrollment fee? What enrollment fee? This 10 gold soul coins is the hard-earned money you gave me to help you test your soul power level. How can I refund it to you? Once enrolled, the enrollment fee is non-refundable. As soon as Li Yusong said this, many students and parents in line were instantly furious. Non-refundable enrollment fee? How can that be? More enrolling students and parents spoke up. You didn't mention this before we paid. Now that we have already paid, according to my child's talent, it is clear that he does not meet the admission standards. If you had told us the admission criteria, or that the fee is non-refundable beforehand, we would never have paid so readily. This is a scam. We will inform the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall and have your school's operating license revoked. Hearing the words of the many parents in the enrollment line, before Li Yusong could speak, Fengyu couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What operating license? How could this shabby Shrek Academy in a dilapidated village even be qualified to have an operating license issued by the Spirit Hall? That's impossible. This Shrek Academy is just a group of unlicensed educators who consider themselves to be something special, a band of reactionaries, a base without an operating permit. How could they possibly meet the standards to operate a Soul Master Academy? Li Yusong, upon hearing the demands of the students and parents who came to enroll, seemed to have anticipated this. Inform the Spirit Hall? Sure, go ahead and report us. Let me tell you, our school has produced the youngest elder in the history of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, the students and parents who came to enroll fell silent. The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall could be a titled Douluo. This academy actually cultivated a titled Douluo. Unexpectedly, this academy is so impressive. Soon, countless voices of discussion arose among the students and parents. However, someone still stood up and said, "So what if your academy has produced an elder from the Spirit Hall? That doesn't justify scamming our money. You did not clearly state the admission criteria or the non-refundable enrollment fee, which is a deception against us. Scammers, refund the money." With this person speaking out, the crowd instantly erupted into a cacophony, with numerous students and parents shouting, "So what if your academy has produced an elder from the Spirit Hall? This still does not cover up the fact that you scammed us out of our enrollment fees. Scammers, refund the money. Scammers, refund the money." Chapter 12, The Trembling Dragon Pattern Staff, as the students and parents who registered shouted for their money back. Li Yu spoke up. Our Shrek Academy is an academy for monsters. We only accept monsters, that is, the geniuses among geniuses. We do not accept waste. You and your children are waste and unworthy of applying to our academy. Since you have not met the admission criteria, please disperse quickly. Don't block the others who have met the criteria from testing. The people around continued to curse, but Li Yu ignored them and continued coldly. Shrek is a kind of monster. Even among soul beasts, is an extremely strange existence. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is the Academy of Monsters. This means we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Anyone over the age of 13 or with a soul power below level 21 should not waste time here. Teacher, my son just turned 13. Can you make an exception? A father stepped forward, pulling his child and bowing repeatedly to Li Yu. Li Yu said impatiently, don't affect the others behind. Don't you know the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13, we do not accept. You can leave. But what about our registration fee? Haven't I already said it? Once registered, the registration fee is non-refundable. It's just 10 gold soul coins. I'm going to check your child's soul power level and test his bone age here. Don't I deserve some compensation for my effort? Li Yu said irritably. The curses from the surrounding people, combined with the demands for the registration fee, made his mood extremely terrible. Although Li Yu was probably a high-level soul master, 10 gold soul coins was money that this family had saved for several months. Therefore, the student's father immediately said angrily, hurry up and refund our registration fee, or I want to leave today. Others chimed in. Yes, right. Hurry up and refund our registration fee. You're clearly scamming us. Refund our registration fee, or we want to leave. If we had known this so-called Shrek Academy was so shabby, we wouldn't have come. Li Yu glanced at this student's parent and said lightly, Mubai, someone wants to get their registration fee back. You handle it. Suddenly, a figure jumped up from the ground. If they want their registration fee back, they have to beat me first, and then I will refund it all. This person was Dai Mubai, who had just been beaten by Yi Fengyu yesterday. At this moment, his injuries from being beaten by Yi Fengyu had not fully healed. Yi Fengyu had originally not paid much attention to Dai Mubai, so he didn't care too much about Dai Mubai, who was sitting beside someone else. But now, seeing Dai Mubai jump out and speak in such an arrogant tone, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. However, he did not rush to act. He planned to let Dai Mubai be arrogant for a while, and then he would strike, making sure that Dai Mubai would remember it even more. After all, if heaven wants to destroy someone, it must first make them arrogant. Let Dai Mubai experience the joy of being invincible around him and being feared by others. Then he would strike and beat Dai Mubai until he couldn't find his teeth. He just didn't know how Flinder and Zhao Waoqi would handle it. But against those two, I probably wouldn't lose. Although my soul power level is a bit low, fighting against ordinary soul masters, crossing 3 or 4 levels is still not a problem. After all, the Qian Yuan sword is the #1 divine sword of Huaxia, and in the Douluo Continent, it is simply an existence that surpasses divine-level martial souls. Moreover, I have only improved 6 levels of soul power in these 6 years. The rest of the time was spent consolidating my foundation. The concentration of my soul power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Thinking this way, Yi Fengyu decided that he would definitely make a move later and teach Dai Mubai a lesson once again. After all, Dai Mubai's current arrogant appearance was really making him feel a bit irritated. Dai Mubai activated his soul power, releasing all 3 soul rings, 2 of which were 100 years old and 1 1,000 years old. His cold eyes flashed as he looked at the father and son. Seeing the 3 soul rings on Dai Mubai, including a 1,000-year soul ring, the student's father's face changed dramatically, and he quickly said, guess we're unlucky, and hurriedly pulled his son away. Just as Dai Mubai was coldly scanning the students and parents waiting to the side, intending to return to his original position, Yi Fengyu suddenly stood up. Oh, I didn't expect it. A defeated opponent has such a commanding presence. Your gaze doesn't look like that of a student in a Soul Master Academy. It's more like that of an assassin. But in the Soul Master world, it's all about the survival of the fittest. However, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have just been beaten by me, right? How come you've healed so quickly? Yi Fengyu's words were quite arrogant, and he didn't forget to mention that Dai Mubai had just been beaten by him not long ago, making Dai Mubai feel somewhat humiliated. Dai Mubai glared at Yi Fengyu with angry eyes. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? I said, I'm also a student here to register. Is that not allowed? But it seems that I really don't want to register for your academy now. Refund my registration fee, or I'll beat you again. Dai Mubai looked at Li Yu and said, Teacher Li, he is the one who beat me that day. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Li Yu summoned his martial soul. The dragon-patterned staff and 6 soul rings flickered around him. Yi Fengyu, however, remained unperturbed and calmly summoned his martial soul, the Qian Yuan sword. What? Didn't you just say that as long as I can beat your student, you would refund the registration fee? Now that you see I can indeed defeat him, are Are you going back on your word? You beat the younger one, and now the older one has come. It seems you also deserve a beating. No problem. I don't mind teaching you a lesson for being disrespectful. Liu was just about to step forward to teach Fengyu a lesson when unexpectedly, the dragon-patterned staff in his hand trembled first. It was a fear coming from a low-level martial soul towards a high-level martial soul. Liu didn't waste any more words and said to Dai Mubai, Mubai, this boy is not simple. Go call the dean over. I'm afraid I can't handle this boy alone. Teacher, you are a soul emperor. You can't handle him? Is he really that strong? Go call the dean over. If I could handle him, would I ask you to call the dean? Stop wasting time here. Hurry up. Dai Mubai hurriedly ran toward the village, and Fengyu did not stop him. After all, as someone with a martial soul that exceeds divine-level quality, Fengyu was very confident in himself. A mere flender, Fengyu was not afraid of it all. Chapter 13. Monster Academy? I think it's a scam academy. Soon, Dai Mubai and Flandra walked out of the village. Hearing Mubai say that it was you who caused trouble at our school gate, and that you even beat him up yesterday? Dean, it's him. He is the one who beat me up yesterday. Plus, he is causing trouble at our academy's gate. Oh, really? Why don't you tell me how I caused trouble? Fengyu, hearing this, was immediately displeased and said, clearly, it was your academy that first occupied the registration fees of those students and parents, preventing them from enrolling through your academy. Yet still refusing to refund their registration fees, and didn't even mention this beforehand. It's clearly you who are here as an unscrupulous academy to deceive others' money, and now you blame me for causing trouble. What a villain who cries out first. The students and parents who had not yet dispersed and came to register immediately began to discuss. Yes. This young man is clearly just speaking a few words of fairness. Besides, this young man can at most be considered a bit arrogant. But the behavior of this so-called academy is indeed deceiving us of our registration fees. Exactly, my child just turned 13 a month ago, and his first and second soul rings are both of the 100-year level, and his soul power level meets the requirements. Yet he was rejected just because his age exceeded the limit by a few days. This academy still refuses to refund our registration fees. Where can we go to seek justice? This broken academy even claims to have produced elders from the spirit hall. I think, even if they really had an elder from the spirit hall, that elder would probably be too ashamed to be associated with such a place. Yes, and you say your academy has produced elders from the spirit hall. With your character, how could you possibly train someone worthy of such a great responsibility? I think you must be a scam. A parent of a student said, how could an elder from the spirit hall possibly come from such a dilapidated academy? I bet this academy doesn't even have a proper training ground. Right, I was really blinded at that time, thinking I could believe the propaganda of this so-called academy, believing they had produced elders from the spirit hall. I brought my child to register just because of this so-called elder from the spirit hall. Now it seems I've wasted my 10 gold coins for the registration fee, according to my son's talent, even if he were to directly apply to a high-level soul master academy. It should be no problem. Another parent of a student said. Flanders saw that there were still so many students and parents gathered around to register and hurriedly said, how can you say we are scamming? Do you have any evidence? Upon hearing Flanders' words, those students and their parents fell silent. After all, they really had no evidence to prove that Shrek Academy had not produced any elders from the Spirit Hall. Flandre thought that he could brush off the topic of the elder from the Spirit Hall with that one sentence. But unexpectedly, Fengyu suddenly stepped forward and said, shouldn't it be you who proves that you have produced elders from the Spirit Hall? Since you claim that your Shrek Academy has produced elders from the Spirit Hall, then I ask you, what is the name of that elder? This concerns the privacy of that elder. I have no right to disclose it, Flandre stammered. No right to disclose? I see. There is simply no so-called elder from your Shrek Academy from the Spirit Hall. Your academy is nothing but a scam academy. Your Shrek Academy has no faculty, no good training ground, and no sufficient cultivation resources, yet you dare to deceive geniuses here, wasting others' time in their cultivation. Truly heinous. Ye Fengyu sepulchlude, his tone revealing immense disgust. You boy looks very familiar. But how can you slander our academy without any reason? Flandre said, wanting to rush up to hit Fengyu. Fengyu dodged with a flash and continued calmly. Your Shrek Academy has only been established for about 20 years, and your enrollment age requires students to be under 12 years old. So that means the oldest graduate from your academy is only about 32 years old. Yet the elders from the Spirit Hall are required to have the strength of a title de law. Tell me, how can there be someone on the Douluo Continent who reaches title de law level at just 32 years old? This, Flandre was momentarily choked by Yi Fengyu's words, speechless for a while before he added, "The elder I mentioned is not a real authority elder from the Spirit Hall, but an honorary elder, who does not possess title de law level strength." Honorary elder? That's even less likely. You should know that currently, the only ones with honorary elder status in the Spirit Hall are the sect masters of the top 3 sections. So according to your logic, is one of the sect masters from the top 3 sects a student of your Shrek Academy? If that were the case, your Shrek Academy wouldn't be hiding in such a small village, right? Yi Fengyu's tone was very flat and quite casual, but to Flandre, it sounded aggressive. "You little brat, you're probably not here to register, but to cause trouble, right? You're so aggressive at our academy gate. Aren't you afraid of going out alone and accidentally meeting with misfortune?" Flandre's tone contained a hint of threat. Yet Yi Fengyu smiled slightly. "Looks like what I said is true. I've exposed your academy's enrollment scam, and now you're so angry that you want to deal with me here? I didn't expect you, a dignified soul sage, level high-ranking soul master, to be so petty, holding a grudge against a junior. I've only spoken a few truths. Why are you still getting angry? Can't you even let others speak? Just now, that old man from your academy said you were a monster academy, only accepting monsters and not waste, but now it seems what monster academy? I think it's probably a scam academy." Countless students and their parents who had not yet dispersed yelled in unison upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words. Scam academy. Refund the money. Flandre was now extremely furious, and he looked around, noticing that Yi Fengyu seemed to have no companions. He concluded that Yi Fengyu was likely a talented soul master emerging from a commoner family, probably without any backing. Therefore, he immediately manifested his martial soul, with 7 soul rings swirling around him. That's right, he wanted to teach Yi Fengyu a lesson, one that could be life-threatening. After all, Flandre was used to bullying the weak and intimidating the small. He was submissive to the strong, like the Spirit Hall, and struck hard against the weak, such as the students and parents coming to register. And when facing the strong, he was sycophantic and flattering. When facing the weak, he unhesitatingly robbed them of their money through deception, refusing to refund, and justified his actions. Chapter 14. The emergence of the Qian sword's power at this moment. Flandre, having determined that Yi Fengyu was alone, thought that it would be fine to kill this talent without a background. After all, he had no backing, and no one would come to avenge him. Just a genius from a commoner background. So what if he was talented? 7 soul rings shimmered beneath Flandre's feet, and he suddenly soared into the sky, pouncing towards Yi Fengyu. Yi Fengyu, however, dodged Flandre's attack with his agile movements. He no longer hid his power and immediately summoned his martial soul, the Qian sword, along with 4 10,000-year soul rings. Flandre was momentarily stunned upon seeing Yi Fengyu's soul rings. How is that possible? Am I seeing things? 10,000-year soul rings? 4 of them. Li Yusong, standing nearby, quickly looked in Yi Fengyu's direction. When he saw the 4 10,000-year soul rings beneath Yi Fengyu, his expression was one of shock. This is impossible. The first soul ring should at most be a 100-year soul ring, and even the 4th soul ring would only be a 1,000-year soul ring. How can anyone have their first 4 soul rings as 10,000-year soul rings? This is simply impossible. How is it impossible? Do you think I can fake my soul rings? Yi Fengyu said as he activated his first soul skill. The Qian sword left Yi Fengyu's hand and stabbed towards Flandre's direction. Since Yi Fengyu only displayed 4 soul rings, even if they were all 10,000-year soul rings, Flandre did not take Yi Fengyu seriously. In his view, no matter how powerful a soul master was, they were still just a low-level soul master, incomparable to himself, a high-level soul master. So he simply extended his hands, intending to catch the Qian sword with his strength. What Flandre did not expect was that the Qian sword was so sharp that it quickly broke through his defenses and stabbed straight towards his shoulder. The Qian sword, being Yi Fengyu's martial soul, and not a physical sword, could not directly pierce a hole in Flanders' shoulder. However, it severely injured Flanders' vitality. At that moment, Flanders weakened, uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Dai Mubai was so frightened by this that he fell to the ground, his legs trembling. He wanted to control his body to stand up, but clearly he could not control his body at that moment. His legs had lost all strength due to excessive fear. Seeing Dai Mubai's trembling legs and fearful demeanor, Yi Fengyu ignored him, as he was merely a soul respect, and a weak one at that, obviously not worthy of his attention. Yi Fengyu turned to Li Yusong, standing aside. So, do you want to try the feeling of spitting blood as well? Li Yusong quickly waved his hands, stammering. And no need. It's my fault for not recognizing your greatness and offending you. I hope you can forgive me this once. Forgive you this once? So now you know to beg for mercy? Just a moment ago, you thought I was alone and believed I was easy to bully, planning to teach me a lesson. Now that you realize you can't defeat me, you want to beg for mercy? You are truly a bunch of cowards afraid of the strong. Yi Fengyu said disdainfully, looking at Li Yusong with a condescending gaze. I originally thought of enrolling in your academy after hearing that you had produced elders from the Spirit Hall. Now it seems your academy is just a group of frauds who bully the weak. You've wasted my time. My time is very precious. Had I known your academy was in such a remote location and composed of frauds, I wouldn't have come. Now that I'm here and have spent time, you should at least compensate me a little, don't you think, esteemed high-level soul master? Yi Fengyu's tone was peculiar, clearly reflecting the disdain he felt from Li Yusong and Flanders' earlier words. Seeing that Yi Fengyu did not intend to attack him, Li Yusong quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. We did indeed take up your time and should compensate you. How do you propose we do that? Yi Fengyu looked at Li Yusong, who had been so arrogant before but was now trembling and submissive, and couldn't help but chuckle. The compensation isn't for me, but for the countless students and parents who use their hard-earned money to enroll. You should quickly refund their registration fees, or else beware of your academy staff. Refund? We will refund it right now. Li Yusong said hurriedly as he handed the box of money from the wooden table to Yi Fengyu. Sir, all the registration fees we just collected are here, and I'll give it to you for you to handle as you see fit. Yi Fengyu took the money box and addressed the students and parents around him. Those who paid the registration fee just now, line up in order to get your money back. If you haven't paid yet, you're not allowed to take money from here. Anyone caught doing so will bear the consequences. The students and parents who had been watching the excitement quickly formed a line to reclaim their registration fees upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words. After they had all received their refunds, there were still dozens of gold soul coins left in the box. Yi Fengyu sighed helplessly when he saw the gold soul coins. Earlier, when he and Flanders summoned their martial souls, a few students and parents had already hurriedly run away, completely neglecting their registration fees. In Douluo Continent, the deep-rooted fear of soul masters among ordinary people was understandable. Now, looking at these dozens of gold soul coins, he was at a loss as to what to do. Yi Fengyu waited in place for a while, but still did not see those few departing students and their parents return. Ultimately, he distributed the gold soul coins to other students who looked relatively poor. The students and parents who received their registration fees felt a sense of joy at regaining what they thought they had lost. They had originally thought they would never see this large sum of money again, but unexpectedly, someone had stepped up to help them reclaim their fees without asking for anything in return, which made them quite grateful. A few students and parents even volunteered to give Yi Fengyu a portion of the gold soul coins as a reward, but Yi Fengyu just smiled and waved his hand, refusing their offer. After helping the students and parents reclaim their rightful registration fees, Yi Fengyu said nothing more and turned to leave Shrek Academy. He waved his sleeves, not taking a single cloud with him. Chapter 15. The Survival of the Fittest in Douluo Continent. Yi Fengyu returned to the hotel where he had previously stayed. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had just finished her meal. She was about to enter her room to tidy up when she saw Yi Fengyu walking into the hotel. Fengyu, you finally came back. It's been half a day since you said you would take me back with you. I thought you were going to break your promise. Are you worried that I deceived you before and don't want to take responsibility? Zhu Zhuqing pulled Yi Fengyu into her room and closed the door. A bit annoyed as she said, What responsibility? In broad daylight, what nonsense are you talking about? As if we have some kind of relationship. In broad daylight. I'm not wrong. What kind of relationship could we have? We're just friends at most. After all, we only met not long ago. As for the responsibility I mentioned, I promise to take you back to the Wuhuan Hall for you to cultivate there. Is that the responsibility you were talking about? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized. I thought you had feelings for me. Did I think too much? I always feel that your gaze towards me is a bit different, as if you have some feelings for me. When you mentioned taking responsibility, I thought you were asking me to break off the engagement with the Dai family and get engaged to you instead. Zhu Zhuqing's tone revealed a hint of disappointment, and her eyes dimmed from their previous brightness. If you want to join the Wuhuan Hall, you naturally have to break off the engagement with Dai Mubai. After all, he is the prince of the Dai family in the Star Luo Empire. The relationship between the Wuhuan Hall and the Star Luo Empire has always been poor, even considered as mortal enemies. Since you want to join the Wuhuan Hall, breaking off the original engagement with the Star Luo Empire is a must. Yi Fengyu shrugged and said, as for the responsibility I mentioned, it's about being responsible for your future. If you join the Wuhuan Hall, we will provide you with the corresponding cultivation resources. How far you can go in the future depends on your own fortune. As for your marriage, it is naturally up to you to decide. When you meet the right person, as long as it does not conflict with the interests of the Wuhuan Hall, you can make your own decision. Besides, I am currently engaged to someone else, and someone with a fiancé, he cannot have a romantic relationship with you. Yi Fengyu thought for a moment and added, actually, I feel that since you have decided to join the Wuhuan Hall, you shouldn't waste most of your energy and thoughts on that so-called engagement. After all, the Douluo Continent is ultimately a survival of the fittest. You should spend more time on cultivation. Your innate talent, while not top-notch, is quite good and can be considered as having some talent. If you practice diligently and encounter the right opportunities in the future, achieving title Douluo is not impossible. Having read the original Douluo Continent, Yi Fengyu understood that as long as Zhu Zhuqing consumed the fairy grass and obtained the inheritance of a god, it was possible for her to achieve godhood in the future. However, he did not mention this now. After all, if he rashly brought it up, it would inevitably raise Zhu Zhuqing's suspicions. You must know that in the Douluo Continent, gods have always been an elusive legend. Except for him, a transmigrator, and people like Qian Daolu, who have ancestral divine positions and are god servants, very few people firmly believe in the possibility of becoming a god. After listening to Yi Fengyu's words, Zhu Zhuqing pondered, in the Douluo Continent, it is indeed a survival of the fittest. In fact, regardless of gender, as long as one's strength is strong enough, one can attain a status that surpasses others. The reason why the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire can maintain stable rule is largely due to the Wuhuan fusion skill, enhancing the strength of the White Tiger Wuhuan. Exactly, Yi Fengyu affirmed. As I said a few days ago, the weak follow the rules, the strong make the rules. If you achieve title Douluo, then the Zhu family and the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire will not dare to trouble you, but will instead treat you with great respect. At that time, you will no longer be a weak person who can only obey the rules, but a strong person who can set the rules. They will have to act according to your rules, and that so-called engagement is merely a tool to bind interests. All right, I understand. You must be planning to return to Wuhuan City now, right? Can I go with you? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Sure, it would be boring to stay in the carriage alone, so having someone to accompany me would be nice, Yi Fengyu replied. The two immediately hired a carriage and headed towards Wuhuan City. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit bored and couldn't help but ask, Fengyu, why don't you tell me what you did today? You left early in the morning and didn't return until the afternoon. This doesn't seem like your character. You always give off a distant and aloof vibe. But now you're actively asking about me? Is it because the journey is too boring? Yi Fengyu was surprised that Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to inquire about what happened today. After all, in the original work, she was always cold towards others and had an indifferent demeanor. It is indeed a bit boring. After all, the journey isn't short, and we didn't prepare any food in the carriage, so I do feel a bit bored, Zhu Zhuqing replied honestly. This is actually related to your former fiancé, Dai Mubai. What does he have to do with it? Did you run into him today? Zhuqing is indeed clever, Yi Fengyu smiled and said, I did encounter Dai Mubai. The reason I came to Soto City is that I heard there is a Soul Master Academy here, which falsely claims that one of its former students became an elder of the Wuhuan Hall. Although I knew it was probably false advertising, I was curious and wanted to take a look. I found out the location of the academy. It's quite peculiar. The academy is called Shrek Academy. Located in a small village with no fixed training grounds, and the environment is shabby. If it weren't for the sign at the entrance, no one would recognize it as a Soul Master Academy. As Fengyu spoke, he shook his head helplessly. This Shrek Academy falsely claims that one of its former students was an elder of the Wuhuan Hall to charge an exorbitant registration fee of 10 gold soul coins. Moreover, their admission requirements are extremely harsh. Students must be under 12 years old and have a soul power level of over 20 to qualify for the test. And only those who pass will be admitted. That's too harsh. But what does this have to do with Dai Mubai? Did he set these conditions? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. Not exactly. Dai Mubai doesn't have that capability. It's just that Shrek Academy has another bizarre rule. They do not disclose the admission requirements in advance, but first require the students and parents who come to register to pay the registration fee. After collecting the fees, they then reject those who paid with these harsh conditions. If someone wants a refund, the admission staff will refuse, claiming that fees are non-refundable once paid. At this time, there will definitely be people standing up to oppose and wanting their registration fees back. Then the person in charge of admissions will call your former fiancé, Dai Mubai, to come and drive them all away. After listening to Fengyu's words, Zhu Zhuqing frowned and said, "So, Dai Mubai plays the role of a thug in this matter?" Indeed, they probably succeeded in their plans many times in previous admissions. That's why they were so confident when I went this time. However, I couldn't stand by and watch. So I helped those students and parents who were unfairly charged and got their registration fees back. Fengyu said proudly, "I suppose it counts as doing a good deed." Fengyu, although we have only just met, it seems that you're much stronger than Dai Mubai. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. Yet you do not bully the weak because of it. Your behavior is indeed many times better than that of Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Fengyu with admiration in her eyes, speaking in a fangirl tone and praising him to the fullest. I can sometimes be arrogant and bully others, like I do with someone like Dai Mubai. However, when it comes to ordinary civilian soul masters, I truly do not take advantage of the strong to bully the weak, or of the big to bully the small. After all, it's not easy for civilian soul masters to cultivate. And our spirit hall provides supplies to civilian soul masters every month precisely to help them reduce the difficulties in their cultivation. Fengyu explained to Zhu Zhuqing earnestly. So, this is what I should do, and it is also the spirit that the spirit hall has always upheld. Chapter 16. Stir-fried blue silver grass. During the conversation between Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing, the carriage quickly arrived at the spirit city. Fengyu instructed the coachman to stop the carriage at the city gate of the spirit city. Then, he and Zhu Zhuqing got off the carriage together. To enter the spirit city, one must be a soul master of rank 2 or above, or a family member of a soul master. Therefore, the coachman naturally could not enter, as he was just an ordinary person. After Fengyu presented the token he had received to the guard at the city gate, the guard immediately and respectfully allowed him and Zhu Zhuqing to enter the city. As they walked through the spirit city, Zhu Zhuqing was quickly attracted by the snacks on the roadside. After buying a portion of stir-fried blue silvergrass, she could not help but look at Fengyu and ask, "Fengyu, this smells really good. Is this blue silvergrass? Can blue silvergrass be eaten? Could it be a specialty of the spirit city?" This is something I discovered by chance while cultivating on a mountain in the spirit city. I often like to cultivate on the mountains in the spirit city. After all, the view and air there are much better than in ordinary places. I prefer open spaces. Fengyu smiled and said, "On the mountain I often visit, there are a lot of blue silvergrass. This blue silvergrass is rarely eaten by other soul beasts apart from the softbone rabbit, so it's almost overrun. I thought it wasn't a good solution to let it go on like this, so I brought some back and tried cooking it. Surprisingly, it turned out to be quite delicious. I didn't expect, Fengyu, that you would invent a dish. I thought with your high soul power level, you were someone who only focused on cultivation, a true genius at training." Zhu Zhuqing praised sincerely. "This stir-fried blue silvergrass really does taste good. If you like it, eat more. There are still plenty of delicious foods in the spirit city. I have also invented several ways to prepare blue silvergrass during my leisure time. After all, blue silvergrass is very resilient and easier to store than ordinary grains," Fengyu said. "Although the filling effect of blue silvergrass is not as good as that of regular staple foods, if there's a famine or a poor harvest. This blue silver grass can be given to residents to temporarily fill their stomachs, and it does have some use. The most important thing is that blue silver grass is found everywhere, easy to collect, grows quickly, and has extremely strong vitality. Truly a plant that can survive wildfires and regrow in spring. Making it into snacks is not only suitable for pairing with drinks, but also low cost, making it perfect for common folks to enjoy during their leisure time as a snack. I didn't expect blue silver grass to have so many wonderful uses, both for disaster relief and as a drinking snack. It truly is a treasure, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed after hearing Yi Fengyu's words. How many delicious foods have I missed out on? How did I not realize that this thing could be eaten? There are many more delicious foods you haven't discovered. Recently, I've been researching a spicy rabbit head dish that tastes spicy and fragrant. The rabbit meat is already tender, and when paired with a cold salad of blue silvergrass and some drinks, the flavor is absolutely amazing. Spicy rabbit head? What is that? Is it also a dish you invented, Fengyu? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Yes, but I'm still practicing and haven't figured out the best recipe yet. Yi Fengyu looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, when I find the best recipe, if you want to eat it, I will definitely treat you to a meal. The soft-bone rabbit has its advantages. It is easy to raise. After all, rabbits have a particularly strong reproductive ability, being able to give birth several times a year, making them perfect for meat consumption. Moreover, eating more soul beast meat can easily enhance a soul master's physical strength, making their body stronger, which can also improve their innate talent. In that case, the soft-bone rabbit is truly a treasure, even more suitable for making delicious food than blue silvergrass. No wonder you are Fengyu, not only a cultivation genius, but also so skilled at cooking, Zhu Zhuqing said. After all, I consider myself half a foodie. As a foodie, how can I not know how to cook? It's only natural to invent a dish. After all, for foodies, nothing is more important than delicious food. Besides cultivating, my favorite thing is eating, Yi Fengyu said, unable to help but laugh. Zhu Zhuqing also smiled, and it was clear that both of them were quite relaxed and very happy at that moment. Thank you all for watching. Today, this book officially reached 30,000 words and is about to be put on the platform. Thank you for your support, and I hope to see good data to motivate the author to update more. It is my fortune to have everyone's companionship. I hope everyone will continue to support the author in the future, and the author will update this article on time every day. The upcoming plot will be exciting and continuous, so stay tuned. Chapter 17, The Decision of Qian Daolu Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing had been wandering the streets of the Spirit City for quite some time. After letting Zhu Zhuqing experience the local delicacies, Yi Fengyu took her back to the offering hall. As they entered the hall, Qian Daolu was kneeling on the ground, praying before the statue of the angel. Disciple pays respects to Master. Master, I am back, Yi Fengyu said. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhu Zhuqing also bowed to Qian Daolu. Yi kid, didn't you say you were planning to go to that academy for a while, just to find a place to train? How come you're back after just a few days? Did something happen? Qian Daolu looked at Yi Fengyu with confusion. And Yi kid, what is the situation with this girl? How come you brought a girl back so soon after going out? Master, this is Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Zhu family from the star, Luo Empire. Oh, the second young lady of the Zhu family from the star, Luo Empire? Why isn't she staying in the star Luo Empire and instead met you? Didn't you go to the Heavendo Empire? Qian Daolu, who normally had little interest in many matters, became somewhat intrigued upon hearing about Zhu Zhuqing's identity. You two didn't have some heroic rescue situation that led to mutual feelings, did you? Master, you're already quite old. How can you still think about such things? Didn't you previously tell me to be the fiancé of your granddaughter? I still remember that. Yi Fengyu was quite unable to understand Qian Daolu's current line of thought. After all, according to the original text, Qian Daolu should be a doting grandfather with immense power, certainly not the lecherous old man he seemed to be now. Yi Fengyu sighed and explained helplessly. I went to Soto City in the Heavendo Empire because I thought it would be quiet and planned to find a Soul Master Academy to join as a student and train for a while. Although my strength isn't as good as many of the teachers in the Soul Master Academies, it's not difficult to hide my soul power level and pretend to be just an ordinary student. After all, My Xianyuan sword martial soul can be used independently without soul rings, so it doesn't matter if I don't showcase my soul power level. I originally planned to directly enroll in a Soul Master Academy. However, when I arrived in Soto City, it was already late, so I had to find a hotel to stay. I first checked into an ordinary hotel and then accidentally heard about a special hotel in Soto City called the Rose Hotel. My curiosity got the better of me, and I wanted to check it out. But unfortunately, I didn't know the exact location of that hotel. Zhu Zhuqing happened to be staying next door, and when I went out, I bumped into her and asked her for directions. At this point, Yi Fengyu's tone was somewhat helpless as he shook his head and said, "Master, you know that I'm not good with directions." So, I asked Zhu Zhuqing to help me find the way. When we arrived at the Rose Hotel, we encountered Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai. At this point, Yi Fengyu turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. When we arrived at the Rose Hotel, Dai Mubai was hugging a pair of twins and arguing with another couple at the front desk over the last available room. Coincidentally, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing and me before Zhu Zhuqing could even reprimand him. Dai Mubai took action first, mistakenly thinking that we were a couple. He rushed over and grabbed Zhu Zhuqing by the neck. I quickly used my soul power to stop him, but afterwards, Dai Mubai held a grudge against me. Seeing that I was younger, he tried to bully me, but I ended up retaliating. Seeing that things had come to this, and since Zhu Zhuqing has good talent, I invited her to join the Spear Hall. After listening to Yi Fengyu's account, Qian Dalu pondered for a moment and then spoke. "This matter indeed isn't your fault. It can only be said that it's bad luck. So, you brought Zhu Zhuqing back, hoping I would agree to let her join the Spear Hall, right?" "Exactly. She is from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, and if I remember correctly, the Zhu family's martial soul is the Nether Cat, which can combine with the evil cat White Tiger belonging to the Dai family of the Star Luo Empire to form a martial soul fusion skill. This is why the daughters of the Zhu family can become queens of the Star Luo Empire for generations." Qian Dalu picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, "If her identity were ordinary, I would agree. However, Zhu Zhuqing's identity is indeed not simple. The family she comes from determines that she must be a person of the Star Luo Empire. How can I trust that she will be loyal to the Spear Hall?" Before Yi Fengyu could say anything, Zhu Zhuqing knelt down. "I beg your majesty to show mercy and take me in. I will definitely be loyal to the Spear Hall and have no other intentions." Qian Daolu looked coldly at her, then after a moment, shifted his gaze back to Yi Fengyu. "Yi kid, I always thought you weren't someone who would be infatuated and act on lust. So, tell me, what do you think? Why do you want Zhu Zhuqing to join the Spirit Hall?" "Master, what you said earlier is indeed true. The Zhu family has always produced a queen of the Star Luo Empire, but I believe you, with your status, must know that only one girl from each generation of the Zhu family can become queen. The rest of the failures are either stripped of their soul power and imprisoned for life, or in some cases, directly executed." Yi Fengyu looked at Qian Daolu. Just as Zhu Zhuqing herself said, she was not favored by her parents at home, and since she has to compete against her older sister by several years, her chances in the struggle are almost zero. Furthermore, it's because of me that she was misunderstood by Dai Mubai. Given that Dai Mubai has poor character, I thought, since Zhu Zhuqing is so eager to survive, why not give her a chance to pledge loyalty to our Spirit Hall? After listening to Yi Fengyu's words, Qian Daolu looked at Zhu Zhuqing again. Then, a beam of light formed from his soul power flew towards Zhu Zhuqing. Not bad at 11 years old. Her soul power level has reached level 27. Her talent is acceptable. In that case, I agree to let Zhu Zhuqing join the Spear Hall. However, Yi kid, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted to go out and train for a while? Now, you can go to the Heaven Do Empire to train with Zhu Zhuqing. Qian Daolu then said to Zhu Zhuqing, "You can go and rest for now. I still have some things to discuss with you, kid." As soon as Qian Daolu finished speaking, two attendants came forward and took Zhu Zhuqing away. Chapter 18. Journey to the Heaven Do Empire. After Zhu Zhuqing and the two attendants left, Qian Daolu finally spoke up. "Besides Zhu Zhuqing, have you revealed to anyone else that you are from the Spirit Hall?" According to Master S words, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, I haven't disclosed my identity to anyone else. Ye Fengyu replied honestly. "That's good. Most people on the Douluo Continent are unaware of the existence of our worship hall within the Spirit Hall. The high-ranking officials of the Heaven Do Empire, including the royal family, do not emphasize cultivation and are even more ignorant of this. Soon, I will personally write a letter for you to take. Find a way to deliver it to the current prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. He is disguised by my granddaughter, Qian Renxue. Since you have a marriage contract with her and are her fiancé, now that you have grown up a bit, I will not hide this from you anymore. But you must never tell anyone else about this. Qian Daolu looked at Yi Fengyu with a serious expression. After receiving Yi Fengyu's firm assurance, he continued, I will clearly explain these matters in the letter. Your identity is not known to anyone outside, so you can discuss with her about enrolling in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. As for Zhu Zhuqing, if she really wants to break off the engagement with Dai Mubai, you can inform Xiao Shui about this, letting Zhu Zhuqing become her disciple or attendant, and then publicly announce that Zhu Zhuqing has joined the Heaven Do Empire. Although her talent is far inferior to yours and Xiao Shui's, it is not too low. If she joins the Heaven Do Royal Academy, she can still be considered a genius. Let Xiao Shui handle matters regarding the Heaven Do Royal Academy. You two can enter the academy to cultivate. At this point, Qian Oliu's expression softened, and he continued, Xiao Shui is my granddaughter, and you are my prized disciple and her fiancé. I naturally feel at ease with you two together. It's good for you to enter the Heaven Do Royal Academy, as you can stay close to Xiao Shui. If she encounters any difficulties, you can help her with your ideas. After hearing Qian Oliu's words, Yi Fengyu felt that this was also a good arrangement, as he could be closer to Qian Renxue, and he nodded in agreement. Qian Daolu then called for someone to bring ink and paper, wrote the letter, and handed it to Yi Fengyu, reminding him that this matter should be addressed sooner rather than later. After all, with the identities of Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing, if they frequently traveled in Seoul City, it would inevitably raise suspicions when they arrived at the Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing rested in Seoul City for a few days before embarking on their journey to the Heaven Do Empire. In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yi Fengyu. She was unaware of the conversation between Qian Daolu and Yi Fengyu, so from Zhu Zhuqing's perspective, it was Yi Fengyu who took the initiative to propose going to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Fengyu, why did you take the initiative to suggest going to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Isn't it good for us to cultivate in Seoul City? Seoul City is the holy land for soul masters on the continent, and the cultivation resources shouldn't be worse than those of the Heaven Do Empire, right? Moreover, the cultivation resources of the Spirit Hall Academy must be many times stronger than those of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Why did you suddenly want to take me to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? Did you not notice that this time it is just the two of us? Not even coachman. I'm the one driving the carriage, Yi Fengyu said. Seoul City is not far from the Heaven Do Empire, but I chose an unconventional route this time. I opted for some small, sparsely populated villages, fearing that someone might recognize our identity from Seoul City. With my talent and current soul power level, I'm undoubtedly a unique genius on this continent. When I join the Heaven Do Royal Academy and request to bring you along, your cultivation talent is already good, and with my request, the Heaven Do Royal Academy should not refuse. At that time, you can say that you joined the Heaven Do Empire, not the Spirit Hall. Thus, even if the Star Luo Empire wants to cause trouble, they can only blame it on the Heaven Do Empire. Yi Fengyu continued, this way, not only can we avoid a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire, but we can also gain a lot of cultivation resources from the Heaven Do Empire, making it a win-win situation. What Yi Fengyu said to Zhu Zhuqing was mostly true, except he omitted Qian Renxue's identity and substituted the pledge to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy with his own talent. This was understandable, as Qian Renxue's identity was a secret of the Spirit Hall, and Zhu Zhuqing had just joined, so she naturally could not know. Moreover, when Qian Renxue announced this to the outside world, it could only be said that it was due to Yi Fengyu's exceptional talent that he was specially invited to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy for cultivation. After listening to Yi Fengyu's words, Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment and then nodded. Fengyu, I didn't expect you to consider everything so thoroughly. However, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is said to only accept nobles and not commoners. My identity certainly cannot be concealed from the high-ranking officials of the Heaven Do Empire. and you do not have a noble status in the Heaven Do Empire. Can we really join smoothly? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Following the rules is not a skill, because rules only apply to the weak. The strong can change the rules, or even make the rules. With my talent, I believe the Heaven Do Royal Academy will not mind my lack of noble status. After all, they would want to win over genius commoner soul masters. Yi Fengyu said confidently, even though he lied to Zhu Zhuqing about Qian Renxue's identity. Yi Fengyu continued, "As for you, I believe that as long as you publicly announce the dissolution of your engagement with Dai Mubai and reveal what Dai Mubai did in the Heaven Do Empire, the people of the Heaven Do Empire will be pleased. You, a prospective princess of the Star Luo Empire, choosing to seek refuge in the Heaven Do Empire because of your fiancé's misconduct would be equivalent to giving a severe insult to the Star Luo Empire." Yi Fengyu paused for a moment and added, "Moreover, this move is not very harmful, but extremely insulting. The Star Luo Empire probably won't rashly attack the Heaven Do Empire because of this. After all, the timing for war has not yet come. The Star Luo Empire will at most threaten the Heaven Do Empire a few times, and it is likely to end without further action. The people of the Heaven Do Empire naturally will not take this to heart." After hearing Yi Fengyu's analysis, Zhu Zhuqing felt much more at ease. She was somewhat tired at this point, so she fell asleep in the carriage. Chapter 19, Are You My Fiancé? Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing, after a bumpy journey, finally arrived at Tiando City. Yi Fengyu did not rush to the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, but instead found a very ordinary hotel to stay in. "Fengyu, why don't we share a room?" Zhu Zhuqing suggested. The front desk said they only have double rooms and king-size rooms left today. "Let's not. I'm afraid someone might misunderstand," Yi Fengyu replied. "We should have 2 separate rooms." "Fengyu, why are you so unromantic?" Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Yi Fengyu felt somewhat speechless. Was it because he was unromantic? Wasn't it because Zhu Zhuqing was only 11 years old? Now, Yi Fengyu was 12, and Zhu Zhuqing was 11. In the Douluo Continent, that might already be considered not young, as people develop quickly in a fantasy world. However, as someone who traveled from the 21st century of Blue Star, Yi Fengyu really couldn't have any feelings for an 11-year-old girl. "We've spent a lot of time traveling today. I'm a bit tired, so let's rest early. We can talk about things tomorrow," Yi Fengyu said as he walked into one of the rooms. After locking the door, he quickly washed up and lay down on the bed, soon falling into a deep sleep. Zhu Zhuqing saw Yi Fengyu enter one of the rooms and tried to push the door, but finding it locked, she said nothing more and quietly entered the adjacent room. The next day, Yi Fengyu woke up early. He took out a piece of paper from his storage soul guide and wrote a note to Zhu Zhuqing, telling her that he was going to the Tiando Palace to meet the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, and specifically reminded her not to worry. After finishing, he slipped the note under the door into Zhu Zhuqing's room. When Zhu Zhuqing woke up and saw the note, she was somewhat puzzled about how Yi Fengyu would meet the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, but didn't worry too much. After all, in her heart, Yi Fengyu was a thoughtful and reliable person. Girls naturally love to shop, and Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. After reading Yi Fengyu's note and confirming that he didn't need her help, she took her storage soul guide and some gold soul coins and started wandering around Tiando City. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Empire's palace, Yi Fengyu stood in front of the Crown Prince's palace and presented a token given to him by Qian Daolu, which represented the identity of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, marked with the words Qinghe. This token was specifically left by Qian Renxue for Qian Daolu, so that if there were any urgent matters, anyone coming from the Spirit Hall could meet her smoothly and hide their identity without arousing suspicion from the people of the Tiando Empire. Seeing that Yi Fengyu held the Crown Prince's token, the guard immediately reported to Xue Qinghe and quickly let Yi Fengyu in. Upon meeting Xue Qinghe, who was actually Qian Renxue, Yi Fengyu immediately claimed that he had important matters to discuss with her, asking her to dismiss the guards beside her, except for Yulong and Ci Shui. Once he confirmed that the surroundings were filled with Spirit Hall personnel, and there were no Tiando Empire people among them, Yi Fengyu took out the letter given to him by Qian Daolu and handed it to Qian Renxue. After reading the letter from Qian Daolu, Qian Renxue understood Yi Fengyu's identity and his purpose for coming to the Tiando Empire. "Grandpa is really getting old and confused. I'm not even at the Spirit Hall, and he is arranging a marriage for me. My current identity is the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, so it's impossible for me to get married. Moreover, he even mentioned in the letter that you're only 12 years old now. Qian Renxue said, then looked at Fengyu. At 12 years old, with a soul power level of 41, you really are a genius. When I was 12, I had only reached level 37. However, according to what Grandpa said in the letter, you have a natural soul power of level 30, which actually surpasses me, the owner of a divine weapon soul. Awakening your martial soul at 6 years old, and now, at 12, your soul power level has only increased by 11 levels, which includes the increase from absorbing soul rings. It's clear that you haven't worked hard in your cultivation over these 6 years. How can someone who hasn't put in the effort be worthy of being my fiancé? At this point, Qian Renxue looked at Fengyu with a hint of disdain. Could it be that you have only been indulging in eating, drinking, and having fun over these 6 years? Forgetting about cultivation? That seems unlikely since, according to Grandpa, you are his disciple, and he has always had strict requirements. He would never let his disciple neglect their cultivation. Qian Renxue looked at Fengyu with confusion, seemingly waiting for his explanation and response. Fengyu met Qian Renxue's questioning gaze and immediately understood the doubts in her heart. So he took the initiative to explain, Your Highness, although my soul power level is low, my strength is definitely not. Oh, really? This is the first time I've heard such a statement. After all, it is well known that the lower the soul power level, the lower the strength usually is, unless the martial soul's level crushes the opponent. It is incredibly difficult for someone with lower soul power to defeat someone with higher soul power. Hearing Fengyu's explanation, Qian Renxue's expression softened a bit, and with some doubt, she asked, How do you intend to prove your strength? It's simple. Others may not know your identity, but I know it very well. How about we have a match, Your Highness? Are you sure? You're just a soul zone, while I'm a soul emperor. Qian Renxue asked with some concern. After all, although she felt that Fengyu's current soul power level did not match his high talent, she did not want to hurt him. It was important to know that Fengyu was still Qian Douluo's disciple and a top talent. If he were injured, it would mean a loss for the Spirit Hall, potentially losing a future title Douluo. Your Highness, can I interpret this as you are concerned about me? Fengyu's tone carried a hint of provocation. And although Qian Renxue was somewhat angry, she couldn't help but feel a blush rise in her heart. That's not it. I'm just worried that if I injure you, it would be a waste for the Spirit Hall to lose a genius. After all, your talent is indeed unparalleled. That's good enough. After all, if your Highness is worried about me, I'd be afraid you wouldn't use your full strength, and I wouldn't be able to exert my full strength either. Fengyu naturally noticed the blush on Qian Renxue's face, but pretended not to see it as he continued speaking. Why are you so boring? Always thinking about fighting with others? Since that's the case, let's exchange a few moves. Qian Renxue said as she walked to a nearby bookshelf, pulled out a book, and the bookshelf instantly transformed into a hidden door, revealing a secret chamber. Without further ado, Qian Renxue dragged Fengyu into the secret chamber. As the door to the secret chamber closed, the two fought for a while inside, and when they emerged, both were panting and flushed. I didn't expect you to be so strong in this regard. Qian Renxue's face was red, and her expression was filled with moisture. You're not weak either, Your Highness. You almost counterattacked me. Fengyu and Qian Renxue had just engaged in a sword technique match in the secret chamber, and Fengyu had maintained the upper hand, clearly suppressing Qian Renxue's angelic martial soul with his Xianyuan sword. Qian Renxue, being someone who refused to admit defeat, exerted herself, and after a long time, she inevitably became a bit fatigued, causing her face to be covered in sweat. Chapter 20, I acknowledge your strength. I admit that you are indeed strong, especially with this sword of your martial soul. I can feel that this sword has a clear suppressive effect on the sword in my angel martial soul's hand, which shows that your strength is indeed formidable. Now, you must acknowledge that I am qualified to be your fiancé, Your Highness. This matter can be discussed later. You are only 12 years old, a child, so don't always think about these things. Qian Renxue said this, but her face turned red again. Seeing Qian Renxue blush, Fengyu did not say anything further and shifted the topic, saying, Your Highness, what do you think about the matter mentioned in the letter regarding my admission to the Tiando Royal Academy? Didn't you discuss it with my grandfather? Since you and he have no objections, I naturally am willing. After all, now that I am in the identity of Xue Qinghe, I also hold some power in the Tiando Royal Academy. Arranging for you to enter the Tiando Royal Academy is not too difficult. Moreover, your talent is so high that even if you do not have a noble identity on the surface, I believe those 3 committee members will not make things difficult for you. At this point, Qian Renxue's tone suddenly became somewhat disdainful. The current Tiando Empire, especially the Imperial Xue family, is most lacking in talented soul masters for cultivation. With your talent joining, as long as you show a desire to be loyal to the Tiando Empire, or more accurately, to the Tiando Imperial Xue family, the Tiando Royal Academy will certainly do everything possible to cultivate you and provide you with countless resources. That's probably the case. I was thinking the same when I planned to join the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, I believe I can meet some outstanding talents there. If I can pull these uncertain position talents into our Martial Soul Hall S camp, it would also add some foundation to our Martial Soul Hall. Your idea is quite good, but if it can be realized, that would be great. If not, it doesn't matter. After all, compared to our talents, so-called geniuses aren't really anything. Qian Renxue said this with a hint of arrogance. It was not her fault. As the person with the highest innate soul power in the original novel of Douluo Continent, a bit of arrogance is to be expected. After all, most geniuses are arrogant. After listening to Qian Renxue's words, Fengyu nodded. Indeed. But having one more good ally is always better than having one more shrewd opponent. After saying this, Fengyu paused and then spoke again after a while. I believe my admission to the Tiando Royal Academy is almost a sure thing. But for Zhu Zhuqing to join the Tiando Royal Academy, I'm afraid it will still require your highness to cooperate and act with her, as you mentioned in your heart. That's natural. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. My grandfather has already made it very clear in the letter, and I will naturally arrange this matter properly. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Xue. At this moment, Fengyu changed his address for Qian Renxue from your highness to Sister Xue, and their relationship seemed to become more intimate due to this action. Little rascal, you really know how to cheer people up. How so, Sister Xue? Fengyu pretended to ask innocently. Calling me sister like this is truly delightful, Qian Renxue said as she gently pecked Fengyu's cheek. Fortunately, with both Duke Yulong and Duke Xixue guarding here, if this were seen by outsiders, it would probably spread the news in Tiando City the next day that your highness has a close relationship with Longyang. After jokingly saying this, Fengyu bowed to Qian Renxue and left, returning to the hotel where he was staying with Zhu Zhuqing. How was it? Did things go smoothly? Fengyu, didn't you say you were going to meet the crown prince of the Tiando Empire? Did you see him? When Fengyu returned to the hotel, he just happened to catch Zhu Zhuqing coming back from shopping and entering the hotel lobby. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Fengyu into her room and eagerly inquired about the progress of the matter. Things had gone quite smoothly. Fengyu said, I was lucky today and happened to meet the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. I showed him my current soul power of level 41. And while he was astonished, he naturally agreed to my request to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. With your talent, Fengyu, as long as you don't expose your identity, it will undoubtedly be very easy to join the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy still wants to cultivate some geniuses loyal to the Tiando Empire, especially those loyal to the Tiando Imperial family. The Tiando Empire currently has no title de law, and with your talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens in the future, you will eventually become a title de law. The members of the Tiando Royal family will naturally not refuse your request to join the Tiando Royal Academy when they see a talent like you. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing sighed. Fengyu, your martial soul is a sword-type martial soul, not unique to any particular family, so it is not easy to expose your identity. But my martial soul, the ghost cat, determines that even if I create a false identity, I cannot pass it off. Don't worry. I have mentioned your situation to the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. After hearing about your situation, he expressed great sympathy. Moreover, I have already promised to be loyal to Xue Qinghe, and he has agreed to help you persuade Emperor Shui to allow you to enter the Tiando Royal Academy for cultivation. Fengyu spoke half-truths regarding what Zhu Zhuqing said. As Qian Renxue's fiancé, he is naturally loyal to Qian Renxue. Yi Fengyu cleverly concealed Qian Renxue's true identity and did not expose it in front of Zhu Zhuqing. However, he successfully communicated the result agreed upon with Qian Daolu to Zhu Zhuqing. When Zhu Zhuqing heard Yi Fengyu say that he could also join the Tiando Royal Academy for cultivation, her face was filled with joy, and she hurriedly said, "Thank you, Fengyu, for helping me so much. What are you being polite for? We are all people loyal to the Martial Soul Hall, so we should naturally help each other." Chapter 21. Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing discussed and decided to rest for a while before heading to Tiando Royal Academy. In the past few days, Xue, disguised as Qian Renxue, had already gone to Tiando Royal Academy and informed the 3 committee members about Yi Fengyu's situation. A few days later, Yi Fengyu calculated the time, thinking that Qian Renxue had likely taken care of everything, and then said to Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, we have also rested for some time. How about we go to Tiando Royal Academy today and take a look? All right, I believe that with the identities we use for enrollment, we will definitely meet those 3 committee members at Tiando Royal Academy. I have heard about them before, and if we can gain their favor, it should make things smoother for us at Tiando Royal Academy. After all, Fengyu, you cannot reveal your identity right now. If we don't have someone backing us, we might run into trouble," Zhu Zhuqing said with some concern. The students at Tiando Royal Academy all have noble backgrounds, and most of the nobles in the Tiando Empire indulge in pleasure and do not focus on cultivation. With these people gathered together, if we show ourselves as having no background but only talent, we might get bullied unless we seek some protection. No worries with my talent. I will surely attract the attention of those 3 committee members at Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, I have already met the Crown Prince of Tiando. Since you want me to serve him, he will definitely protect us. Fengyu, although you have pledged allegiance to the Tiando Crown Prince, his power is probably still unstable. And there are other princes in the Tiando Empire. Plus, most of the power at Tiando Royal Academy is in the hands of Prince Xuexing. If you enter Tiando Royal Academy as the Crown Prince's guest or courtesy scholar, it might be even harder. It would be better to join as a genius with no background. Given your talent, Prince Xuexing will likely find a way to recruit you to his side to help him compete for the position of heir against the current Crown Prince, Xuexing. I think so too. So, as long as we don't cause any trouble, those people at Tiando Royal Academy should not provoke us. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit nervous at this point, but after some analysis, they believed that this trip to Tiando Royal Academy should not encounter any problems. After discussing, they felt somewhat reassured. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing packed their personal belongings into their storage soul guide and checked out at the hotel front desk, calling for a carriage at the same time. The hotel where they had stayed was in Tiando City, while Tiando Royal Academy was built outside the city, just like Shrek Academy outside Soto City. Therefore, it was reasonable for Yi Fengyu to hire a carriage. If he were alone, he might have chosen to travel to Tiando Royal Academy using his soul power, but since Zhu Zhuqing was accompanying him, and she was only a great soul master with low soul power, taking a carriage was indeed faster than walking. I wonder what the Tiando Emperor was thinking when he established Tiando Royal Academy outside Tiando City, Zhu Zhuqing said casually, feeling a bit bored while sitting in the carriage. As far as I know, the reason why Xingluo Royal Academy is located within Xingluo City is to make it more convenient for the royal princes and other noble descendants to enter and cultivate. Tiando Royal Academy, however, is different. It was built outside Tiando City to distance itself from the city's hustle and bustle, allowing students to focus more on their cultivation. If that's really the case, then there is some logic to Tiando Royal Academy being built outside the city. It's just that Zhu Zhuqing's words were left unfinished. After all, they were in a carriage, and there were still pedestrians and a coachman outside. However, Yi Fengyu easily guessed what Zhu Zhuqing had not said. After all, the low cultivation levels of those noble students at Tiando Royal Academy were well known. Thus, while the original intention of choosing the location for Tiando Royal Academy was good, it was ultimately pointless if those noble students did not take their cultivation seriously regardless of the location. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing soon arrived near Tiando Royal Academy. After paying, Yi Fengyu got off the carriage with Zhu Zhuqing. "Fengyu, are you sure this is the place?" Yi Fengyu nodded affirmatively. "Zhuqing, do you not trust me? I am very sure that Tiando Royal Academy is right here." But this is a mountain. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was filled with confusion. This entire mountain belongs to Tiando Royal Academy. Oh, and that forest behind and the lake at the foot of the left side also fall under the management of Tiando Royal Academy. We are about to enter the Academy's grounds. I must say, Tiando Royal Academy is indeed a great place, nestled between mountains and waters. Yi Fengyu murmured, it's just a pity that the students at Tiando Royal Academy mostly do not work hard in their cultivation, wasting such good resources. Zhu Zhuqing also murmured, I have visited Xingluo Royal Academy before, and now I think about it. The area of Xingluo Royal Academy is probably less than half that of Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Fengyu communicated with Zhu Zhuqing using his soul power. It's not about how high the mountain is, but the presence of immortals makes it spiritual. It's not about how deep the water is, but the presence of dragons gives it fame. The area of Wahundian Academy should be similar to that of Xingluo Royal Academy. Not even half of Tiando Royal Academy, but the students cultivated by Wahundian Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy are far stronger than those pampered noble students at Tiando Royal Academy. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned by Yi Fengyu's words, and it wasn't until Yi Fengyu spoke to her again that she came back to her senses. Let's go. We should head up the mountain. It's just in time for lunch. As Yi Fengyu said this, he led Zhu Zhuqing up the mountain together. At this moment, Yi Fengyu was in a good mood, admiring the beautiful scenery of the mountain where Tiando Royal Academy was located, and couldn't help but exclaim, Tiando Royal Academy is indeed wealthy. Although the students' cultivation achievements are not impressive, the environment and resources are absolutely top-notch. However, before Yi Fengyu could think further or walk far, trouble came knocking. Chapter 22. How? Is someone provoking the villain? Stop, who are you? 10 soul masters, around 18 or 19 years old, blocked the way of the group, although they hadn't summoned their martial spirits. Their light yellow uniforms clearly indicated that these students belonged to the Tiando Royal Academy. We are here at the invitation of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to communicate with you all at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Fengyu said calmly, giving off a refreshing feeling. Yi Fengyu thought that speaking politely would help build a good rapport. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. However, the other party not only did not show him any respect, but also looked down at Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing with disdain, saying with the way you two look, you came to our academy to exchange ideas? You must be beggars from somewhere. Get lost quickly, or we will use force. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing were dressed somewhat simply at the moment, but their backgrounds were not low, so it was impossible for them to look like beggars. Therefore, Yi Fengyu concluded that this person was judging by appearances and underestimated them because of their simple attire. This is truly a case of a dog looking down on people. Yi Fengyu couldn't help but think. After a moment, Yi Fengyu realized, wait a minute, isn't this the plot that the main characters from the original Douluo Continent experienced? How did it happen to me? After all, I'm the villain here. How come even the villain is being mocked now? At this moment, Yi Fengyu felt somewhat confused and silently complained. Could it be that this snowstorm mocks every new student who looks a bit simple or has no servants following them? Sure enough, as mentioned in the original Douluo Continent, very few who can enter the Tiando Royal Academy have real skills. Most come in through connections and noble titles. They're all arrogant young masters who bully the weak. Yi Fengyu thought to himself, no wonder the Tiando Royal Academy only has the name of being the first academy of the Tiando Empire without the strength to back it up. The students are all spoiled rich kids who only know how to bully the weak all day long. How can they have time to cultivate? Without cultivation, how can they get stronger? Yi Fengyu thought a lot in silence and did not speak. Zhu Zhuqing was also usually taciturn, and upon hearing the snowstorm's remarks, she didn't retort. Seeing that the two seemed unconcerned, the snowstorm became somewhat angry and said, this prince is talking to you, and you dare not respond? Saying this, he immediately summoned his martial spirit and rushed towards Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing, raising his fist to directly smash into Yi Fengyu's face. Yi Fengyu quickly dodged the snowstorm's attack. Then he stood in front of Zhu Zhuqing and said to the snowstorm, your words are full of insults towards us. We won't hold it against you and remain silent. But now, you even dare to strike first? Aren't you looking down on us too much? I'm in a good mood today and don't want to fight with you. Just apologize and bow, and this matter will be over. Do you even know your own identity? You want this prince to apologize to you? The snowstorm was very arrogant at this moment. This prince hits you, and you still dare to dodge? It is an honor for you that this prince personally hits you. Hearing the snowstorm's words, Fengyu was very angry. At this moment, he understood why Dai Mubai in the original story couldn't help but attack the snowstorm. For someone so arrogant and full of themselves, getting beaten up was already the lightest consequence. Fengyu was not someone with a particularly good temper, and moreover, in terms of identity, he was not weaker than the snowstorm and might even be stronger. Although Fengyu didn't want to fight today, upon hearing the snowstorm's arrogant words, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in his heart. Fengyu did not summon his martial spirit, but directly swung a punch, hitting the snowstorm in the face. Then came his second punch, third punch, fourth punch, after beating the snowstorm's face into a swollen mess. Fengyu lifted his leg and kicked the snowstorm several meters away. Suddenly, the situation changed, and the noble children of the Tiando Royal Academy were immediately thrown into a panic. They never expected that Fengyu would dare to make a move at the entrance of their own academy. Except for a few who were somewhat sensible and hurriedly summoned their martial spirits, most quickly retreated, fearing they would be affected. Fengyu looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. What? Weren't you all planning to attack us together, just now? Why are you retreating so quickly now? Are you afraid? The reactions of these spoiled rich kids were exactly the same as in the original story. However, Fengyu was not Dai Mubai. Seeing them retreat, he did not pursue them to knock them down one by one. After all, one should capture the ringleader first when dealing with thieves. These people were just a bunch of small-time thugs. The snowstorm was merely their leader, the real ignorant and arrogant scion who bullied others. As the group of spoiled rich kids retreated, after a while, someone remembered to come forward and check on the snowstorm's condition. A lavishly dressed, young nobleman boldly approached, only to see the snowstorm unconscious on the ground not far away. Seeing the snowstorm passed out, this group of spoiled rich kids was immediately flustered. Someone hurriedly came forward, placed their fingers under the snowstorm's nose, and confirmed that he was still breathing before letting out a sigh of relief. You dare to cause trouble in our Tiando Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Empire. Just wait. Upon hearing this student speak, Fengyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, in the original story, this line was spoken by the snowstorm himself. It didn't mean much coming from the prince. However, the student in front of him was probably just an ordinary noble. What right did he have to speak like this? Fengyu couldn't help but feel there truly are fools everywhere, and there are particularly many here. I didn't expect that even someone would want to steal lines from the snowstorm. However, now that the snowstorm has already passed out, I suppose someone will notify the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy soon. I wonder how they will handle this matter. Thinking about it, I feel a bit sorry for those 3. Teaching such a group of students must be quite taxing. Chapter 23. The Grudge of the Avalanche. Fengyu listened to the words of those people, but did not say anything more. After all, he was not someone who talked much and did not like to engage in a momentary war of words with others. At that moment, a strong voice suddenly rang out. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? From between the shaded paths on the hillside, a figure came quickly, dressed in silver attire, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. The man had a face like a silver plate, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his hands were clasped behind his back, giving him the appearance of a skilled master. Great! Teacher's son has arrived. A student from the Tiando Royal Academy saw Sun Buyu and rushed over as if he had seen a lifeline, almost rolling as he approached. Teacher's son, they actually dared to come here to cause trouble and even beat us. You must stand up for us. Teacher's son, please go check on His Highness Avalanche. He was knocked out by those 2. Indeed, Teacher's son, look at His Highness Avalanche. He seems to be seriously injured. His Highness Avalanche has been unconscious for quite a while now and hasn't woken up. Seeing the students in front of him looking like lost dogs, Sun Buyu couldn't help but furrow his brows. Look at yourselves. What do you look like? Sun Buyu was known for being strict with his students. If it weren't for Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing being present, he would have immediately reprimanded these young rascals. However, with Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing nearby, he felt it wasn't appropriate to say too much. The perspective of teachers and students is always different. Moreover, as an adult, Sun Buyu was naturally not as impulsive as the young students. He turned to look at Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Fengyu noticed Sun Buyu's gaze and looked up. The moment their eyes met, Sun Buyu inexplicably felt a hint of panic. He quickly stepped forward a few paces and slightly bowed, saying, "May I ask what brings you to our Tiando Academy?" He did not mention the fact that his students had been beaten, and his presence exuded a certain calmness. Seeing the other party's attitude was so good, Yi Fengyu naturally didn't want to be rude and quickly replied, "We were invited by His Highness the Crown Prince to have an exchange with the students of your academy, and there may also be a possibility of joining your academy for cultivation. You too are the talented individuals mentioned by His Highness the Crown Prince?" Yi Fengyu nodded in response, "Exactly." Sun Buyu's expression immediately became serious and respectful. He hurriedly gestured for them to enter, saying, "Please come in. I have long admired your names. To receive the Crown Prince's appreciation and such high praise, you must be exceptional young talents." After saying this, he turned back to glance at the still panicked young rascals and the unconscious avalanche on the ground, then sighed helplessly and said no more. Only then did Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing follow teacher Sun Buyu up the mountain toward the academy. As they gradually moved away, the expressions of the young rascals from Tiando Royal Academy gradually calmed down. At this moment, the few of them, having regained their composure, gathered around Avalanche. After a while, Avalanche, who had been knocked out by Yi Fengyu, finally awakened. Upon opening his eyes and seeing that Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing were gone, he immediately spoke in a tone full of resentment. "You wait. This is the Tiando Empire, my territory." The few young rascals surrounding Avalanche saw that he was awake and quickly inquired anxiously, "Your Highness, are you all right?" "I was knocked down and lost consciousness. Do you think I'm fine?" Avalanche glared at the people around him and angrily continued, "Just now, when I was beaten by that kid, why didn't any of you come forward to help? Did you all want to see me get beaten?" "No, Your Highness. You don't know. That kid was introduced by His Highness the Crown Prince. It is said that he is some kind of genius. Besides, he looks very powerful. Even if we had gone up, we would just be human punching bags. We couldn't beat him." "Genius? What a genius. Isn't he just here to mooch off our Tiando Royal Academy?" And saying that His Highness the Crown Prince introduced him, "I think my brother has lost his mind. How can someone like him be worthy of staying at our Tiando Royal Academy? Let them wait. I want to see if they can have a good time in our Tiando Royal Academy in the future." "Your Highness, isn't it inappropriate to do this?" These two are introduced by His Highness the Crown Prince, and they are somewhat connected to him. "If you openly..." Before the words of a young rascal beside Avalanche could finish, he was interrupted by Avalanche. "What is wrong with that? This is the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy. I am the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. The entire Tiando Empire belongs to our family, and this Tiando Royal Academy is also established by our royal family. As the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, what is wrong with targeting one or two people?" Upon hearing Avalanche speak like this, the surrounding young rascals dared not say more and silently followed Avalanche. Meanwhile, Sun Buyu had already led Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing deep into the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy was located. Upon entering the mountain, Yi Fengyu was struck by the grand scale and luxurious decoration of the Tiando Royal Academy, just as described in the original work. The stone steps leading up the mountain were carved from white marble, with different soul beast patterns on each step, exquisitely crafted. The air in the mountain was very fresh, and a faint, pleasant fragrance quickly made Yi Fengyu forget the unpleasantness from earlier. The main campus of the academy was located halfway up the mountain, with simulated training areas scattered throughout the mountain, and they also had lakes nearby. Sun Buyu carefully introduced the layout and environment of the Tiando Royal Academy to Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing quietly listened to Sun Buyu's introduction, tacitly not saying anything. All three were soul masters, so they were much faster than ordinary people, and in no time, they had reached halfway up the mountain. As described in the original work, the main campus area of the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely built from single-story buildings, resembling a fortress. The outer walls were 5 meters high and entirely bright yellow, looking extremely striking. Even the top of the walls was covered with glazed tiles, shining brilliantly under the sunset. As the sky gradually darkened, lights began to illuminate the Tiando Royal Academy, and the gathering lights created a particularly beautiful scene. When Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing entered the main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy, they did not see many students. According to Sun Buyu, most students were either practicing in various simulated training areas, staying in their dormitories, or strolling around Tiando City. In short, the main campus area was usually not very crowded. Sun Buyu brought Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing to a lounge, briefly explained a few things, and then left. At this moment, only Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing remained in the lounge. Zhuqing, what do you think of this place? Yi Fengyu was the first to break the silence. The environment is quite good, even better than I imagined, Zhu Zhuqing replied through sound transmission. However, we had a conflict with that fourth Prince Avalanche. Can we really stay here? If we remain in the Tiando Royal Academy, he tried to make things difficult for us and seek revenge? Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Zhuqing, do you like it here? If you like it, why don't we stay here to cultivate? Of course I like it. After all, the environment here is beautiful. There are few students, and the resources are quite good. Moreover, the most important thing is that you are by my side. Chapter 24, Tiando Royal Academy at night. Someone took Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing to a guest room for rest. After a brief rest, they welcomed the rise of the sun the next day. There was nothing to talk about overnight. Early the next morning, as Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing just got out of bed, they saw Sun Buyu bringing a steaming breakfast prepared by the chef. Unexpectedly, teacher Sun Buyu was so thoughtful. He seemed to have explained the layout of the academy in great detail yesterday. He is indeed a person who pays attention to details. It is just a pity that he is teaching a group of spoiled rich kids at Tiando Royal Academy. After a short period of interaction, Yi Fengyu had a fairly good impression of Sun Buyu. After Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing finished their breakfast, Sun Buyu happened to arrive in the lounge where they were. I didn't expect you two to be so young yet so hard-working. You're already up this early, Sun Buyu said with a smile as he approached them. Yi Fengyu chuckled and replied, you arrived quite early as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yi Fengyu, Sun Buyu began to introduce the situation at Tiando Royal Academy. The students at Tiando Royal Academy are divided into 3 levels. Newly enrolled students and those with strength below level 25 are in the first level, called Tiwei level. Those between level 25 and level 30 are in the second level, called Tiji level. And those above level 30 enter the highest level, Tiando level. Sun Buyu said, those you two encountered at the foot of the mountain yesterday are all Tiwei level students. The classification of teachers is the same as that of students, but the requirements are higher. A soul power of level 40 is the admission threshold for teachers at Tiando Royal Academy, as well as for most advanced Soul Master Academies. At Tiando Academy, teachers with a soul power between level 40 and level 50 are Tiwei level teachers. Those between level 50 and level 60 are Tiji level teachers, and those above level 60 are Tiando level teachers. Sun Buyu paused and added, I am currently a level 53 Tiji level teacher. Unexpectedly, Teacher Sun, you are a Soul King, Zhu Zhuqing said in surprise. I have only just achieved the title of Soul King, which is not much on the entire continent, or even at Tiando Royal Academy. Sun Buyu said humbly, but it was also the truth. Tiando Royal Academy is affiliated with the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. The nominal president is the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, so there is no president position in the academy. A committee composed of the 3 oldest and strongest Tiando level teachers decides all matters of the academy. For some important issues, they still need to consult the Tiando imperial family. Sun Buyu continued to introduce the situation at Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando imperial family attaches great importance to the academy. Although the Tiando emperor is too busy to take care of it, they usually appoint a noble member of the royal family to manage the academy's affairs. For important decisions, the committee also needs to report upwards. What Sun Buyu said was not much different from what Qin Ming told the Shrek group in the original work. Yi Fengyu naturally remembered this part of the plot, but since these words were not crucial to the storyline, he did not have a deep impression. At this moment, hearing Sun Buyu speak about these matters, Yi Fengyu recalled that Prince Xuexing also had the authority to manage Tiando Royal Academy, and that Douluo owed Prince Xuexing a favor. Thinking of this, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but be a bit lost in thought. Prince Xuexing was not a problem, but Douluo was a troublesome matter. Although Douluo was known as the gatekeeper of the title de law and was the weakest title de law, Even the weakest title Douluo was not something Yi Fengyu could contend with now. Now, Zhu Zhuqing and I have injured Shuebong. Prince Xuexing will undoubtedly want to take revenge for Shuebong. It seems that the events at Tiando Royal Academy from the original work will likely fall upon me. Yi Fengyu thought, feeling anxious in his heart. If I had known this, I should have requested a title Douluo as my bodyguard from Qian Daolu to secretly protect me. To prevent any accidents, Yi Fengyu remained immersed in his thoughts, and seeing him silent for a long time, Sun Bu asked, "Do you two have any questions? If not, I can take you to meet the 3 committee members." "All right, Teacher Sun, please lead the way." When Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy Committee, the 3 elderly men in black robes were already waiting there. This robe is an exclusive outfit for those who have reached the Soul Douluo level. And it is also the attire worn by these 3 committee members when they met the main characters in the original work. Seeing the 3 dressed this way, Yi Fengyu understood that they regarded him and Zhu Zhuqing with great importance. And couldn't he help but sigh in his heart? If I hadn't crossed over and bound the system and knew the plot, I might have thought I was the protagonist. How come so much of Tang San's storyline as a villain has shifted to me? Chapter 25. The Education Committee. Generally speaking, such ceremonial robes worn by Soul Douluo and title Douluo are rarely donned. The reason is simple. They represent not only status but also solemnity. These custom robes, exclusive to Soul Douluo, only appear during duels with opponents of equal rank or in extremely important occasions. At this moment, the 3 elders wearing the robes naturally weren't going to duel, which can only prove one thing. They hold Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing in high regard. Furthermore, the 3 elders had personally come to greet them at the entrance of the Education Committee. Yi Fengyu has always been indifferent towards others, and the reasons are twofold. One is his personality, and the other is his status as a disciple of Qian Daolu. Although he is not yet the saint's son of the Spirit Hall, he is expected to be conferred that title sooner or later. With such a high status, it is natural for him to carry some air of superiority. However, when Yi Fengyu saw these 3 powerful soul personally come out to greet him, he couldn't help but feel somewhat moved. Moreover, Yi Fengyu's current identity is merely that of a commoner prodigy, not a disciple of Qian Daolu. Given his current status, without any background and relying solely on talent, to receive such attention from these 3 Soul Douluo shows that they are indeed people who appreciate talent, which touched Yi Fengyu deeply. Even though he is cold and self-important, seeing such a scene made him want to step forward and express his gratitude. So, he immediately stepped forward, bowed to the 3, and said, "Junior Yi Fengyu, now 12 years old, of commoner origin, a 41-level assault system soul master. I have met the seniors." Yi Fengyu crossed his hands over his shoulders and slightly bent at the waist. In the world of soul masters, this gesture is a sign of respect from juniors to seniors. Although Yi Fengyu is a genius, facing these 3 elders who are at least over 80 years old, his respectful demeanor is not excessive. After Yi Fengyu paid his respects, the elder in the center of the 3 laughed heartily, strode forward, and pulled down Yi Fengyu's hands from his shoulders. "Young friend Yi, there's no need for such formality. A few days ago, I heard His Highness the Prince mention your name. At that time, I didn't believe it, but now that I see you, you truly are a young genius. It is indeed an honor for our Tiando Royal Academy to host 2 young geniuses for an exchange. Our academy is honored by your presence. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Meng Xinji, a soul with a martial soul black demon, an 86th level 8-ring control system soul master." After introducing himself, Meng Xinji kindly introduced the other 2 committee members by Baoshan and Jilin to Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. After introducing the other 2 committee members, Meng Xinji said, "You 2 mustn't be polite. Here, it is like being at home. Please come inside." As the 3 entered the room, Yi Fengyu looked at the scene before him and found that the Education Committee truly resembled the description in the original work, being not luxurious, with only necessary furnishings and some simple green plants for decoration. At this moment, Sun Bu had quietly withdrawn. As a teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy, he still had many theoretical classes to teach during the day. Moreover, with his status, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to stay in the Education Committee at this moment. Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing took their seats with the three committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. Unlike the excitement of the Shrek Academy members upon seeing the three committee members in the original work, Yi Fengyu was very calm at this moment, and his demeanor could be described as dignified. In the original work, apart from Ning Rongrong, the others in Shrek, such as Tang San, were unaware of their father's background, or like Ma Hongjun, being of common origin, had never seen high-level soul masters. Thus, they were naturally excited to see these three soul, dual-level committee members. However, Yi Fengyu was different from the Shrek group. As a disciple of Qian Daolu, he regularly interacted with various titled law of the Spirit Hall and had encountered countless soul dual-level powerhouses, so he naturally would not show excitement. Instead, he felt that these three soul duo were somewhat underappreciated at the Tiando Royal Academy and felt a bit sorry for them. Meng Shinji had the servants bring tea and snacks, looked at Yi Fengyu with a hint of curiosity, and said, "I heard from His Highness the Prince that you are an extraordinary genius from a common background, with both parents being great soul masters. Because you have not yet become a soul elder, you have not received the title granted by the Empire. I didn't expect that in your generation. Your cultivation talent is surprisingly good, with innate full soul power. Truly astonishing. You are indeed a genius that even His Highness the Prince praises." Yi Fengyu smiled and replied, "What His Highness the Prince said is a bit of an exaggeration. I dare not accept such praise. I consider myself to have some talent, but not to the extent of being an extraordinary genius." Hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Meng Shinji was taken aback, then said sternly, "Young friend, you are being overly modest. If innate full soul power cannot be considered an extraordinary genius, then who can truly be called one? His Highness the Prince has already made it clear to us. If you're willing to join the Tiando Royal Academy, you will not need to attend classes with the other students in the future. After all, with your current soul power level, you're already capable of being a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Being a student would be too much of a waste of your talents. And besides, among the teachers at the Tiando Royal Academy, even including the three of us, there is probably no one who can be your teacher." Meng Shinji paused and added, "Unless you are willing otherwise, I promise on behalf of the Academy that we will not assign any tasks to you. Here, you are free. If you need anything, just let me know, and as long as it's within my authority, it can be arranged." Yi Fengyu, being someone who has traversed and been reborn, could clearly see the sincerity in the eyes of these three committee members. Combined with their attitude towards Shrek Academy in the original work, it was not difficult to see how eager they were for talent. These three committee members didn't even attempt to test him and chose to fully trust him and Zhu Zhuqing. Just as Meng Shinji finished speaking, the committee member Jilin suddenly asked, "I heard from His Highness the Prince that young friend Yi, as an assault system soul master, not only cultivates quickly, but also possesses an outstanding martial soul, capable of fighting above his level and defeating opponents several levels higher than himself. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Yi Fengyu took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "That is indeed the case." Jilin smiled slightly, and the air around his body suddenly distorted slightly. Zhu Zhuqing's expression showed no change, appearing unaffected, but Yi Fengyu clearly felt that the air around his body seemed to solidify, and a massive wave of soul power surged towards him, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Yi Fengyu could clearly sense that the other party was merely testing him and had no intention of hostility. Yi Fengyu couldn't help but think to himself, "I didn't expect that although I have traversed and bound the villain system, I'm not directly suppressing the protagonist, but rather have taken away quite a bit of the plot and resources. The trials that these three committee members imposed on the protagonist Tang San in the original work are now appearing on me. Unlike Tang San's situation in the original work, Yi Fengyu at this moment was being suppressed by Jilin's soul power and only felt somewhat uncomfortable, unlike Tang San, who was unable to move at all. After all, the Xianyuan sword is an existence that surpasses divine-level martial souls, and naturally, it can alleviate a lot of pressure for Yi Fengyu. As the owner of the Qianyuan sword, Yi Fengyu's physical quality far exceeds that of ordinary soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Yi Fengyu did not wish to reveal his martial soul too early. He needed to prove his talent. Therefore, feeling the soul power suppression imposed by Jilin, he chose not to summon the Qianyuan sword. Jilin looked at Yi Fengyu with great confusion. In his view, the soul power he exerted was just the limit that a sec-level soul master could bear. He was unaware of the strength of Yi Fengyu and the Qianyuan sword martial soul, as the Qianyuan sword is unique on the Douluo Continent. The Qianyuan sword, being the weapon used by the emperor of Chinese mythology to behead Qiyu, is naturally incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could Yi Fengyu possess a 30th level innate soul power that surpasses the 20th level full soul power of the six-winged angel, a god-level martial soul? Chapter 26. The arrival of Prince Xuexing Yi Fengyu is indeed Xuexing, and he has been specifically reminded by Qian Renxue to be under the special care of the 3 committee members. Therefore, the 3 committee members dared not let him have any mishaps. As a result, Jilin was particularly careful when exerting his soul power. However, the soul power pressure coming from Jilin gradually increased, while Yi Fengyu stood there calmly, as if nothing was wrong. As a time-traveling individual well-versed in the original Douluo Continent, Yi Fengyu naturally understood that Jilin was merely testing his willpower at this moment. As the owner of the Qianyuan sword, a divine weapon spirit of China, he could not retreat. Moreover, he was in front of Zhu Zhuqing, so despite Jilin's increasing soul power pressure, Yi Fengyu showed no signs of pain on his face. It had already been 6 years since Yi Fengyu first arrived in the Douluo Continent. During these 6 years, under the training of Qian Daolu, his willpower had surpassed that of ordinary people. As a limit Douluo, Qian Daolu had high standards and strict requirements for his disciples. Therefore, the hardships Yi Fengyu endured were greater than those of an average soul sage. At this moment, Yi Fengyu had already clenched his fists. Even though he was enduring pressure slightly higher than his own soul power level, he persisted. Fortunately, Yi Fengyu's soul power concentration was much stronger than that of an average person. Although his cultivation speed was not particularly fast, he placed great emphasis on fundamental skills and solid foundations, making his physical condition unexpectedly strong. Thus, the soul power pressure from Jilin was not an exceptionally difficult test for him. Jilin was very surprised by Yi Fengyu's performance. After all, in his view, he had released a soul power pressure higher than this boy's soul power level. Yet the boy had not even released his martial soul, which was clearly against common sense. Yi Fengyu's performance had far exceeded Jilin's expectations, prompting him to quickly withdraw his soul power pressure. He hurriedly approached Yi Fengyu and began to examine him from head to toe. Jilin was originally competitive and wanted to see how much soul power pressure Yi Fengyu could withstand. However, he soon remembered that this was a person specifically noted by His Highness the Crown Prince, and he abandoned that thought, fearing that any issues with Yi Fengyu's body would lead to accountability from the Crown Prince. The other 2 committee members had watched Jilin exert such immense soul power pressure on Yi Fengyu, their eyes filled with worry. Now that they saw Jilin retract the pressure, their concerns gradually dissipated, replaced by immense shock. As fellow soul Douluos, they could naturally sense the strength of each other's released soul power pressure. A soul zone at level 41, facing a soul power pressure several levels above his own, yet not even having his martial soul forced out, indicated that Yi Fengyu's physical quality was indeed extraordinary. After a short period of shock, the 3 committee members gradually calmed down, although Zhu Zhuqing, clearly having a weaker psychological quality, remained quite excited. Meng Xinji let out a breath, not expecting to encounter such a genius in the soul master world. He was truly grateful to meet a young friend here today. Young friend, if you could join our Tiando Royal Academy, it would be an honor for the entire Tiando Royal Academy. No, it should be said for the entire Tiando Empire. With your talent, you will surely stand at the pinnacle of the soul master world one day. At that time, Tiando Royal Academy, as your alma mater, will also take pride in you. Meng Xinji said solemnly, young friend, I guarantee with my reputation and character that as long as you are willing to join our Tiando Royal Academy, both I personally and the entire Tiando Royal Academy will do our utmost to provide you with the best training resources. Yi Fengyu looked at the 3 committee members, silently adjusting his clothing. Just as he was about to bow to them, he was suddenly drawn to a sound of footsteps. A voice, loud and confident with a hint of arrogance, came from outside. Is Chief Meng Xinji here? Soon after, An elderly man dressed in luxurious clothing embroidered with intricate floral patterns appeared before Fengyu and the others. The old man was somewhat plump, but his gray hair and chubby figure did not hinder his agility. Instead, he moved quite nimbly. He walked into the committee meeting room, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at the three committee members and at Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. As a time traveler, Fengyu recognized the identity of this person, Prince Xuexing, the younger brother of the Snow Knight Emperor and the uncle of Xuebo. Seeing the arrival of Prince Xuexing, Fengyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why is he here? This is truly haunting. This fat man didn't do anything good in the original story. It's him who often bid on those girls who partially beatified due to martial soul awakening at the Tiando auction house. Despite his seemingly kind appearance, he's done many despicable things. Moreover, he's quite difficult to deal with. Now that he's here, the situation with Xuebong might not be easy to resolve. Chapter 27. The frenzy of the avalanche. At this moment, Fengyu was quite troubled. After all, according to the plot of the original Douluo Continent, once Prince Xuexing arrived, Douluo should have made his entrance as well. Sure enough, when Fengyu glanced sideways with his peripheral vision, he saw a tall, thin old man resembling a spear, with dark green pupils that sparkled with a dangerous light like emeralds. This uniquely shaped old man had an expressionless face, or rather, his facial expression was completely stiff, with sunken cheeks, messy green hair, and wearing only a plain gray robe, which formed a stark contrast with the luxurious clothing of Prince Xuexing beside him. Douluo's simple attire and somewhat careless appearance would make it difficult for others to guess that this was the poisoned Douluo, renowned throughout the Douluo Continent and feared by countless people, unless someone knowledgeable introduced him. At this moment, Douluo had his hands tucked inside his robe sleeves as he walked into the Education Committee hall, his eyes closed, not even glancing at the crowd present, exuding an air of indifference. Presumably, if he didn't think he owed Prince Xuexing a favor, he would never have participated in today's event. Your Highness, what brings you here? Meng Xinji stepped forward and slightly bowed, greeting Prince Xuexing, then looked at Douluo standing nearby with a hint of confusion. After all, Douluo was merely a nominal royal patron of the Tiando Royal Academy and rarely made public appearances. Therefore, it was normal for Meng Xinji not to recognize him. As an old fox well-versed in human affairs, Prince Xuexing understood the confusion in Meng Xinji's gaze, but chose to ignore it, instead directing his attention to Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. Beside Prince Xuexing stood a young man with a swollen face, Avalanche, who had recently been beaten by Fengyu. Seeing that Fengyu hadn't noticed him, Avalanche hurriedly leaned toward Prince Xuexing's ear and whispered something. After listening to Avalanche's words, the anger in Prince Xuexing's gaze toward Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing intensified. He then turned to Meng Xinji and said, "What's the matter? Do the three of you from the Education Committee have guests? Why not introduce them to me?" Prince Xuexing's arrogant and disrespectful attitude annoyed Meng Xinji. But since the other party was in charge of the Tiando Royal Academy and was technically his superior, he couldn't say much. Meng Xinji rubbed his forehead and said, "Your Highness, allow me to introduce this young friend. His surname is Yi, given name Fengyu, a genius from a common family, with both parents being soul masters. Young Master Yi was recommended by His Highness the Prince and has come to exchange ideas with the current students of our Tiando Royal Academy, and he is also considering joining our academy. Young Master Yi, this is His Highness Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire, and the Royal Academy is currently under his jurisdiction." While reading about Prince Xuexing on the Blue Star, Fengyu had a rather unfavorable impression of him. Now that they met, he simply coldly said, "I have met your Highness," and then slightly bowed. However, to his surprise, Prince Xuexing didn't even look at Fengyu, only coldly replied, "A commoner genius? Meng Xinji, I see you are truly getting old and muddled. How can someone of such unclear status enter our Tiando Royal Academy? You say he was recommended by His Highness the Prince. If that is true, then His Highness is also confused. As the head of the Academy, how can you allow these low-born and uncouth individuals to enter our Tiando Royal Academy?" Hearing Prince Xuexing's words, Fengyu's expression remained unchanged, still very calm. After all, as a transmigrator who had read the original work, he already knew about Prince Xuexing's temperament and could anticipate his behavior. So he wouldn't be angered by these few insulting words. In contrast to Yi Fengyu's calmness, Meng Xinji's face changed. "Your Highness, you cannot say that." Although this young master Yi comes from a common background, his parents are also soul masters, just not meeting the standards for noble titles. However, young Master Yi himself is exceptionally gifted, only 12 years old and already a soul zone. He came here precisely because he wants to join our Tiando Royal Academy. And with the recommendation and guarantee of His Highness the Prince, it is evident that young Master Yi is a true genius. Oh, upon hearing that Yi Fengyu was only 12 years old and had achieved Soul Zone, Prince Xuexing's expression softened somewhat. He looked at Meng Xinji and said, "Meng Xinji, the Academy has regulations. If a new student is to enroll as a transfer student, they need to pass certain assessments. I wonder if this Yi Fengyu has passed any assessments?" Jilin beside Meng Xinji couldn't help but interject. Young Master Yi has reached the Soul Zone level at merely 12 years old. This talent is nearly unparalleled. Such an extraordinary genius, naturally, does not need to undergo assessments. "Your Highness, did you come here today just for this matter?" Prince Xuexing snorted coldly. The Tiando Royal Academy is the pillar of the empire, the place where it nurtures talents for the empire. Students entering the Tiando Royal Academy should naturally be wholly loyal to the empire and serve it. These students represent the future of the empire, and I absolutely do not wish to see morally corrupt individuals mingling among them. However, this kid recommended by the prince is arrogant and overbearing. I heard from Avalanche that he just arrived at our Tiando Royal Academy yesterday and beat him up. Avalanche is the fourth prince of the empire, representing royal dignity. How could he be easily insulted? Prince Xuexing paused and added, "This person hasn't even officially joined the Tiando Royal Academy yet and dares to strike the prince of our Tiando Empire. If he achieves anything in the future, how could he be loyal to our Tiando Empire?" Only then did Meng Xinji and the others understand why Prince Xuexing was here. They looked at the calm Yi Fengyu and then at Avalanche, who was glaring angrily at Yi Fengyu, and they couldn't help but sigh silently, feeling Avalanche's gaze. Yi Fengyu understood that Avalanche was not here with good intentions, so he calmly asked, "Then, in your Highness's opinion, how should this matter be resolved?" Yi Fengyu originally thought Prince Xuexing would require him to endure 5 minutes under Dugabo's hand like the group from Shrek Academy in the original story. Unexpectedly, after pretending to ponder for a moment, Prince Xuexing ultimately only requested Yi Fengyu not to spread the matter and to apologize to Avalanche. Usually, Yi Fengyu would never consider apologizing to someone like Avalanche. However, under the current circumstances with the roof over his head, he had to lower his head. Yi Fengyu still needed to transition at the Tiando Royal Academy for a while. After all, there were many students in the Tiando Royal Academy who could be considered geniuses, and he needed an opportunity to get to know them. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with small details. In order to win over more geniuses for greater benefits, Yi Fengyu chose to bow his head, deeply bowing to Avalanche and saying, "I'm sorry." Seeing Yi Fengyu bowing and apologizing to him, Avalanche laughed wildly. But little did he know that this might be the last time he laughed so arrogantly in front of Yi Fengyu. Thank you all for your support. These chapters serve as a prelude to the upcoming plot, so I hope everyone can watch patiently. Dear readers, please cast your recommendation votes, add the book to your shelves, and keep the comments section lively. Thank you all for your love. Chapter 28. A comprehensive guide to poison techniques and herbs after sending off Prince Xuexing and Xuebing. Yi Fengyu exchanged a few pleasantries with the 3 committee members before bidding farewell and leaving the committee. The 3 committee members had already arranged rooms for Yi Fengyu and Zhu Zhuqing. After saying their goodbyes, they returned to their respective rooms. Once back in his room, Yi Fengyu began to meditate, intending to enter a state of contemplation to start his training, but suddenly he heard the system's voice in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have made another step forward on the path of becoming a major villain by successfully seizing the opportunity of the protagonist Tang San, passing the test of Jilin, gaining the appreciation of the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, and successfully meeting Dugu first. This system will grant you a reward, a volume of poison techniques." System, you talk so much, but the reward is just this one volume of techniques? Isn't that a bit stingy? Yi Fengyu complained his heart, but the system seemed to ignore his grievances and continued. Poison techniques, as the name suggests, is a technique related to poison. It details how to control toxins within the body, how to cultivate internal toxins, how to synthesize or concoct various poisons, how to detoxify, and how to treat diseases caused by poisoning, etc. Isn't this just some low-level means? Moreover, Douluo Continent is a fantasy world after all. Are you planning to make me a chemist in a fantasy world? Yi Fengyu expressed his dissatisfaction with the system's words. System, why not give me a better technique? Even a set of dragons subduing 18 palms would be much more useful than this poison techniques. Host, this volume of poison techniques has been meticulously improved by this system, making it more suitable for the soul master physique of Douluo Continent. The key point is that poison attribute soul masters are very rare on Douluo Continent. Even Dugabo, who is known as the poison Douluo, is not very proficient in using poison. After pondering for a moment, Yi Fengyu said, "My martial souls, whether it is the Xianyuan sword or the Dongwang bell, are divine artifacts from Chinese mythology, so I won't need this poison techniques. If I forcefully use it, it will be like painting a snake with feet." Yi Fengyu thought for a while. However, since Dugabo is known as the poison Douluo, but is not very proficient in using poison, I could find a suitable opportunity to gift this book to him. Although Dugabo is both righteous and wicked, he is a person who understands gratitude. This poison techniques might just resolve the toxins in their Dugu family's ancestral martial soul. The green-scaled snake. At that time, the opportunity of the ice and fire yin-yang, I will naturally be mine. Yi Fengyu reminisced about the descriptions of various fairy herbs in Douluo Continent, feeling quite pleased. The role of fairy herbs in the plot of Douluo Continent is much greater than it appears on the surface. The talents of the Shrek Academy group are actually not top-notch, excluding Tang, San, and Oscar, who have innate full soul power. The talents of the others might be considered outstanding among ordinary large sects, but in the Spirit Hall, they are not surprising. Zhu Zhuqing's talent is not top-notch. With only level 7 innate soul power, no need to say more, Dai Mubai has 8. 5 level innate soul power, but has been lazy in training, indulging in pleasures, only thinking about pursuing beauties, so he naturally won't focus on cultivation. Ma Hongjun has a high innate soul power of level 9, but his martial soul has flaws. If it weren't for Tang San finding fairy herbs to compensate for the innate flaws of his martial soul in time, he might have been tortured to death due to his martial soul's defects before even reaching the title Douluo level. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile is powerful. But if it weren't for consuming fairy herbs to evolve into the 9-treasure glaze tile, she would have been stuck at the soul saint level for life. Thinking this way, Yi Fengyu became even more determined to seize the treasure of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After all, with such a significant advantage, even a pig could take off, let alone the talents of the Spirit Hall are not any worse than that group from Shrek. System. Does the poison techniques you gave me contain sections about fairy herbs and various medicinal materials? There must be plenty of fairy herbs growing near the ice and fire yin-yang, many of which might not be mentioned in the original work, right? Also, there should be other higher-aged medicinal materials that haven't yet transformed into fairy herbs. They could also play a role in the future. How about you take this opportunity to introduce them to me? Yi Fengyu has always been meticulous and strives for perfection. Now that he has some free time, he naturally wants to learn more about the various fairy herbs around the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After all, besides those picked by Tang San in the original work, the other medicinal materials must also be useful in their own ways. Hearing Yi Fengyu's question, the system, however, remained silent and did not respond. It wasn't until Yi Fengyu repeated his inquiry 3 times that the system finally reacted. Host, this system also has its own tasks to do and cannot answer your questions at all times. However, seeing that you sincerely seek knowledge, this time I will make an exception and gift you an additional herb encyclopedia, which records in detail the functions of various fairy herbs and ordinary medicinal herbs on Douluo Continent. You may refer to it yourself. Host, this system has placed poison techniques and herb encyclopedia into the system space. You only need to silently think about it to summon the system space, where you can store or retrieve items. Yi Fengyu tried to summon the system space. After confirming that he could control it, he wasted no more time and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The series of events he experienced at the Tiando Royal Academy made Yi Fengyu even more convinced that in Douluo Continent, strength is the most crucial. Powerful strength is the most important. Thank you all for watching. Please vote for recommendations, add to your bookshelf, leave comments, and share. I greatly appreciate it. Chapter 29, Returning Home with Douluo Yin after entering the Tiando Royal Academy. Yi Fengyu's life was quite peaceful, and his cultivation went smoothly without encountering any difficulties. 6 months after joining the academy, Yi Fengyu's soul power level reached level 43. The reason for Yi Fengyu's rapid increase in soul power wasn't solely because the cultivation environment at Tiando Royal Academy was significantly better than that of the Spirit Hall, but rather because he didn't have to pay too much attention to the happenings around him. While at the Spirit Hall, he often focused on various events in Spirit City or tried to recreate the diverse delicacies he had tasted in his past life on Blue Star in his own residence. Now, having joined the Tiando Royal Academy and living in a student dormitory, he clearly lacked those conditions. Although each dorm room was private, there was no place for Yi Fengyu to showcase his remarkable culinary skills, which led him to spend the time he would have used to study cooking on cultivation instead, naturally accelerating his progress. Despite having made some achievements in cultivation over the past 6 months, what surprised him the most was the deepening relationship with Douluo Yin. These days happened to be when the Tiando Royal Academy was preparing for a break. Most of the students here were of noble descent, and during the break, they would typically go out to play with a few friends. However, there were also some who did not live in Tiando City and chose to return home to reunite with their families. Douluo Yin was one of them. She originally planned to invite Yi Lingling to return to the Sunset Forest with her, but Yi Lingling declined Douluo Yin's invitation because her grandfather had just returned from a medical trip. After being rejected by Yi Lingling, Douluo Yin sought out Yi Fengyu. One reason was that the two had a good relationship. The other was that Douluo Yin had a cheerful personality and was quite generous, not too concerned about gender differences. Yi Fengyu had not expected such an event, and now suddenly receiving Douluo Yin's invitation to accompany her back to the Sunset Forest for a few days left him somewhat bewildered, unsure of what Douluo Yin was really thinking. Yinzi, what made you think of inviting me to return to the Sunset Forest with you? Did something happen? Something happened? No. But can't I invite you to the Sunset Forest just because nothing happened? Don't you want to come with me? Or do you have other plans for this holiday? If you do, it's fine. Just spending a few days with me is enough. Douluo Yin paused for a moment before continuing. My grandfather has been telling me lately to make more friends at the academy. He wants me to bring a few friends home to play, so he can feel more at ease seeing I have friends. All right, then I'll accompany you back. Yi Fengyu immediately accepted Douluo Yin's invitation. The reason Yi Fengyu so readily accepted Douluo Yin's invitation was that he had long coveted the precious herbs in the Ice and Fire 2 EI, but had never found a suitable reason or opportunity to go to the Sunset Forest and get close to the Ice and Fire 2 EI. Who would have thought that Douluo Yin would come to him, seemingly knowing his troubles, inviting him to the Sunset Forest, with the opportunity knocking at his door? How could Yi Fengyu refuse? Thus, after a period of travel, Yi Fengyu and Douluo Yin arrived at Douluo Bo's residence in the Sunset Forest. Douluo Bo's home was quite simple, consisting of a plain wooden house and some basic furniture, appearing very casual and unpretentious. Yin is back, and she even brought a classmate. Douluo Bo exclaimed, "This kid looks a bit familiar. Greetings, senior. I am Yi Fengyu. We met that day at the Tiando Royal Academy's academic committee, but you must have forgotten me." Yi Fengyu replied, "Oh, so it's you. No wonder you seem familiar. You indeed have remarkable courage to challenge the fourth prince, Shui Beng, at the Tiando Royal Academy. You probably don't know that the fourth prince is the most favored by Emperor Shui Yi. Senior, you're a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. Are you still afraid of the Tiando royal family?" Yi Fengyu's words left Douluo Bo momentarily speechless, and after a moment, he reacted, saying, as a titled Douluo, "I naturally have no fear of the Tiando Empire. But you, a junior, though talented, are still only a soul sect. If the Tiando royal family wanted to eliminate you, it would be easy. Moreover, according to the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy, you come from a common background, so it must not have been easy for you there. I truly don't know how you've managed these past 6 months. I've been doing fairly well in the Tiando Royal Academy, and my cultivation progress has not been slow. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Yi Fengyu briefly responded to Douluo's inquiry and then casually mentioned, Senior. I have heard that you have lived here in the Sunset Forest for a long time and have cultivated many medicinal herbs. I happen to have some interest in herbs and wonder if you could show me the herbs you have cultivated? Upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Douluo did not think much and immediately agreed, I didn't expect you, a young junior, to be interested in medicinal herbs. If you said you had a healing-type martial soul, I would have to persuade the old man of the Yi family to take you as a disciple. At this point, Douluo suddenly laughed, haha, look at my mind. With your talent, if you were a healing-type soul master, I'm sure you wouldn't need my persuasion. The old man of the Yi family would be rushing to have you as his disciple. By this time, Douluo had already returned to her room to meditate and cultivate. Douluo did not waste any more words and walked straight ahead. Yi Fengyu quickly followed, and soon they arrived at a hot spring in a valley. The hot spring water was a mix of two colors, white and red, yet remarkably maintained a state of mutual non-interference. If a foodie saw this, they would surely be amazed, as it resembled a pair of yin-yang pots. More astonishingly, steam rose continuously from the hot spring, ascending until it dispersed at the mountain's peak. Yi Fengyu looked at the scene before him, feeling very excited. He had finally seen the ice and fire 2EI. Senior, this landscape is quite extraordinary. May I approach to take a closer look? Yi Fengyu tried to keep his tone calm, but a hint of excitement still slipped through. Seeing Yi Fengyu so eager and respectful, Douluo couldn't refuse and agreed. Douluo brought Yi Fengyu down into the valley, and with Douluo's martial soul providing a cushion, they landed smoothly. After bringing Yi Fengyu to the side of the ice and fire 2EI, Douluo introduced, I cultivate all my medicinal herbs here. Various poisons and tonics are available. You just mentioned you were interested in herbs, right? I have quite a few varieties here, enough for you to study for some time. If you want to use a small amount, that's fine, but remember, do not destroy the herbs here on a large scale. After saying this, Douluo turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and looked back at Yi Fengyu, saying, by the way, I almost forgot to remind you. Do not touch those two hot springs. Their extreme heat and cold are unbearable even for me for too long. If you come into contact with them, it will only lead to your demise. After saying this, Douluo turned again to leave, but Yi Fengyu stopped him, saying, Senior, please stay for a moment. I have a few things to discuss. Chapter 30, You Are Poisoned. Douluo was momentarily stunned by Yi Fengyu's words, and then showed some impatience, but still stopped and said, if you have something to say, hurry up. Considering you are Yin Yan's classmate, if it's just a small matter that you need my help with, I will help you this once. Senior, you misunderstand. I don't need your help. Rather, I want to help you solve a problem. Oh, is that so? Douluo became somewhat interested upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words. Then tell me, what is it that I need your help with? Senior, you certainly have something that you need my help with. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been severely poisoned by now, right? You brat, do you not know that I am known as the Poison Douluo and am quite proficient in poison? How could I be poisoned? Don't speak carelessly. I dare say, in this Douluo Continent, if I say I am second in handling poison, no one would dare claim the first. No one understands poison better than I do. Douluo spoke confidently, clearly believing this to be true. Yi Fengyu did not refute Douluo's words, but instead chuckled a few times before saying, Senior, I understand your pride, but you are the one who knows your own body best. What do you mean by that? Hee, you are poisoned, and you should know it yourself. How do you know? I ask you, when it rains on a cloudy day, do you feel a tingling sensation in your ribs that gradually intensifies? It should occur once at noon and once at midnight, and given your current situation, it should last for at least an hour each time. Also, every deep night, around the third watch, do you feel a sharp, needle-like pain at the top of your head and your heart, with your whole body cramping for at least half an hour? How do you know this? Douluo's tone was filled with surprise. I have never mentioned this to anyone, not even Yin Yan. Senior, how I know is not important. However, given your reaction, it seems that what I said is all true. Isn't it? How did you figure out? I didn't expect you to be so inquisitive. I initially didn't plan to say it, but since you asked, it would be inappropriate for me not to. Yi Fengyu said with a somewhat lazy attitude. Your green hair is filled with poison gas, and you are surrounded by poison gas, making it obvious that you have been eroded by poison for a long time. Most people think that since you were poisoned Douluo, You must be surrounded by poison gas, but I can see that the poison gas around you is mostly unavoidable, not voluntary. I didn't expect you to have some skills, able to see these things. Yi Fengyu ignored Dugubo's words and continued, Senior. I can see that you have been poisoned for a long time. This poison has penetrated your marrow, and there is poison present in every part of your body. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a miracle you have managed to live this long. At this point, Yi Fengyu sighed and then said in a tone of regret, What a pity if you cannot resolve it in time, you, a renowned poison Douluo on the continent, might end up dying from poison. Wouldn't that become a laughingstock on this continent? You brat, stop saying things that stab at my heart. You make me feel unnecessarily sad. Dugubo said with a tone that was somewhat angry, yet helpless. If it weren't for you being Yin Yan's friend, I would have surely killed you. I didn't expect that a dignified titled Douluo would be so petty. I was originally planning to help you detoxify, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Yi Fengyu said with a somewhat mocking tone. You have already achieved the rank of a titled Douluo and have lived for so many years, so at isn't a loss. However, Yin Yan is in her prime now. If she suffers because of this poison, it would be quite regrettable. Moreover, we are friends, and that is why I thought to help her. But from your tone, it seems you don't need my help. Upon hearing Yi Fengyu mention Dugu Yin, Dugubo's tone softened immediately, and he hurriedly said, No, what I said just now was too impulsive. You and Yin Yin are classmates and friends. Considering this relationship, you should help her. Yi Fengyu ignored Dugubo's words and continued. What a pity, Dugu Yin is now in the bloom of her youth. And she probably doesn't even know that she is severely poisoned, right? Given her current physical condition, she probably can't hold out for long. She may not have your tenacity to cultivate to a titled Douluo, and her poisoning situation seems quite serious. After all, the poison in her body might have been present since she was in her mother's womb. You brat, you say this just to pique my interest. You must have a way to detoxify us. Otherwise, you wouldn't waste so much time here for no reason, right? Speak. What price do we have to pay for you to help us detoxify? As long as I can do it, I will comply with your demands. I didn't expect that Senior would be so straightforward. Yi Fengyu laughed and said, I believe Senior knows that the reason I was able to join the Tiando Royal Academy is largely due to the recommendation of His Highness the Prince. Having received such great favor from His Highness, I am naturally one of His Highness's people. Since Senior is so direct, I will speak plainly. I came today to recruit you for His Highness and have you serve him. Dugubo did not expect Yi Fengyu to state his purpose so directly. After listening to Yi Fengyu, he was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Yi Fengyu, not knowing what to think. Chapter 31. The Ice and Fire Duality, I Refining Elixirs After a Long While. Dugubo finally spoke. Is that all? You only asked me to pledge loyalty to that Shui Qinghe, and in return, you will help me and Yin Yin with the poison? To be honest, I still need some herbs from your medicinal garden. Feel free to use any herbs here. Dugubo said, After all, compared to the lives and health of me and Yin Yin, these herbs are truly insignificant. After receiving Dugubo's permission, Yi Fengyu took out the herbal compendium and began to identify the nearby celestial herbs according to the instructions. System. Harvesting these celestial herbs probably requires certain skills or tools, right? Yi Fengyu asked in his mind. I don't have a cultivation method like Tang San, nor do I have any special tools. How should I harvest these celestial herbs? Host need not worry. This system can automatically identify the host's intentions and harvest the celestial herbs you wish to obtain, the system replied. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I wasted so much time worrying. Yi Fengyu complained. Host, you didn't ask, the system countered. I must say, having a system really increases efficiency. In no time, Yi Fengyu had collected all the useful celestial herbs and medicinal herbs near the ice and fire duality into the system space. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained all celestial herbs from the ice and fire duality intercepting Tang San's opportunity successfully. You have received the system reward. Automatic alchemy function unlocked. Yi Fengyu was initially delighted to hear the system's voice in his mind, but then he complained, System, this reward is a bit unstable, appearing sometimes and not at others. Last time when I caused trouble at the Shrek Academy gate, or when I fought against the fourth prince of the Dou Empire, Shui Bing, why didn't I receive any rewards? Could it be that these two events did not change the plot direction or affect Tang San in any way? Any decision made by the host may impact the Douluo Continent's realm, leading it away from the original plot development toward a better or worse outcome than the original work. This is not the only standard for the system to issue rewards to the host. Please keep up the hard work, the system explained. I knew you wouldn't reveal the reason behind it. Fengyu thought, but it didn't matter. After all, knowing the original plot was already a powerful advantage. By the way, system, did you just unlock an alchemy function? Does it mean you can automatically refine these celestial herbs into elixirs? Yes, host. Do you need this system to refine these celestial herbs into elixirs? What benefits would refining these celestial herbs into elixirs bring compared to just eating them raw? Is it just better in terms of taste and convenience? Host, according to this system's current capabilities, each celestial herb can be refined into up to 5 individual elixirs. The enhancement gained from consuming any one of these elixirs is the same as eating an entire celestial herb. So, refining one celestial herb into 5 elixirs means that a resource that could originally be consumed by only one person can now be shared among 5 people? Yes, exactly, host. So, do you need this system to refine these celestial herbs into elixirs? Is that even a question? Of course I do. If these celestial herbs can be refined into elixirs, that means turning one resource into 5, effectively giving me 4 times the celestial herb resources. Fengyu felt extremely excited. System, you are simply amazing. I have to say, you are my savior. Without you, how could I survive? Host need not be so dramatic. After all, if I remember correctly, you seem to be complaining that this system hasn't given you many rewards just a moment ago. The system replied. System, we've known each other for so long. I was just a bit anxious and complained a few times. Please refine these celestial herbs into elixirs. If the system had a physical form, it would have rolled its eyes at Fengyu's words. This host truly only speaks nicely when asking for favors, no? It should be when asking the system for help. All right, host. The system is now refining elixirs for you. Please wait a moment. The host will be notified when the alchemy is complete. After saying this, the system's voice disappeared. Fengyu didn't remain idle. Taking advantage of this free time, he began to explore the area around the ice and fire duality eye. The scenery around the ice and fire duality eye was peculiar and was known as one of the 3 great treasure troves. Therefore, since he now had the opportunity, Fengyu certainly couldn't miss out on enjoying the beauty of this place. Suddenly, Fengyu seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked in his mind, System, you didn't uproot the celestial herbs while harvesting them, did you? These celestial herbs are precious resources. If they were uprooted, it would be quite wasteful. Leaving the roots means that in a few decades or 100 years, new celestial herb will grow here, which would leave something for future generations. After all, overexploitation is not a wise choice. I didn't expect the host to consider others. The system's voice echoed in Fengyu's mind. Hearing the system's mechanical tone, Fengyu felt a hint of sarcasm. System, what's that supposed to mean? Are you starting to get sarcastic with me? Host, can't we have a bit of trust between us? We've been cooperating for so long, and you actually doubt me? However, this system is indeed curious. Before bringing you across, it detected that you have a naturally villainous personality, yet now you are thinking of benefiting others. So this system suspects that its previous detection results might have been erroneous. Hence the question. Just because I'm playing a villain doesn't mean I have an antisocial personality. In a sense, a villain is just someone who conflicts with the protagonist. Either they have the same goal, but opposing stances, or they're forced into opposition due to differing objectives. In short, a villain is not necessarily a bad person. Fengyu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Moreover, system, you didn't give me the right to choose whether to cross over or not. I was forced to become a villain. Besides, even on Earth, countless netizens have said that Tang San is the real villain, right? Upon hearing Fengyu's words, the system merely beeped once, as if wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Fengyu chuckled helplessly. This system is quite interesting. Why didn't I notice this before? Perhaps I was too focused on the plot development or busy with my cultivation. As Fengyu thought about this, his mind began to wander. Unbeknownst to him, time passed minute by minute. It wasn't until the system's notification sound rang out that Fengyu gradually pulled his thoughts back. Chapter 32. Elixirs and the Ice and Fire Body Refinement. Congratulations, host. You can now view the completed elixirs. Fengyu heard the system's voice and was first delighted. Then, with some confusion, he asked, System, what is there to view? Isn't it just those few types of celestial herbs, each producing 5 elixirs? Could there be something else? As he spoke, Fengyu opened the system's space to investigate. A dazzling array of elixirs appeared before Fengyu's eyes, many of which were not mentioned in the original work. Half the effort, double the result elixir, made from bright grass. It can enhance the innate soul power level of children who have not yet awakened their martial souls after consumption. When Fengyu saw this elixir, his expression shifted from calm to shock, and he excitedly asked the system, System, what is this half the effort, double the result elixir made from? It's practically a cheat. Could there really be such a miraculous celestial herb? If so, why didn't Tang San in the original work discover and harvest it for use? Host, this half the effort, double the result elixir is made from multiple celestial herbs combined with the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang. It cannot be produced by a single celestial herb alone. So that is how it is. System, give me 1 elixir made from octagonal profound ice grass and another made from fiery apricot vegetable. I want to perform the ice and fire body refinement like Tang San in the original work. Surely there will be some improvement. Host, these 2 types of celestial herbs have been combined to create 5 ice and fire yin-yang elixirs. Would you like to take them? Yes, system. Quickly give me 1 ice and fire yin-yang elixir, Fengyu said eagerly. Now that he was at the ice and fire yin-yang, he naturally wanted to seize every opportunity here. Fengyu took an ice and fire yin-yang elixir from the system space, put it in his mouth, quickly tore off his clothes, and jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang. Fengyu's body trembled, taking a sharp breath, and then a layer of icy blue rose directly from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, his entire body had turned blue, and then another layer of red rose up. At that moment, Fengyu looked just like a shrimp that had just been boiled, with the red and blue alternating. Fengyu now resembled a colorful lantern flickering by the window during the new year, giving off a bizarre feeling. If a timid person were to approach and see such a scene, they would surely be frightened. Fengyu's body continued to shift between red and blue, and despite the seemingly simple process, it caused him immense pain. Although Fengyu surpassed Tang San in both mental strength and physical prowess, the essence of ice and fire body refinement lies in the word refinement. Since it is a trial, how could it be passed easily? Fengyu did not nearly collapse like Tang San in the original story, but he was still suffering extreme agony, both physically and mentally, making it hard to endure. If he didn't know that this ice and fire body refinement was a significant opportunity, he would have likely given up by now. Fengyu gritted his teeth against the pain, closed his eyes, and let his body fall into the intersection of the cold extreme Yin spring and the fiery Yang spring. With a splash, water erupted from the ice and fiery yin-yang. Red and blue liquids splashed up, creating a unique scene. However, Fengyu was now in no position to appreciate it, as he completely submerged into the spring water. Fengyu's physical quality was far superior to Tang San's in the original work, so his consciousness remained quite clear. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could still sense the surroundings, which only added to his torment. Fengyu suddenly remembered the cultivation novels he had read in his previous life on Blue Star, where countless cultivators would actively shield their perception to pass the time or focus more deeply on their thoughts, making it easier to comprehend the Tao. Desperate measures call for desperate actions. Fengyu also attempted to block his perception of the outside world. Fortunately, he succeeded, but unfortunately, only partially. Fengyu's perception of the outside world was slightly diminished, but not completely blocked, so he could still feel the intense pain in his body, though it was no longer unbearable. Fengyu could only comfort himself. This is definitely better than before. If I endure a little longer, I should be able to reap substantial rewards soon. Feeling the immense energy around him and enduring the pain within his body, Fengyu finally understood why the protagonists in the novels he had read often suffered greatly during cultivation, yet refused to give up. The main reason was simply to preserve their lives. Just like Yi Fengyu's current situation, if he were to give up now, it would surely leave him with hidden ailments, damaging his talent and slowing his cultivation speed. This could affect his progress, ultimately leading to his inability to defeat Tang San. As a time traveler who knew the storyline, Yi Fengyu dared not slack off in his cultivation, as any bit of laziness could potentially lead to failure. Although hard work might not guarantee success, not working hard would make success even less likely. If he were to fail, then neither he, nor Qian Renxue, nor anyone in the spirit hall would end up well. At that point, the spirit hall would be like fish on a chopping board, and he would be the fish which would not end well. Thinking of this, Yi Fengyu could only continue to grit his teeth and persist. As the sun set, Yi Fengyu had been in the ice and fire yin-yang eye for nearly half a day. Finally, he emerged, poking his head out of the water. He then swam to the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The moment he stepped onto solid ground, he felt the air around him become much fresher. No wonder the original work described the ice and fire body refinement in 3 parts. It truly was unbearably painful. Yi Fengyu took a few deep breaths and then exhaled deeply. Fortunately, it's over now. I never want to experience that pain again. Host, there's gain with loss. You can feel that your physique is much stronger than before. Although your martial soul was already powerful and does not require the ice and fire immunity attribute like Tang San in the original work, gaining a physical enhancement is still quite good. The system comforted him in a timely manner, and Yi Fengyu felt somewhat better in his heart. System, please transfer the book Poison Techniques from the system space to my storage soul guide. Chapter 33. The shock of Douluo. Yi Fengyu came up from the ice fire yin-yang eye and suddenly remembered that he seemed to be bare-skinned. He hurriedly took out a set of clothes from his small storage soul guide and quickly changed. As Yi Fengyu rushed to change, there were still some small water droplets left on his body after wiping himself down. At this moment, these droplets had soaked the new clothes he had just put on. Yi Fengyu was excited and did not care about these details. He exerted force with his feet and jumped from the ice fire yin-yang eye to the top of the valley. Upon seeing this, Douluo hurriedly approached. You brat, what took you so long? Did you spend all this time picking herbs? I thought something happened to you after making me wait for so long. Hearing Douluo's slightly reproachful words, Yi Fengyu tilted his head, smiled a bit shyly, and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. To be honest, your herb garden is truly a treasure. A treasure? Douluo asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Is there something special about my herb garden? This place is called the Ice Fire Yin-yang Eye, a huge natural treasure trove. Of course, the treasures gathered here are not the mundane gold and silver, but rather heavenly materials and earthly treasures that aid in cultivation. Yi Fengyu looked at Douluo and continued, I think if you observe carefully, you will find that the plants growing near the ice fire yin-yang eye always grow faster than those in other places. Moreover, the plants planted near the ice fire yin-yang eye not only grow faster, but also tend to be taller and sturdier than those grown elsewhere. I often enjoy tending to flowers and plants in my spare time, and have indeed noticed such a situation. But is this what you mean by the so-called treasure trove? Just a means to accelerate plant growth hardly qualifies as a treasure trove. Are you hiding something from me? Douluo seemed to have thought of something after hearing Yi Fengyu's words and asked several questions in succession. Yi Fengyu chuckled. I didn't expect you, Poison Douluo, to also understand suspicion now. You guessed right. If it were only a matter of accelerating the growth of ordinary plants, the ice fire yin-yang, I would indeed not qualify as a treasure trove. A treasure trove must be able to gather treasures. You brat. At such a young age, you know how to tease people's appetites, always keeping me guessing. When talking to you, I can't seem to gain any advantage. Douluo said, shaking his head helplessly. But don't worry, I'm a person of integrity. Although I walk the line between good and evil, I have always kept my word. If you can indeed help me detoxify, no matter how many treasures this place has, I will consider them as a thank you gift for you. What Yi Fengyu wanted was exactly this promise from Douluo. At this moment, having achieved his goal, he felt delighted and quickly said, What are you saying? The real treasures are those immortal herbs growing around the ice fire yin-yang eye. Consuming them can enhance the user's innate soul power level or cultivation talent. Moreover, there is a chance to directly obtain the opportunity for soul evolution, which is a rare treasure. Immortal herbs that can enhance cultivation talent? Does such a thing really exist? Why didn't I notice it before? Douluo Bo's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open, looking quite frightening, coupled with the poisonous aura surrounding him. Anyone who saw him would feel a shiver run down their spine. Hearing Douluo Bo's words, Fengyu couldn't help but complain in his heart. The characters on the Douluo Continent are indeed somewhat rigid. Douluo Bo doesn't recognize these immortal herbs so naturally. He can't discover them. However, despite the complaints, Fengyu patiently explained, these immortal herbs are not recognized by ordinary people. I happened to borrow a book from the Crown Prince in the Tiando Palace, and while flipping through it, I happened to come across an introduction to these immortal herbs. At first, I thought they were just legends, but I didn't expect that such a treasure land would actually grow these immortal herbs. Looking back now, it can be considered a fate, truly hard to describe. Kid, I don't care about the miraculous nature of these immortal herbs. Just hearing you say that they can enhance a person's cultivation talent, I believe they can also detoxify both me and Yin Yin. Please help me choose a suitable one for both of us, and the rest of the immortal herbs can be yours. Douluo Bo continued, as far as I know, there are indeed a few of these immortal herbs that have detoxifying effects, but they're not the best method for detoxifying the poison in you too. If you use these immortal herbs for detoxification, although you will avoid life-threatening issues and the usual pain,
it will also significantly weaken the toxicity of your Thunder Serpent martial soul. If the green phosphor snake loses its poison, it is like a tiger without teeth and claws.
Having only a shell is not good. Fengyu changed the subject. I have a book called Poison Technique, which discusses the methods of poison cultivation. If you choose to cultivate this technique, it won't reduce the power of your poison, but rather enhance it. Most importantly, after cultivating this technique, you people with the green-scaled snake martial soul will no longer be harmed by the poison carried by your own martial soul. As he spoke, Fengyu took out the poison technique he had received as a system reward during a previous task and handed it to Douluo Bo. Does this technique really have such power? If so, why don't you keep it for yourself and instead give it to me? Douluo Bo looked at Fengyu with some suspicion, believing that there are no free lunches in the world. Fengyu rolled his eyes at Douluo Bo's words. My martial soul is the Qian sword. As someone whose martial soul is a sword, what do I need this poison cultivation technique for? In fact, if Fengyu wanted to poison the Qian sword, it wouldn't be impossible. But as a traveler from Huaxia, the Qian sword held supreme status in his heart. Since it was a divine weapon, it should have the proper use of a divine weapon, and he could not bring himself to poison it. After listening to Fengyu's words, Douluo Bo thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, in my impression, those with a sword martial soul are mostly righteous. For example, that Qian Renxue fellow despises sneak attacks or underhanded tactics the most. As Douluo Bo reached this point, it seemed he suddenly thought of something, and he changed the subject to ask Fengyu, why did you choose to join the Tiando Royal Academy instead of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? You know that you have a sword martial soul, and Qian Renxue also has a sword martial soul. With your talent, I believe he would be willing to take you as his disciple. The cultivation resources of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are not inferior to those of the Tiando Royal Academy, and you would also have a title, Douluo Level Master. How many people wish for such a blessing? If you want to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and become Qian Renxue's disciple, I can recommend you to him. Douluo Bo said, letting out a sigh of regret. It's a pity that you, with such high talent, are not a poison martial soul. If you were also a poison cultivator and became my disciple, I would surely be able to wake up smiling in my dreams. Chapter 34. The coming storm. Douluo Bo wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Fengyu. At Fengyu's reminder, he hurriedly took out the poison technique that Fengyu had just given him and began to read it. Soon, he started to meditate, trying to practice the cultivation method recorded in the poison technique. While Douluo Bo was cultivating, Fengyu quietly kept watch beside him. After about an hour, Douluo Bo finished his meditation and confirmed that there was no issue with the poison technique given by Fengyu. He expressed his gratitude profusely. I didn't expect this technique to be so miraculous. Although I am curious, I also understand that in this world of soul masters, everyone has their own privacy, and it is naturally not appropriate for me to ask where this technique comes from. However, I hope you will not pass this technique on to others. Of course, techniques like this are extremely precious throughout the continent. Each technique represents a different soul power operation route, which can enhance a soul master's cultivation speed. The poison technique is so valuable that I certainly would not easily share it with others. Yi Fengyu understood the intent behind Douluo Bo's words. Firstly, to maintain Douluo Bo's authority and status in the field of poison. Secondly, for Yi Fengyu's own safety. If such a precious technique were leaked, some might harbor ill intentions and seek to harm or even kill him. Douluo Bo received Yi Fengyu's affirmative response and let out a long sigh. Naturally, Yin will also need to cultivate this technique. I plan to take her to the Tiando Royal Academy to withdraw from school in a few days and keep her by my side for cultivation. I wonder what your plans are, young friendy. Having received Yi Fengyu's favor, Douluo Bo's address had quietly shifted from kid to young friend. I naturally want to return to the Tiando Royal Academy to continue my cultivation. After all, I received the favor of His Highness the Crown Prince to join the Tiando Royal Academy, and it would not be right to let down His Highness's goodwill. Yi Fengyu spoke half-truthfully. Although he could not reveal Qian Renxue's true identity to Douluo Bo, the reason given was not false. Since you insist on going back to the Tiando Royal Academy for cultivation, I will not say more. However, I can't help but feel that cultivating there somewhat wastes your extraordinary talent. And not even 13 years old, reaching level 43 in soul power, you might be the only one in the entire Douluo Continent with such talent. Douluo Bo said, suddenly leaning closer and asking mysteriously, young friend Yi, may I ask if there is someone you have your eye on? Before Yi Fengyu could answer, Douluo Bo continued, I see that you and Yin have a good relationship. You are quite meticulous in your actions, have a good temper, and most importantly, your cultivation talent is high, making you worthy of Yin. Yin is more than 3 years older than me. She must already have someone she likes. Moreover, I'm still young, so let's not discuss this matter. Yi Fengyu declined. Douluo Bo was inherently reclusive, practicing a poison martial spirit, and usually had no soul masters willing to interact with him. Even when there were, it was mostly out of fear. Thus, it led to Douluo Yin having few suitors as well. After hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Douluo Bo pondered for a moment and then said, it's a pity. If you were a few years older, I would marry Yin to you. Then you'd have to call me Grandpa. Yi Fengyu was speechless upon hearing Douluo Bo's words. He remembered that he had just rejected Douluo Bo's proposal. But unexpectedly, Douluo Bo persisted and refused to give up. He could only shake his head and say again, forget it. Yin has fully inherited your excellent traits. Besides, she already has a lover, the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who is much better than me. Young friend Yi, you are mistaken. Although Yu Tianheng may have a higher status than you, when it comes to cultivation talent, he is far from even half of yours. Moreover, while Yu Tianheng treats Yin well, he is still quite inferior to you. Yi Fengyu continued to shake his head and politely explained that his relationship with Douluo Yin was merely that of ordinary friends. However, one thing in Douluo Bo's words caught Yi Fengyu's attention. Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng were indeed dating. This is a dilemma. I need to think of a way to separate these two. After all, if I want to win over Douluo Bo, I must also pull his granddaughter Douluo Yin to the Spirit Hall side. But if she and Yu Tianheng continue their relationship, I fear it will be very difficult to succeed. After a moment, Yi Fengyu had already devised a plan. He just needed an opportunity to implement it. If this plan succeeds, it could not only cause a rift between Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng, but also drag Shui Beng into the water, consuming the goodwill between the bloodthirsty prince and Douluo Bo and worsening their relationship. Truly a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Yi Fengyu immediately bid farewell to Douluo Bo and then left the Sunset Forest alone, taking a carriage back to the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon returning to his residence at the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Fengyu immediately inquired in his mind, System, if I'm not mistaken, you have a special pill you concocted called the Dream Mirage Pill, right? Yes, host. After consuming the Dream Mirage Pill, a person's inner desires will be amplified, and there is a high probability they will act according to their inner desires, losing control over themselves. The system's mechanical voice resonated in Yi Fengyu's mind, explaining the effects of the Dream Mirage Pill. However, the effect of this pill is time-limited. It lasts for only 2 hours. 2 hours? That's enough. This pill has unique effects. I hadn't thought of its uses, but it seems it will come in handy. Yi Fengyu muttered to himself, Shui Bong. I wonder what you're thinking right now. You wouldn't expect that soon disaster will befall you. Chapter 35. The Beautiful Dream of Avalanche at the Tiando Royal Academy. Avalanche always enjoyed bullying boys and girls alike. Therefore, Yi Fengyu didn't intentionally give him the dream mirage pill, but instead disguised one as candy, deliberately letting Avalanche see it. Ever since being knocked out by Yi Fengyu, Avalanche had found him extremely displeasing and obstructed him at every turn. At this moment, seeing Yi Fengyu holding something that looked like candy, Avalanche approached with a mischievous grin. Kid, that's candy in your hand, right? It looks quite delicious. Let me have some. I believe you don't want to disturb the 3 committee members and my uncle again, do you? Yi Fengyu understood that Avalanche had taken the bait, and he couldn't help but feel delighted inside, though he pretended to act reluctantly. All right, I didn't expect you to be quite sensible now. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't trouble you. As Avalanche said this, he snatched the 2 Dream Mirage pills disguised as candy from Yi Fengyu's hand. Yi Fengyu glanced over at the pavilion where Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin were sitting, while Prince Xuexing looked on with a regretful expression. Poison Douluo, did I do something wrong to make you angry? No, you did well. Then why are you here today? I came to handle Yin Yan's withdrawal from school. Poison Douluo, is there something wrong with our Tiando Royal Academy? It has nothing to do with you. I just want to take Yin Yan to cultivate on my own. All right, in a few days it will be my nephew's birthday. I wonder if Poison Douluo would grace us with your presence? No need. Just complete the procedures today, and we will be leaving Tiando City shortly. Meanwhile, Avalanche was leaning close to Dugu Yin, and the two were strolling together when, for some reason, Avalanche suddenly fainted. Grandpa, Your Highness, something's wrong. Avalanche has fainted. Dugu Yin ran toward Dugu Bo and Prince Xuexing, her tone very urgent. I'm sorry. Please excuse me for a moment. Let's discuss Dugu Yan's withdrawal from school in a few days. Prince Xuexing said with a forced smile. If Dugu Douluo doesn't mind, perhaps you could come to my residence for a visit. Dugu Bo owed Prince Xuexing a favor, and since Avalanche fainted while walking with Dugu Yin, he didn't say anything and agreed to Prince Xuexing's invitation. At Prince Xuexing's residence, Avalanche was carried back to the room where he usually stayed to rest, and Dugu Yin, seeing that he fainted while with her, stayed by his side. At this moment, Avalanche was still immersed in his beautiful dream, in the imperial harem of the Tiando Empire. Avalanche sat on the emperor's throne wearing a bright yellow 5-clawed golden dragon robe, exuding an air of authority. The former crown prince, Xuexing was dressed in prison clothes, kneeling at the foot of the throne. Xuexing, I didn't expect you to have today. Avalanche looked at him with mocking eyes. Proclaim my decree. The crown prince Xuexing is plotting rebellion, endangering the state. Confiscate his property. The men in his household shall be slaves, the women shall be prostitutes. And Xuexing himself shall be executed by slow slicing. When Avalanche's dream reached this point, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yi Fengyu watched the daydream of Avalanche being played by the system and couldn't help but chuckle. This Avalanche is truly ridiculous. Xuexing, Qian Renxue, has a stable position and is beloved by the ministers. He really dares to think. Host, the good show is yet to come. Avalanche looked at Xuexing kneeling on the ground, feeling extremely pleased. My dear brother, the wheel of fortune turns, and it's finally my turn. Your Majesty, spare my life. After all, I'm your brother. We are blood relatives. Xuexing pleaded with a flattering face. Now that you have ascended to this supreme position, please show mercy and spare my life. I didn't expect you, Xuexing, to have a day of begging for mercy at my feet. Avalanche laughed. Xuexing, I should actually thank you. You killed the politically gifted Shui Luochuan and caused the death of Shui Songhai, who had innate soul power of level 9 and the potential to become a title de law. I should thank you. Because of your actions to secure your position as Crown Prince, you removed the obstacles for me, allowing me to ascend smoothly. I give you 2 choices. Either be executed by slow slicing or have your soul power abolished and become my pet dog. Woof, woof, woof. Xuexing knelt in humiliation, his will to survive making him lower his head. System. Avalanche's imagination is indeed rich. But having imagination without the ability to realize it is truly a brutal waste. However, there's no rush. One must give him a little hope, as the good show is yet to come. In the Tiando Palace, at a pavilion. Yin Yin, don't leave me. Please give me another chance, okay? I haven't treated you badly, have I? Yu Tianheng said with a heartbroken tone. What are you dissatisfied with? I'll change. Yu Tianheng. We ultimately have no fate together. I already have someone I love more. Duguyen's tone was very cold. Avalanche walked over, wrapped his arms around Duguyen, smiling, and looked at Yu Tianheng with a mocking gaze. Avalanche, Duguyen is my wife. The grudge of taking my wife is something we cannot coexist with, Yu Tianheng said, directly summoning his martial soul and throwing a punch at Avalanche's face. A mere blue lightning tyrant dragon is just a trash martial soul. Not even as good as a hair of my swan, martial soul. Avalanche said arrogantly, as 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red fell around him, very eye-catching. Avalanche punched Yu Tianheng into the wall beside them. If it weren't for the fact that your grandfather is the head of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and your family has already submitted to me, I definitely wouldn't let you off so easily today. Fengyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Avalanche actually thinks he can make the blue lightning tyrant dragon family submit to him. It's truly a pipe dream. I just didn't expect that even in his dreams, his soul ring configuration is so ordinary. Indeed, weakness restricts his imagination. Avalanche's dream continued, and Fengyu, while mocking, enjoyed watching the scenes played by the system. Your Majesty, how about letting me serve you tonight? It's been a long time since you favored me, and I miss you. In his dream, Avalanche listened to Duguyen's melodious voice, enjoying himself. However, not long after, Avalanche woke up from his dream, looking at the scene before him with a face full of astonishment. Just as Duguyen was about to call Dugabo over, Avalanche fainted again. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, interact, share, and give rewards. Continuous updates are ongoing, and I hope all readers will enjoy this book. Chapter 36. The Despicable Behavior of Avalanche. Is this the grand dream of Avalanche? I never expected that even in a dream, he lacks ambition and only likes beautiful women. System, can you slightly control the effect of the dream mirage pill? Don't worry. Host, this system knows what you're thinking. Just sit back and watch. The fun part hasn't even started yet. Avalanche fell into a deep sleep once more, but this time, he returned to when he first pursued Duguyen, which is now. In the dream, while Avalanche was indulging with a group of wealthy young men in a brothel, he encountered an old woman selling medicine. He bought a charm drug from her, planning to drug Duguyen to seal her soul power and make her submit to him. In the dream, taking advantage of the opportunity to be alone with Duguyen, Avalanche first used the charm drug to incapacitate her, then brought her to his room, and forcefully took Duguyen, even recording everything with a recording stone. Avalanche, you despicable! Duguyen shouted angrily. You are shameless. You are vile. You will have a bad end. Ha ha! Duguyen, you are already mine. Avalanche laughed wildly, then casually tossed a recording stone to Duguyen. Take a good look at how you were taken by me. Duguyen looked at the intimate images in the recording stone. Her face instantly turned bright red. Avalanche, you will have a bad end. I want to kill you. Saying this, Duguyen crushed the recording stone in her hand. Do you think breaking it will cover up the truth? Duguyen, you are too naive. Avalanche's voice was harsh and cold, like a devil's whisper from the depths of hell. The recording stones I prepared are not just this one. There are many, many more. Avalanche sneered contemptuously, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Duguyen felt a chill down her spine, realizing she was in danger. I have given several recording stones to my subordinates. If something were to happen to me, Avalanche's voice was as icy as frost, and Duguyen seemed to hear the Grim Reaper softly whispering. Do you think what happened between us will spread throughout the entire Tiando Royal Academy? Oh no, it should be the entire Tiando Empire, right? Duguyen, being quite conservative, reluctantly compromised for the sake of her reputation. You must not tell anyone about this. I will listen to you. At this point, Avalanche's dream abruptly ended. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he forced himself to open them, only to see Duguyen in front of him. Beautiful lady, Duguyen, Yin Yin, you're mine. Are you serving me? Avalanche mumbled incoherently, He, beautiful lady. I'm coming. Seeing the beautiful Dugu Yin with a curvy waist, Avalanche completely failed to realize that he was not in a dream anymore. He lunged at Dugu Yin, tearing her skirt. Dugu Yin, witnessing what was happening, panicked and pushed Avalanche down, then shouted, "Grandpa, help! Avalanche is trying to assault me." At this moment, Prince Xuexing was playing chess with Dugubo outside Avalanche's room. Suddenly, Prince Xuexing spoke, "Duke Poison, Avalanche is injured, and Dugu Yin seems to care a lot about him. Could it be that there is some affection between them? Why don't we take matters into our own hands and let them get married? We can strengthen our ties." "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? You think I don't know what that kid Avalanche usually does? Don't tell me he is just pretending. If he pretends for too long, it becomes real. Moreover, he shows no signs of pretense. I think he enjoys it," Dugubo said disdainfully. "Prince Xuexing, you seem to be confused. What kind of person is Avalanche? Do you think he is worthy of my yin-yin? All right, let the kids decide for themselves." Prince Xuexing smiled awkwardly. "Grandpa, help. Avalanche is trying to assault me. I subdued him, hurry." Dugu Yan's voice came again from Avalanche's room. "Yin-Yan, what's wrong? What happened?" Dugubo, who always loved Dugu Yin dearly, rushed into Avalanche's room as soon as he heard her voice. Dugubo kicked down Avalanche's door. Coincidentally, when he kicked the door open, he saw Avalanche, completely naked, lunging at his precious granddaughter, Dugu Yin. "You brat, are you looking for death?" Dugubo said, and without caring about Avalanche's identity as a prince, he slapped him. Avalanche was knocked into the wall, like a bar leaf, releasing black-purple toxic gas. Seeing her grandfather Dugubo arrive, Dugu Yin instantly felt relieved. After adjusting her somewhat torn skirt, she stood behind Dugubo. Dugubo looked at the naked Avalanche and his frightened, precious granddaughter Dugu Yin, instantly understanding what had happened here. "Yin Yin, Avalanche didn't he do anything to you, right?" "No, he was subdued as soon as he moved. His soul power level is lower than mine. He can't beat me. So don't worry, Grandpa," Dugu Yin said with a trembling voice, "but I'm so scared, Grandpa. Prince Avalanche actually wanted to do that to me." Upon hearing Dugu Yan's words, Dugubo first breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his granddaughter had not been violated by Avalanche. Then, he looked at Avalanche with killing intent. "Good Avalanche, good Prince Xuexing. You two have made me do a lot of favors, and I have treated you both with courtesy, because Xuexing has done me a favor. However, today, I will not spare you. You should never have laid a hand on my granddaughter." Avalanche trembled, quickly thinking, "Duke Poison, consider this. You have already offended the Spirit Hall. If you offend our Tiando Empire again, there may be nowhere for you in this world." "I see. The Star Luo Empire isn't bad either. If the Star Luo Empire can't accommodate the two of us, then I can just take Yin Yin back to the Sunset Forest and live in seclusion. In any case, if you dare to bully my granddaughter, Avalanche, be prepared to be my enemy." Dugubo said angrily but seriously, "What is the mere Tiando Empire? Even the Spirit Hall, I dared to offend back then. Let alone you, a mere Tiando Empire without a title Douluo." Saying this, Dugubo raised his hand and slapped Avalanche. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, interact, share, and tip. The author is very honored to have your attention and hopes you enjoy this book. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37. Dugubo wants to kill Shui Peng just then, in the blink of an eye. A plump yet agile figure swiftly blocked the path between Shui Peng and Dugubo. Prince Xuexing hurriedly opened his arms to stop Dugubo. "Calm down, Your Majesty." The speed at which Prince Xuexing intervened made Yi Fengyu, who was watching the live broadcast, exclaim, "What a fast man! Is this what they call a second male lead?" Seeing that the person blocking him was Prince Xuexing, Dugubo quickly halted his actions. After all, he believed that the prince had saved his life. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Your Majesty, please calm down, calm down. You need to calm down first." Prince Xuexing's tone was filled with tension, fearing that Dugubo might be consumed by rage and end up killing both him and Shui Peng. Fortunately, Dugubo did not continue to attack, and Prince Xuexing secretly felt relieved, glad that Dugubo was a righteous person who still remembered his kindness. "Your Highness, I must say, your timing is rather convenient. Just now, my granddaughter was schemed against by Shui Peng and almost had her innocence taken away. Why didn't you come out to stop it?" I have reason to believe you conspired with Xue Peng to harm my granddaughter. Upon hearing Dugubo's words, Prince Xuexing's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Terrified. It's a misunderstanding, Your Majesty. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Just take a look for yourself. Your good nephew is standing there naked, and my granddaughter's dress is in tatters. Dugubo shouted angrily, in broad daylight. Xue Peng has some nerve to lay his hands on my granddaughter. Seeing Dugubo's furious expression and looking at the scene around him along with Xue Peng's exposed body, Prince Xuexing knew he was in the wrong and couldn't help but inwardly blame Xue Peng. Xue Peng, you truly are a good nephew of mine. Duguyan is Dugubo's granddaughter. Who is Dugubo? He is the poisoned Douluo, renowned across the continent. How dare you have such intentions toward his granddaughter? Are you out of your mind? Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? You are trying to ruin me. After a long time, Prince Xuexing managed to gather some strength to rise from the cold ground. Your Majesty, Dugu, poisoned Dugubo, please calm down, listen to me. He said after some thought. What Xue Peng did was certainly wrong, but he is still young and just confused for a moment. I know you care deeply for your granddaughter Duguyan, but Xue Peng is a prince of the Tiando Empire. If you kill him today, you will offend the entire Tiando Empire. Prince Xuexing paused. You have already offended the Spirit Hall. If you offend our Tiando Empire again, it will be very difficult for you and your granddaughter to find a place to stay in this world. Dugubo was initially taken aback by Prince Xuexing's words. Then he angrily replied, My son and daughter-in-law have passed away, and now my only relative is Yin Yan. She means the world to me. If Xue Peng wants to tarnish Yin Yan, I must seek justice for my granddaughter, no matter what. Please calm down. I also don't know about this matter. If I had known, I would have certainly stopped Xue Peng, Prince Xuexing vowed. Moreover, Xue Peng has not yet had the chance to commit a grave error. Dugu Yin was not taken from him. Dugubo was already filled with rage, and hearing Prince Xuexing's words only intensified his fury. What do you mean? Do you hope that my precious granddaughter would be sullied by Xue Peng before you are satisfied? As he spoke, Dugubo grabbed Prince Xuexing by the collar, his eyes wide open, glaring at the prince. That's not what I meant. Prince Xuexing tried to explain, but was interrupted by Dugubo. At this point, talking is useless. Seeing Dugubo so furious, Prince Xuexing realized that Xue Peng's actions had truly angered Dugubo and that their relationship could not be mended. Prince Xuexing quickly thought through the pros and cons and sighed helplessly. Poisoned Douluo, Dugubo, today's incident is indeed Xue Peng's fault. I apologize on behalf of him to you and your granddaughter Duguyan. I know you cherish your only granddaughter greatly and cannot forgive Xue Peng. So I hope to exchange my previous life-saving favor to you for leniency, to spare my nephew Xue Peng's life. Prince Xuexing looked worn out, appearing as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Dugubo was the key to Prince Xuexing being able to stand for so long in the Tiando Empire's court and to rival Prince Xuexing. Breaking relations with Dugubo today was akin to losing both arms. Without Dugubo as a support, he could not compete with the diligent Prince Xuexing, especially with a foolish and reckless nephew like Xue Peng. However, Xue Peng was also a crucial pawn in his bid for power in the Tiando Empire, and Prince Xuexing absolutely could not afford to lose him. Dugubo clearly took in Prince Xuexing's words, stopping his actions and freezing in place. Duguyan stared blankly at the scene before her, and after a long time, she finally came to her senses and said dazedly, Grandpa, Xue Peng really didn't get the chance to harm me. Let's go home. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Duguyan did not want to avoid holding Xue Peng accountable. At this moment, she harbored deep resentment towards him, wishing to flay him alive. Yet she understood that her grandfather had offended the Spirit Hall many years ago. If he killed Xue Peng now, just to vent her anger, it would again offend the Tiando Empire. In that case, they would have nowhere to go as they could not reach the Spirit Hall, and the Tiando Empire would be uninhabitable for them, and they were unfamiliar with the star Luo Empire. Upon hearing Duguyan's words, Dugubo was first taken aback. Then he released his grip on Prince Xuexing's collar, calming down a bit from his anger. Seeing that Dugubo had finally let him go, Prince Xuexing breathed a sigh of relief. He cautiously raised his head, only to meet Dugubo's cold, blade-like gaze. Xuexing, I agree to your request. For the sake of my precious granddaughter, I will spare Xue Peng's life this time. From now on, there will be no life-saving favor between us. We have no relationship. You take care of yourself." After Douluo finished speaking, he glanced at the trembling Xue Peng and left this place of conflict with Douluo. Seeing Douluo leave, Prince Xuexing angrily shouted at Xue Peng, "It's because of your foolish behavior that I have lost a favor from a title Douluo for nothing. Douluo, the poison Douluo, is the only title Douluo I know well. That favor has now been spent to save you. We don't know when we will meet another title Douluo again. No, it's highly likely that we won T. With our cultivation levels, it's probably impossible to meet a title Douluo again. That was a favor from a title Douluo, wasted because of you." Prince Xuexing was furious, shouting at Xue Peng, "You better not think about stepping out of this room today. Stay here and reflect until I am satisfied." Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote, comment, interact, share, and reward. The author caught a cold today, but still insisted on writing. I will go rest now. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 38, Leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Fengyu watched the live broadcast of this drama from the system. He had long anticipated Xuebing's actions, which is why he chose to have Xuebing use the Dream Mirage pill. However, Fengyu never expected that Xuebing would choose to attack Douluo the moment she woke up. He thought Xuebing would plan for a while before finding an opportunity. Xuebing's immediate action disrupted Fengyu's plans. Fengyu had originally planned to allow Qian Renxue to approach Douluo under the guise of Xue Qinghe after Xuebing attacked Douluo, and the relationship between Prince Xuexing and Douluo had broken down. Considering his previous kindness towards Douluo, Fengyu believed Douluo would accept Qian Renxue's overture. Once Douluo accepted Qian Renxue's overture, he would have Qian Renxue reveal her true identity to Douluo, and then they would find a way to eliminate Emperor Xuye together. Now that Xuebing had acted, the relationship between Douluo and Prince Xuexing had already broken down, and Emperor Xuye was not heavily poisoned. Unless an assassin was arranged or a lethal poison was used, it was unlikely Emperor Xuye would suddenly die. Fengyu's previous plan was evidently unworkable. He decided to take it one step at a time. After all, the situation was ever-changing, and overly detailed plans might be difficult to execute. Fengyu thought to himself. However, Douluo and Douluo would definitely not choose to stay at the Tiando Royal Academy, unless Qian Renxue confessed her true identity to them. After all, Douluo probably wouldn't want to see any members of the Tiando royal family now. After some contemplation, Fengyu decided to leave the Tiando Royal Academy with Douluo and Douluo. It had been more than half a year since Fengyu entered the Tiando Royal Academy, and he was already familiar with the place. The only thing he wanted to do, but hadn't accomplished yet, was to win over Yi Lingling. Just as Fengyu was pondering, Douluo happened to come over to him. "Yi Xiaoyu." Douluo looked at Fengyu, his eyes filled with shock. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to withdraw from school. Although the training conditions at the Tiando Royal Academy are good, the quality of the students is indeed concerning. There aren't many who practice seriously on a daily basis, and I feel the environment here doesn't suit me," Fengyu said half-truthfully. "I see. Ye Xiaoyu. Have you thought about where you will cultivate after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy?" "Your Highness, didn't you mention the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School before? I plan to go there after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is the richest sect in the continent, and I might have unexpected gains from this visit. Well, since you already have plans, I want to force you to return to the Sunset Forest with me. However, if you encounter any difficulties or unsatisfactory matters, feel free to come to the Sunset Forest to find me. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. We shall part ways here." After bidding farewell to Douluo and Douluo, Fengyu went to the Academy's committee to find Meng Xinji, submitted his application, exchanged a few words, and then left. After leaving the Tiando Royal Academy, Fengyu walked for a while, bought some snacks in Tiando City, and then hired a carriage heading towards Wuhan City. The reason Fengyu didn't hire a carriage at the Tiando Royal Academy's entrance was that there were few carriages there, and he was afraid of being suspected by the Academy's people and being stopped. Of course, when Fengyu left the Tiando Royal Academy for Tiando City, he didn't forget to leave a letter for Qian Renxue, explaining his departure from the Academy. After returning to Wuhan City, Yi Fengyu immediately reported to Qian Daolu about his situation over the past 6 months. He then briefly mentioned the situation with Dugubo and Duguian and conveyed his plan to win over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. After receiving Qian Daoliu's approval, Yi Fengyu set off for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile City with the 5 offerings. On the carriage, the 5 offerings were quite perplexed by Yi Fengyu's decision. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, "Fengyu, why are you so eager to win over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? From what you said, if our Wuhuan Hall conflicts with the 2 great empires in the future, the stance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will be crucial and may even affect the outcome of the war. When did the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School become so terrifyingly powerful? 5 offerings. Sometimes what determines the outcome of a war is not just top combat power. The number of troops and supplies are also critical," Yi Fengyu patiently explained. "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School excels in commerce and has accumulated wealth comparable to the combined treasury of the 2 great empires. Although they only have 2 high-end combatants, the Sword Daw and Bone Daw, if they have such vast wealth when a war breaks out on the continent. If they side with either party, the opposing side, or even our side will fall into a passive and unfavorable situation." "I see. Yi Xiaoyu, your idea makes some sense. It seems the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School does have some means. Indeed, most of the time, we in the Wuhuan Hall tend to think from the perspective of soul masters, only remembering that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the 2nd largest sect in the Soul Master world, while the Haoyan sect is the largest, thus thinking the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is inferior. However, this only reflects combat power rankings. In terms of soft power, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School might even surpass the Tiando Empire by a lot. Even so, our trip to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is truly a daunting task. The 5 offerings side, I have made some achievements in cultivation, but when it comes to speech, I might not be very capable. It will depend on you, Fengyu." Yi Fengyu nodded slightly, his confident demeanor suggesting he was well prepared. "Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, interact, share, and give rewards. The author has caught a cold and is going to rest now. Thank you for watching." Chapter 39, Visiting the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Finally, they arrived at Seven Treasures Glazed City. After dismounting from the carriage, the 5th elder couldn't help but exclaim, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest sect on the continent. Even the outer city of Seven Treasures Glazed City is so prosperous. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect excels in commerce, amassing incredible wealth. Both the inner and outer cities of Seven Treasures Glazed City fall under the jurisdiction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, naturally constructed in a magnificent manner. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of the title of the wealthiest sect on the continent." Yi Fengyu said, "It's precisely because the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is wealthy that we seek cooperation with them, right? Young Fengyu, are you suggesting that our visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect this time is for financial reasons?" The 5th elder was somewhat puzzled by Yi Fengyu's words. Giving someone a fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. "What we aim to obtain this time is a channel for making money," Yi Fengyu replied calmly. After hearing this, the 5th elder shook his head. "Forget it, I don't understand these things. It's good that you have a plan, young Fengyu." As Yi Fengyu and the 5th elder conversed, they entered the inner city of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Some of the sect's direct disciples had been waiting early and hurriedly welcomed the 2 to the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. In the main hall, a young man dressed in flowing blue robes, with an exquisite jade belt around his waist, sat in the central position. His features were handsome and delicate, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, as if he were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Looking at the person before him, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder so many people said in my past life on Blue Star that Ning Fengji was the one that Tang Yuehua had been secretly in love with. Based on his age in Douluo Continent, Ning Fengji has already reached the age of discernment and is indeed as handsome as I am. You 2 have traveled a long way from the Spirit Hall, and it must have been quite exhausting. I'm not sure what brings you here. If there's anything that our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect can assist with, please feel free to let me know, and I will certainly help," the handsome man said. "Lord Ning, your words truly flatter us. We are honored," Yi Fengyu replied politely. Both of you must be thirsty. Why not have some tea to moisten your throats? Ning Fengji said, signaling for tea and snacks to be served. Let us eat and talk. Lord Ning is indeed gracious. It's evident that you are in a good mood today. Likely because several talented juniors appeared during your sex martial soul awakening ceremony today. Yi Fengyu directly opened the conversation without further pleasantries. Not at all. Your spirit hall has more talents. Ning Fengji sighed, though he added, after all, talented individuals from small families or places tend to join the spirit hall rather than our Seven Treasures Glaze sect, which truly makes me envious. Oh, is that so? But the Heaven Do Empire is not a small force or place. Although no talents have been discovered in the Heaven Do Empire in recent years, such a large empire cannot possibly be without a single genius, right? Lord Ning, where do you think these geniuses might have gone? Perhaps, maybe. Those geniuses have all joined your spirit hall, Ning Fengji stammered. In any case, our Seven Treasures Glaze sect hasn't received any exceptionally talented juniors recently. Perhaps. But I've heard that Lord Ning has been quite close to the teachers and students of Shrek Academy lately. Yi Fengyu said with a smile that was not quite a smile. I've heard that a few of the students hail from the Heaven Do Empire, with innate soul power above level 7. Doesn't such talent count as exceptional in Lord Ning's eyes? Of course it does. This young friend, innate soul power above level 7, is considered a genius anywhere, and I'm sure it's no exception in your spirit hall, right? Ning Fengji attempted to brush off the topic. However, the talents of these individuals pale in comparison to yours. Is that so? But according to my information, you sent your only daughter, Ning Renxue, to Shrek Academy, correct? Yi Fengyu's tone became somewhat aggressive, causing Ning Fengji to momentarily lose his composure. That is indeed the case, but it is merely because my daughter is quite willful. I sent her to that academy to temper her character and let her make some friends, Ning Fengji explained, regaining his composure. I wonder why you care about this small matter? There's that reason, but I believe Lord Ning's daughter, Ning Renxue, must have mentioned someone named Tang San to you, right? Yi Fengyu asked. That is indeed the case. Ning Fengji replied directly without much thought. Could it be that you two have come to visit our Seven Treasures Glaze sect today because of Tang San? Tang San is the son of Tang Hao. Yi Fengyu said, yes, the same Tang Hao from the Haoyan clan. Lord Ning, I advise you not to let your daughter associate with such a half-human, half-beast hybrid. Yi Fengyu added, Tang Hao once fell in love with a soul beast and had the offspring Tang San with a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. To protect the soul beast, he did not hesitate to become enemies with my spirit hall, causing countless young soul masters from my hall to suffer casualties. In the end, Tang Hao severely injured the previous pope of my spirit hall, but his wife also sacrificed herself. It can be said that Tang Hao has a deep-seated enmity with my spirit hall, and a conflict is inevitable. Lord Ning, you have always advocated for the three sects to support each other. I wonder if sending your daughter to be classmates with Tang San is to draw closer to Tang Hao and the Haoyan clan? Ning Fengji was a bit bewildered by Yi Fengyu's words, sitting there in a daze for a while before he regained his senses. Young friend, you misunderstand. I did not know Tang San's identity. I only knew he was someone with decent cultivation talent and wanted my daughter to interact with him more. At this moment, Ning Fengji was speaking the truth. He truly had not thought that much and had not thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of every student and teacher at Shrek Academy. In his view, Shrek Academy was merely a school established by a group of hidden titled Douluos and soul sages, with no special attributes. If there was anything to say, it might be that the environment was somewhat inferior to that of average mid to high-level soul master academies, but the faculty was somewhat better. Ning Fengji had originally just wanted his daughter to go out for some training and make some friends. However, he never expected that this action would lead to a visit from the people of the Spirit Hall. Now, Ning Fengji found himself in a difficult position, truly not knowing that so many events would unfold. Otherwise, he would not have sent his daughter to that Shrek Academy. Chapter 40. Ning Fengji's Dilemma. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, and Ning Fengji and Yi Fengyu tacitly stopped speaking. In the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the air seemed to stagnate, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Master Ning, whether you are intentional or unintentional, the two of us have come to your esteemed school today, not to place blame. Yi Fengyu was the first to break the silence. Since the young lady enjoys a life of privilege, and the cultivation environment of your esteemed school is evidently much better than that of Shrek Academy, why not bring her back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for cultivation? Yi Fengyu spoke more politely this time. If Master Ning agrees to bring the young lady Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and refrain from helping the Wuhuan Hall or other forces in conflicts, we at the Wuhuan Hall will not hold past matters against you. What do you mean by not holding past matters against us? Your words seem to underestimate our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The silent sword Douluo Continent suddenly spoke. Kid, don't think that just because you're from the Wuhuan Hall, you can speak so arrogantly. This is our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's territory. Before Qian Renxue could finish speaking, he released his martial soul, applying pressure towards Yi Fengyu's direction. Let us talk things over. Fighting is not a good idea. The fifth elder, who had been beside Yi Fengyu, extended his hand, using soul power to gather a barrier to block Qian Renxue's pressure, and said with some displeasure. Qian Renxue realized that the person who intervened had a higher level of soul power than himself. Following the direction of the soul power, he then noticed the fifth elder sitting next to Yi Fengyu. I apologize on behalf of Elder Jian. He was just too excited and acted rashly. Truly sorry. Ning Fengji quickly smiled and said, if you two have anything to discuss, I will listen attentively. From the looks of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it seems you do not welcome us? The fifth elder spoke impatiently. Does Master Ning intend for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to compete with us at the Wuhuan Hall? Misunderstanding, Ning Fengji awkwardly smiled. I am well aware of the strength of the Wuhuan Hall. I wouldn't dare. Yi Fengyu glanced at Ning Fengji and said, Master Ning, I am currently 13 years old with a soul power level of 45. The young lady is of a similar age. Why not let her cultivate at our Wuhuan Hall Academy? Young friend, do not joke. You are 13 years old with a level 45, while my daughter is unruly and not worthy of you. Ning Fengji seemed to misunderstand. Master Ning, that is not what I meant. I meant for the young lady to enter our Wuhuan Hall Academy for cultivation, not to cultivate alongside me. Yi Fengyu explained somewhat helplessly. That is unnecessary. After all, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School does not lack cultivation resources. It would be better for my daughter to withdraw from Shrek Academy and return to my side. That would make me feel more at ease. Ning Fengji said with a mix of amusement and frustration. He initially thought Yi Fengyu was interested in his daughter, but was surprised to learn that Yi Fengyu really just wanted her to join the Wuhuan Hall for cultivation. He couldn't understand Yi Fengyu's purpose in doing so. As a parent, I understand Master Ning's desire to keep his children close. However, the young lady's talent is indeed not low. If Master Ning agrees to let his beloved daughter join our Wuhuan Hall, I can promise to help her evolve her martial soul into the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. This way, her talent can be fully realized in the future, allowing her to become a title Douluo instead of being stuck at the Soul Sage level for a lifetime, wasting her innate level 9 soul power talent. Yi Fengyu said calmly, but to Ning Fengji, it sounded extraordinary. What? You say you can make Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda? Ning Fengji asked incredulously, with a mix of doubt and excitement. Yes, I can make Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Yi Fengyu affirmed. As he spoke, Yi Fengyu took out a Qi Luo Yu Jingxiang pill from the storage soul guide, playing with it in his hand. Ning Fengji looked at the pill in Yi Fengyu's hand, feeling an inexplicable itch in his heart, and his body instinctively sensed the allure of the pill. Ning Fengji remained silent for a long time. Yi Fengyu understood that he was hesitating, so he took the opportunity to speak. Master Ning, as long as you agree to keep the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School from opposing the Wuhuan Hall and prioritize the Wuhuan Hall, and allow Ning Rongrong to cultivate in the Wuhuan Hall, I can not only help Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, but also offer you a chance for martial soul evolution. How's that sound? Ning Fengji was quite tempted by Yi Fengyu's offer, but his rationality made him cautious as he asked, Young friend, do you have that many treasures to facilitate martial soul evolution? If so, why not use them for yourself? To be honest, my martial soul no longer requires evolution, and I have a full innate soul power. Even if I use this pill, it would only increase my soul power by 1 or 2 levels at most, saving a little cultivation time. It is more worthwhile to give it to those around me. Yi Fengyu spoke the truth. With his twin martial souls and innate level 30 soul power, even if he consumed several pills, he could only increase his soul power by a few levels. Yi Fengyu's soul power concentration was already higher than others, so the enhancement brought by the pills would definitely be weaker compared to others. As for martial soul evolution, it was even more impossible. The reason being, Yi Fengyu's martial soul was already several times stronger than others on the Douluo Continent and could not be improved by just a few pills. After all, these pills were merely refined from celestial herbs found on the Douluo Continent, while Yi Fengyu's martial soul was an ancient artifact from Huaxia. The strength comparison was self-evident. After hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Ning Fengji hesitated for a while and said, "I wonder if the young friend could first give me a pill to let me experience it. If it indeed has such miraculous effects, I will certainly agree to your request." All right. Yi Fengyu didn't think much and handed the pill to Ning Fengji, instructing him to hold it in his mouth and meditate to absorb the medicinal power. Yi Fengyu wasn't worried about Ning Fengji going back on his word. After all, the Wuhuan Hall was powerful. Even if Ning Fengji turned against them after taking the pill, with just Yi Fengyu and the fifth elder, they could still inflict heavy losses on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, interact, share, and give rewards. The author is still recovering from a cold, and will take a break now. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Chapter 41. Ning Fengji Breakthrough. Ning Fengji took the medicinal pill and sat in meditation for 2 hours. Suddenly, a phantom of a treasure pagoda appeared behind him, shining with brilliant colors and looking quite dazzling. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower was naturally recognized by Sword Douluo, but the phantom of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower behind Ning Fengji contained a feeling of a vague but powerful force, giving him an indescribable sensation. "Fengji, your martial soul feels different from before." As Ning Fengji ended his meditation and opened his eyes, Sword Douluo quickly said, "I feel that the energy contained in your martial soul is much stronger than before." "Uncle Jian, I feel it too." Ning sang Tisait. "I can sense that the energy within my martial soul has become even more powerful. It seems that this so-called medicinal pill really has some effect." "Fengji, summon your martial soul for us to see." Bon Douluo suddenly spoke. Ning Fengji complied, and the great hall was once again illuminated by brilliant light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9. Sword Douluo looked seriously at Ning Fengji's martial soul. 9 layers, it really is 9 layers. "Uncle Jian, what do you mean by 9? Ning Fengji, not yet noticing the evolution of his martial soul, looked at Sword Douluo in confusion, not understanding why his usually calm uncle was so excited at this moment. 9 layers. Fengji, your 7 Treasure Glazed Tower has transformed into 9 layers. Sword Douluo said excitedly. "Fengji, your martial soul has evolved. 1, 2, 8, 9. It really is 9 layers. Ancestors, I did it. Ning Fengji was overjoyed. "I have finally brought the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower back to this world. Congratulations, Sect Master Ning, on the successful evolution of your martial soul into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower." Yi Fengyu said calmly, "I sincerely congratulate you, and from today onwards, you are expected to become a titled Douluo." Upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Ning Fengji finally came back to his senses from the immense joy. After sensing his soul power level, he realized that his accumulation over the years had finally broken through, and now he only needed a soul ring to officially become a soul Douluo. "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, I have already broken through. It's time to obtain a soul ring. I wonder who would be willing to accompany me to the Stardew Great Forest?" Sect Master Ning's breakthrough to soul Douluo naturally deserves my congratulations, but regarding your soul ring, there is no rush. Let's first discuss the matter of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect joining the Spirit Hall. Yi Fengyu said with a smile. To let the 7 Treasure Glazed sect join the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words, Ning Fengji's hands trembled suddenly. "Young friend, I remember you just said that the 7 Treasure Glazed sect can no longer oppose the Spirit Hall from now on. When did it change to us joining the Spirit Hall?" A gentleman's word is his bond. Changing the terms at the last minute is not the way of a gentleman. Sect Master Ning, while that may be true, I also have my own difficulties. Fengyu said, pretending to be helpless, lowering his head and sighing. After a while, he continued, now that your martial soul has suddenly evolved from the 7-treasure glazed tower to the 9-treasure glazed tower, it will inevitably attract the attention of various forces. If the leaders of those forces find out that it was I, Fengyu, who gave you the medicinal pill that caused your martial soul to evolve, then your sect will surely be viewed as part of our spirit hall's camp in their eyes. Young friend, you. Ning Fengji seemed to want to say something, but held back. Sect Master Ning, I know what you want to say. Fengyu said, however, I want the 7-treasure glazed sect to join the spirit hall, not only for the benefit of the spirit hall, but also for the consideration of your sect. Our spirit hall has always contributed to the harmony of the Douluo Continent, maintaining peace and stability, and even the Pope is not from a single family. Compared to the 2 great empires, our spirit hall is much better in this regard. You spirit hall incite the 2 great empires to war, causing turmoil across the continent. Ning Fengji's words were interrupted by Fengyu, who said, Sect Master Ning, do not speak recklessly. Our spirit hall has always maintained a role between the 2 great empires to uphold peace on the continent. The conflicts between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire are due to territorial disputes and have nothing to do with our spirit hall. Fengyu spoke with righteous indignation. There are only these 2 great empires on the continent, both of which want to unify the world, so wars break out continuously. Our spirit hall's current role is to prevent frequent wars from breaking out, allowing ordinary people to live better lives. What does this have to do with our 7-treasure glazed sect? Currently, the Heaven Do Empire is weak and the Star Luo Empire is strong. If it weren't for our spirit hall balancing the situation, the Star Luo Empire would have likely launched a war against the Heaven Do Empire, preparing to unify the continent. What's wrong with that? Ning Fengji was somewhat confused as to why Fengyu was saying all this to him. Fengyu said with a mocking tone, if the Star Luo Empire really unified the continent, neither our spirit hall nor your 7-treasure glazed sect would benefit from it. No monarch of a unified nation would willingly allow a religious organization with considerable combat power to be outside of their control. Nor would any monarch of a unified nation allow major sects with a large number of soul masters to operate independently. Fengyu continued, all of our spirit hall's actions are for self-preservation and to seek welfare for the common people on the continent. The 2 great empires do not awaken martial souls for common people, leading to those of common birth having no chance to become soul masters. Is this what Sect Master Ning wishes to see? Fengyu then shifted the topic. I have long heard that Sect Master Ning cares for the common people, always buying girls who are treated as commodities at the auction houses of the Heaven Do Empire, giving them a chance at life. However, this is merely treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Only by truly treating common people as human beings can we resolve everything, something the 2 great empires cannot accomplish. If the 2 great empires cannot accomplish this, then can your spirit hall do it? What we can or cannot do is not a matter of words, but of facts. Our spirit hall has insisted on helping common-born individuals awaken their martial souls over the years, allowing countless common people to become soul masters and gain the chance to change their fates, something the 2 great empires have not done. Sect Master Ning, every word I say is reasonable. You must know whether I have exaggerated. Otherwise, consider it carefully. Opportunities are fleeting. If you refuse to join our spirit hall this time, then I'm afraid we will only meet on the battlefield in the future. Chapter 42. The plot progress is off. Ning Fengji could naturally detect the threat in Fengyu's words, coupled with the fact that the reasoning behind Fengyu's words was not false. After some consideration, Ning Fengji agreed to Fengyu's request and agreed to let the 7-treasure glazed tile school join the spirit hall. However, he proposed 3 conditions. My young friend, I can lead the 7-treasure glazed tile school to join the spirit hall, but your spirit hall must also show sincerity, Ning Fengji said, taking a sip from the cup of tea in his hand. I wonder if my young friend can agree to 3 requests from me. Please, Sect Master Ning. I'm all ears, Fengyu replied. The first request. My young friend must ensure the evolution of my daughter's martial soul, as previously mentioned. The second request. After our 7-treasure glazed tile school joins the Spirit Hall, guarantee that every member of our 7-treasure glazed tile school can enjoy cultivation resources no less than what we currently have. The third request. Whether my daughter Rong is willing to leave Shrek Academy, it should be her own decision. Ning Fengji's tone was resolute, and Yi Fengyu could see that these conditions were Ning Fengji's bottom line. Yi Fengyu had no points to refute regarding these 3 conditions. They were reasonable, and if the positions were reversed, Yi Fengyu would likely make similar demands. Yi Fengyu lowered his head, pretending to think for a moment before saying, "All right, these 3 conditions are ones we both can agree to." Just as Yi Fengyu and Ning Fengji were conversing, an excited female voice suddenly rang out from outside the main hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. "Daddy, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, I'm back." Immediately after, a little girl in a light blue dress quickly dashed into the main hall. She did not notice Yi Fengyu sitting nearby and rushed straight into Ning Fengji's arms, saying, "Daddy, Rong is back. Did you miss Rong? Rong, get down. How can you act like this? There are others watching." Ning Fengti looked at Ning Rong, who had pounced on him as soon as she entered the hall, and sighed helplessly. "No, Daddy, don't you miss Rong?" Ning Rong said with an unhappy face. "Daddy, I came back from so far away, and you didn't even hug me first. Haha, I hope I've not made you laugh, my young friends. My daughter has always had this temper. But don't worry, she just likes to be clingy. Her mother passed away early, and now I only have this one daughter, so I naturally spoil her a bit. I hope you don't mind." Ning Fengji smiled awkwardly and nodded to Yi Fengyu in apology. "It's fine, now that Rong is back. Let's have her join us for the conversation, shall we?" Yi Fengyu said, lowering his head to take a sip from his teacup. Ning Fengti hesitated. Rong, what do you think?" In the end, he turned to ask Ning Rong. At this moment, Ning Rong finally noticed Yi Fengyu's presence and felt a bit embarrassed. After a moment of being dazed, she finally came to her senses and said, "All right, you guys talk, I'll just listen. Is it about me?" Upon hearing Ning Rong's words, Yi Fengyu thought that this little devil must have returned home due to some grievances. Sure enough, Ning Rong spoke up, "But Daddy, can you agree not to make me go to that Shrek Academy anymore?" Ning Fengji glanced at Yi Fengyu and, seeing that Yi Fengyu did not mind Ning Rong speaking up at this time, did not interrupt her. Rong, what happened?" Ning Fengji asked with concern. This daughter was his precious treasure, and if she had suffered any grievances outside, he would never accept it. "Daddy, after I enrolled in Shrek Academy, I found that the conditions there are ridiculously poor. They don't even have a simulated training base, and the student dormitories are shared by 3 people, living in houses in the village. Even so, the dean of Shrek Academy still charges us 100 gold soul coins for tuition each semester. These days, he keeps saying that the academy has no money and hopes we can find a way to gather money for the academy." Ning Rong became more and more agitated as she spoke, and by the end, she even shed tears. The dean of Shrek Academy said, "I don't know how to be humble and have a young lady's temper." Upon hearing Ning Rong's words, Yi Fengyu was first startled and then a bit dazed. Could it be that the plot line has been altered due to my crossing over? Shouldn't this be something Ning Rong encountered when she first joined Shrek Academy? How is it that nearly a year has passed since she joined, and these things just happened? Yi Fengyu sat quietly listening to Ning Rong, deciding to observe for a while to determine the current stage of the plot development at Shrek Academy. Before Ning Fengji could speak, Jianda Chanxian spoke first. "What kind of person is the dean of Shrek Academy? To dare say that our Rong has a young lady's temper? Doesn't he know that you were originally the young lady of our 7-treasure glazed tile school? If you don't want to go to that broken academy built in a village, then don't go. At worst, you can return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and Grandpa Jian will teach you how to cultivate." "Exactly, Grandpa Bone will teach you. We won't go to that Shrek Academy." After Jian and Bone Douluo finished speaking, Yi Fengyu finally spoke. "You are Ning Rong, right? Are you willing to cultivate with us? If you are willing to cultivate with me, I can guarantee that your martial soul will evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda." "Daddy, who is this?" Ning Rong then remembered that she hadn't asked Yi Fengyu about his identity. "My surname is Yi. My name is Fengyu. The wind and rain that does not obstruct the wind and rain." From the Spirit Hall, Yi Fengyu introduced himself briefly. "The Spirit Hall? What is someone from the Spirit Hall doing at our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Rong, your father has already discussed with young friend Yi and agreed to let our 7-treasure glazed tile school join the Spirit Hall. You just need to think about whether you want to cultivate with young friend Yi in the Spirit Hall. If you are willing, then you can go back to the Spirit Hall with young friend Yi. If you don't want to, you can stay in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If Daddy agrees, I would like to go to the Spirit Hall to take a look. After all, staying in the 7-treasure glazed tile school all the time makes it hard for Rong to make friends. It's too lonely. After thinking for a while, Ning Rong replied, "All right, I'll listen to Rong." Ning Fengyu smiled and looked at Yi Fengyu. "Then I'll trouble you, young friend Yi, to take care of my daughter." Sect Master Ning, you don't have to be polite. Chapter 43 Auction House. Yi Fengyu returned to Wuhuan City with Ning Rong in a carriage. The 5 elders remained silent throughout the journey, quietly watching the two chat. After ensuring Ning Rong was settled, Yi Fengyu returned to his home, quickly washed up, and fell asleep. The next morning, Yi Fengyu organized his belongings, hired a carriage, and headed towards the Tiando auction house. Upon arriving in Tiando City, he unexpectedly ran into Douluo while walking to the auction house. "Young friendy, are you also here to check out the Tiando auction house?" Douluo asked. "Yes, I've been in Tiando City for so long without visiting the auction house." Yi Fengyu replied. Yi Fengyu's words were half true. A significant reason for his hurried arrival in Tiando City was that the system had informed him that Tang San and Xiao Wu would be at the Tiando auction house today. However, Yi Fengyu wasn't focusing too much on Tang San at the moment. After all, what was meant to happen would happen, so there was no need to rush. Yi Fengyu and Douluo walked to a building with a milky white faade and a semicircular entrance. 4 tall young women stood in front of the door. As the two approached, one of the young women stepped forward, slightly bowing, and asked, "How may we assist you, sirs?" "We'd like to go inside and take a look." Yi Fengyu responded, "I'm sorry, may I ask if you have the bidding qualification certification?" The young woman inquired patiently. Yi Fengyu looked at Douluo, who nodded and took out the bidding certification from a soul guide. "Welcome, esteemed guests," the 4 young women said in unison as Yi Fengyu and Douluo entered the auction house. Yi Fengyu was quite looking forward to the treasures that might appear in the Tiando auction house. After all, as the largest auction house in the entire Tiando Empire, it could have any item up for bid. Upon entering, the young woman in charge of reception handed masks to Yi Fengyu and Douluo, but both clearly did not want to conceal their identities. The auction center was located on the 2nd floor, accessible only to important clients. And since Yi Fengyu and Douluo were considered important clients, they were naturally arranged to be in the auction center. The auction center felt more like a grand auditorium, decorated similarly to the main arena of the Great Soul Arena, with a circular stage in the center surrounded by concentric rows of seats. Yi Fengyu couldn't help but drift off in thought. If a concert were held here, the view for the audience should be quite good, allowing them to see the singer clearly. After waiting for a while in the private box, the auction finally began. The first few auction items did not pique Yi Fengyu's interest. For some reason, Tang San and Xiao Wu hurriedly left after selling their hidden weapons, which surprised Yi Fengyu, but he didn't dwell on it. At that moment, there weren't many bidders in the auction center, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. A soul guide device resembling a belt was being auctioned on stage, with a price already reaching 40,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, Yi Fengyu had no interest in this. He didn't lack for storage soul guides. The soul guide was successfully sold for 43,000 gold soul coins. Yi Fengyu noticed that the auction for the soul guide had concluded and knew that a good show was about to start. So he focused his attention on the host on stage. With a microphone in hand and a smile, the host addressed the bidders. "Next, we will auction a rare treasure. Please pay attention, especially the male guests." While speaking, he signaled to the audience, and 3 burly men pushed a cart covered with red cloth onto the stage. The cart resembled a large square box, concealing its contents. Hearing the host's words, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "A rare treasure? I remember this should be that cat girl. It's clear they are treating people as objects. The Tiando Empire really needs to be rectified." As Yi Fengyu silently cursed in his heart, the host continued to build suspense. After teasing the guests, he said mysteriously, "Can anyone guess what this is?" Let me reveal the starting price to all the esteemed guests first. The starting bid for this item is 100,000 gold soul coins, with each increment no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This is the best of the best. The host's words successfully captured the bidder's attention. When he felt the crowd's gaze was fixed on a red cloth, he spoke again. Now, please take a good look. As he said this, he pulled a red cloth away. A flash of red light revealed not a box, but a huge iron cage. Inside the cage curled a young girl. The girl was mostly naked, with only her key areas covered by shells. Since she was curled up, her face was somewhat obscured, but her figure was nearly perfect. Her fair skin glowed like jade, and her short, light green hair had a unique charm. The numerous bidders present became excited upon seeing the cat girl. Fengyu felt that many of them likely knew in advance and had come specifically to purchase the cat girl. However, for some reason, a sudden voice interrupted the excitement. This girl has a starting price of 100,000 gold soul coins. Why is she worth that much? Perhaps the esteemed guests were curious as to why such a girl could have such a high starting price, similar to the beauties trained by our auction house for many years. But if everyone observed closely, they would notice her uniqueness. While speaking, the host took out a stick from somewhere and gently lifted the girl's light green hair, revealing her ears. It turns out she is a cat girl, indeed rare. With this beauty, it would be nice to play with her for a few days. A somewhat lewd voice reached Fengyu's ears. It seemed there were quite a few lecherous individuals here, but Fengyu wondered if the Snowstar Prince would be among them. If he remembered correctly, he particularly enjoyed tormenting beast girls. Fengyu pondered how he would arrange things if he acquired the cat girl. The host's voice interrupted Fengyu's thoughts. Esteemed guests, you may start bidding. Upon hearing this, everyone in the private boxes began to bid, fearing they would miss the opportunity to buy the cat girl. 130,000 gold soul coins, one red guest called out. 170,000 gold soul coins, another red guest raised the bid. 170,000, going once. 170,000, going twice. After the host finished speaking, Fengyu suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Ning Fengji earlier, which meant that Ning Fengji likely hadn't come to this auction. It seemed he would have to rely on himself to rescue the cat girl. I bid 180,000 gold soul coins. Fengyu quickly raised his paddle to bid. I want to see who dares to compete with me. The masked speaker said, but Fengyu clearly recognized the identity of this person, the Snowstar Prince. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please recommend, add to your bookshelf, follow, share, comment, and reward. This flu virus has been bothering the author for several days, and I don't know how long it will take to recover. I will try my best to keep updating. Chapter 44. Spicy Rabbit Head's Prince Xuexing's gaze turned towards Fengyu's direction. He wanted to see who dared to compete with him for people on the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Dugabo slowly stood up and nodded towards Prince Xuexing. After recognizing Dugabo's face, Prince Xuexing said nothing more and pretended as if nothing had happened. The host, seeing that the dispute between the two had been resolved, realized that Dugabo's identity was not simple. Although he did not know Dugabo, he recognized Prince Xuexing. There were not many people in the Heaven Do Empire who could make Prince Xuexing back down, and each one of them was not someone he could provoke as a host. The auction continued. The host announced with a trembling voice, 180,000 gold soul coins. First time, 180,000 gold soul coins. Second time, 180,000 gold soul coins. Third time, sold. This cat girl belongs to the guest in the red VIP area. After Dugabo and Prince Xuexing stood up, no one else raised the bid, and this auction was successfully concluded. After the auction, Fengyu confessed his identity to Dugabo. This was also a helpless move. Otherwise, how could he explain the source of such a large amount of money with his orphan status, right? Dugabo and Fengyu communicated through soul power for a long time, and finally, they both left the Heaven Do auction house together. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, brother, your hidden weapon is actually worth so much, selling for a full 500 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu said with surprise on her face. We are great soul masters, and the soul master subsidy from the Martial Soul Hall is only 10 gold soul coins a month. 500 gold soul coins is equivalent to 75 months of subsidies for both of us. Brother, you are amazing, able to earn so much money. Xiao Wu said admiringly. I'm increasingly convinced that you are the most talented person on the continent. 500 gold soul coins is nothing. Is that considered a lot? I even feel like I sold it at a loss, Tang San said. Once I find a reliable and wealthy power to cooperate with and sell more of these silent hidden weapons to them, it could be 5 million gold soul coins, which can also be earned. Brother, you are right. You are really impressive. Xiao Wu smiled and said, by then, I will have endless beautiful clothes to wear. However, before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tang San. I know, Xiao Wu, you want to ask where to find that reliable and wealthy power, right? Our former classmate Ning Rongrong is from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I heard from the teacher that she is the only daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unfortunately, the teachers let this money tree go. Brother, don't rush. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the richest sect on the continent, I heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower's martial soul has no offensive capabilities, so the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must need something as their means of attack. And your hidden weapon is just right for that. Xiao Wu hurriedly comforted Tang San. Let's talk to the teachers and ask them to give us a few days off to go to Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City. Maybe we can gain something. Are you suggesting we actively promote my hidden weapon to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Tang San asked. Yes, brother, what's wrong with that? Nothing. Although Tang San didn't say it out loud, he was quite concerned at his heart. To him, his hidden weapon was a unique treasure on the Douluo Continent, one that was hard to come by. He wouldn't necessarily sell it, even if someone came to him. Now he was being asked to promote it himself. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was truly seeking their own demise. Brother, if you think it's okay, shall we ask the teachers for leave right now? I'll go with you. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, acting coy. I can go alone, Xiao Wu. It's tiring to travel. You should stay at the academy. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who was leaning on his shoulder. No, brother. Are you afraid that I will cause you trouble if you don't take me to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Xiao Wu said pitifully. This Shrek Academy is in the village, and it takes a long time to get to Soto City. I just want to go out and have fun. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Tang San felt very sorry and finally softened, agreeing to let Xiao Wu go with him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The two of them asked Flander and the master for leave, hired a carriage, and set off. On the way, Tang San repeatedly reminded Xiao Wu not to be too straightforward, as too many words could lead to misfortune. Tang San understood that this trip to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was an initiative to seek help from others, and his attitude had to be good. Although Tang San was not very satisfied with this in his heart, he had not yet grown up, and no one cared whether he was satisfied with his attitude. Time flew by, and Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived in Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City. Brother, this city is so beautiful. The buildings are all made of glazed materials. Xiao Wu looked at the buildings in front of her with delight. Spicy rabbit heads. Spicy rabbit heads. Suddenly, a coarse voice attracted Xiao Wu's attention. Handsome guy, beautiful girl. 1 gold soul coin for 2 spicy rabbit heads. Do you want to try? The uncle selling rabbit heads noticed Xiao Wu looking at him, but not speaking, thinking they found the price too expensive. He smiled foolishly and said, all handmade. Although it's a bit pricey, these rabbit heads are from soft-boned rabbits, real soul beast meat. The cost of buying rabbit heads is high, and this spicy rabbit head has a high cost. Xiao Wu stared at the uncle selling spicy rabbit heads, silent, and suddenly overturned the uncle's stall. Rabbits are so cute. How can we eat rabbits? Xiao Wu said, almost crying. No, I mean little girl. Even if you feel sorry for the rabbits, you don't have to eat them. Why overturn my stall? The uncle said, intending to step forward and hit Xiao Wu. Tang San initially wanted to take out his hidden weapon to deal with this annoying vendor, but thinking that this was Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City, and he still had matters to ask the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he held back. However, according to Tang San's temperament, he would not pay for it, so he pulled Xiao Wu and left, showing their soul rings before they left. Seeing this, the uncle selling rabbit heads could only sigh, lamenting that there were more bad people now, and then gave up. Chapter 45, Hidden Weapons? Not worth much. Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at the gate of the inner city of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The guard stopped them. citing that they did not have the exclusive token of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Left with no choice, Tang San had to put on a smiling face and explain that he and Xiao Wu were classmates of Ning Renxue, and they had come to bring something good to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He hoped that Ning Renxue would be willing to let them meet with Ning Fengyu out of their past friendship. The guards initially planned to directly refuse entry to the two, but upon hearing they were classmates of Ning Renxue, they dared not make the decision themselves. One guard instructed another to watch over the inner city gate while he went to report the situation to the sect leader, Ning Fengyu. Please wait a moment, the remaining guards said, refusing to let Tang San and Xiao Wu in, insisting they wait for Ning Fengyu's instructions. The guard stated seriously, "Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile City has always valued rules, and I am acting according to them. Please understand." After a while, the guard who went to report returned with the message that Ning Fengyu agreed to meet Tang San and Xiao Wu. They were led by an inner disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into a brightly decorated hall. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood straight in the hall. Upon seeing them, Ning Fengyu slightly raised his hand to his forehead, then turned his gaze from Tang San and casually said, "You are Tang San and Xiao Wu? I heard you say you are Renxue's former classmates, and that you have something good to sell to me?" Ning Fengyu despised those who lacked respect for their elders. So Tang San's failure to bow had already offended him, leaving a very bad first impression. In terms of status and soul power level, Ning Fengyu considered himself to be much stronger than this arrogant young man before him. Although Ning Fengyu was unhappy about Tang San not bowing, he did not show any displeasure on the surface and instead smiled, displaying the demeanor of an elder. "Lord Ning, I have something good to show you that I guarantee you will like," Tang San said mysteriously. He then took out a wooden box from his storage soul tool and carefully retrieved a silent sleeve arrow from inside. "Lord Ning, this silent sleeve arrow was sold at the Heaven Do auction house a few days ago, so you should be familiar with it. Its attack power has been witnessed by countless bidders at the auction. At that time, one was auctioned for 1,500 gold soul coins. Now, I intend to sell it to your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for 1,400 gold soul coins each. What do you think?" Tang San asked without any reservations. His words came so suddenly that they caught Ning Fengyu, who had intended to sip some tea and take a break before conversing with them, slightly off guard. However, as a seasoned businessman, Ning Fengyu quickly composed himself and firmly shook his head, saying, "When did I say I wanted to buy this from you?" Beside him, Douluo added, "If it weren't for your past friendship with Renxue, you would have been thrown out of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile City by now. Kid, one can be poor, but one shouldn't have a poor ambition. For just this iron lump, you want us to pay 1,400 gold soul coins? You must be out of your mind. It would be quicker to just rob us. Yes, our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the richest sect on the continent, but our wealth has been accumulated through generations of family business. We are wealthy, not insane." But someone bid 1,500 gold soul coins at the auction. Tang San began to explain, but was interrupted by Ning Fengyu, who said, "A novel item may attract a lot of attention, but you're now trying to sell me hundreds or even thousands of these silent sleeve arrows. So I'm offering you a friendly price. Each one is discounted by a full 100 gold soul coins." Tang San argued confidently. Upon hearing Tang San's stubbornness, Ning Fengyu realized he was dealing with someone unreasonable. But out of respect for Tang San's past connection with Ning Renxue, he said, 1,400 gold soul coins may not seem expensive at first glance. But if you buy 1,000, that's 4 million gold soul coins. Do you really think our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's money comes from the wind? Lord Ning, how about we negotiate again? What about 1,200 gold soul coins each? Tang San, noticing Ning Fengyu's displeasure, hurriedly said, "My silent sleeve arrows do not require the user's soul power level to unleash the same power as a full force attack from a soul master. Training a soul master from a level 3 innate soul power requires about 1,000 gold soul coins." Douluo suddenly interjected. Tang San felt awkward. Training a soul master takes time. My hidden weapons can be used with just simple assembly. Tang San confidently said, more importantly, my silent sleeve arrows can be worn on the user's arm, always with the user, better protecting and assisting support-type soul masters to make up for their lack of offensive power. That's a good idea, but putting it into practice can be quite difficult. Sword Douluo said. First, you need to ensure you won't be killed by the enemy in one hit. Secondly, you must strike accurately and decisively against the enemy. And most importantly, the opponent's soul power level cannot be too high. Fengyu glanced at Sword Douluo, nodded, then turned to Tang San. You heard that. Your so-called hidden weapons are not as powerful as you claim, and there are many limitations in their usage. Let's forget it. Fengyu waved his hand, calling a few guards to escort Tang San and Xiao Wu out of the Seven Treasures glazed tile city. The two, who had hoped to make some gold soul coins from selling hidden weapons, ended up leaving empty-handed and feeling quite humiliated. Brother, I heard a few days ago that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school announced its alliance with the Spirit Hall but still retains autonomy. I thought this news was fake, or that the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was just pretending to cooperate with the Spirit Hall. I didn't expect today to find out that both the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Spirit Hall are the same, both bullying us, Xiao Wu said, nearly crying, her tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, what wrong did we do? The Seven Treasures glazed tile school treats us so arrogantly, and the monthly supply from the Spirit Hall is pitifully small. What are we going to do if we can't get gold soul coins? That spicy rabbit head is said to have come from the Spirit City. How could the people of the Spirit Hall be so cruel? Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched. Rabbits are so cute, yet the people of the Spirit Hall want to eat them. And the people of the Seven Treasures glazed tile city too. Can't they have a little compassion? Fengyu, observing Tang San and Xiao Wu's actions through the system's real-time tracking, felt quite speechless. Then he smiled faintly. It's a miracle that you managed to walk out of the Seven Treasures glazed tile city alive. If it weren't for the fact that it's not yet time to fight Tang Hao to the death, Tang San, you might have been beaten to death by now. Thanks to all the readers for your support. With your companionship, the author can continue to persevere. Please vote for recommendations, leave comments, follow, share, and give rewards. The author's condition is not very good. There's been a lot of pressure lately, and on top of that, the author is still recovering from a cold. Please understand. And thank you all for staying with me until now. Chapter 46 Soulbone, bring it on. Thinking of Tang San and Tang Hao. Fengyu suddenly remembered that he had crossed over to the Douluo Continent for quite some time, but had yet to visit the must-see Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village is not only the starting place of Douluo, but also the location where the 100,000-year soul bones are buried. Fengyu decided to set off immediately to see if the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor seedling and soul bone were still there in this ordinary little village. This time, Fengyu went with the fifth offering. Although fifth offering Wangling was nearly 100 years old, his heart was still like that of a child, loving to play. Therefore, when he learned that Fengyu was going to Holy Soul Village, he actively proposed to accompany him. In Holy Soul Village, two plain but clean and tidy individuals were chatting and laughing with the village chief, Jack. Old Jack, do you know if there are any waterfalls around here? Fengyu casually asked. I heard that the waterfall here is quite special. I wonder if it's true. A waterfall is just a waterfall. What's so special about it? Old Jack said indifferently, not knowing the identities of Fengyu and the fifth offering. So the three were quite relaxed in their conversation. We're not sure what is special about the waterfall either. We just heard rumors about it elsewhere, and since we happened to pass by, we wanted to take a look. Since we're here, why don't you tell us the location of the waterfall? Fengyu said naturally, as if they were really just on a vacation. Seeing that the two were so persistent about the waterfall, old Jack didn't think much of it and told them where the waterfall was. Fengyu thanked him and took his leave, quietly leaving a gold soul coin as a reward for old Jack for guiding them. After arriving at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, Fengyu and the fifth offering quickly found the cave where Tang Hao buried Ayin. The cave was covered by a curtain of water, with defenses set up by Tang Hao outside. Fengyu and the fifth offering entered the dim cave one after the other. Inside the cave was pitch black, with only a certain direction emitting a faint blue-green light. Following the light, Fengyu found the glowing blue-silver grass. Fengyu walked towards Ayin, took out a wooden box and a shovel from his storage soul guide, and placed Ayin along with some soil into the box, closing it and putting it back into the storage soul guide. What about the soul bone? It wouldn't have been taken by Tang Hao, would it? Just as Fengyu was puzzled, the fifth offering suddenly said, Young man Fengyu, I seem to have found a box just now, and inside it was a soul bone. Young man Fengyu, I've lived so long and I still know many things about the Douluo Continent in the past few decades. Is this the place where Tang Hao went into hiding to escape his crimes? Tang Hao. He ran away long ago, leaving his wife here. Yi Fengyu scoffed. Oh, and his wife's soul bone. He probably thought he hid it well enough that no one would find it, intending to keep it for his son. So, I guess he will come back. Wife. That 100,000-year blue silver emperor? Yes. The entity of that blue silver emperor is the very grass I just put into the storage soul guide. No way. Tang Hao buried his wife in such a place. The fifth offering asked in disbelief. Didn't he disregard his family's reputation for this blue silver emperor, loving it wholeheartedly? How could he bury it in such a dark cave? What's so hard to understand? Tang Hao, the dignified Hao Qian, could hide his name and live in such a remote little village like Holy Soul Village in the Fengyu province, relying on making farming tools for the villagers. In this case, it makes sense that he would bury Yin here, Yi Fengyu said. The fifth offering thought for a moment and seemed to find some reasoning in it. This Tang Hao, instead of being a good Hao Qian, wants to be a blacksmith. Instead of loving all kinds of beautiful women, he loves a piece of grass. What weirdo. Yi Fengyu couldn't stop laughing inwardly. Tang Hao loves grass. Tang San loves rabbits. Tang San's daughter has a soul beast bloodline, and Tang San's son loves dragons. What a family of abnormal people. Indeed, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Having obtained the life seed and soul bone of the blue silver emperor, Yi Fengyu and the fifth offering Guangling Dua hurried back to the spirit hall. After handing the soul bone to Qian Daolu, Yi Fengyu planted a Yin's life seed on the lawn in front of his residence. He thought that since the blue silver emperor was a 100,000-year soul beast, it would surely be useful in the future, even if it couldn't be used right now. The next morning, Yi Fengyu got up and went outside to see the blue silver emperor. He couldn't help but step on it a few times. Is this the tree of life of the future generations of Douluo Continent? The wife of the master of the Douluo Continent, the mother of the great god King Tang. It seems this vitality is indeed good. I stepped on it so many times, and it didn't break. What a good piece of grass. In the original story, your son harmed Shuer so badly that she had to watch her mother die helplessly and felt that deep despair. Now that I have crossed over, it's time to modify the plot. How about I let your son, dear god King Tang, also watch his mother bow down to the enemy for him, even to the point of death? What do you think? Yi Fengyu silently plotted in his heart. Let me think about how to use you against your big son Tang San. Thanks to all the readers for your support. With your companionship, the author can continue to persevere. Please vote for recommendations, leave comments, follow, share, and tip. The author is not in very good condition lately. There's a bit of pressure, and the cold hasn't gotten better yet. So I hope everyone can understand. Thank you for staying with me until now. Chapter 47. Avalanche was hit again. The people of Shrek Academy ultimately decided to head to the Tiando Royal Academy. Just like in the original story, the members of Shrek Academy encountered Qin Ming, who was already a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. After some pleasantries, they decided to have a meal together. Little monsters, take your seats. Order whatever you want. Today, your stingy principal is being generous. Don't hold back, just order freely. Zhao Wujia called out to the Shrek 7. Principal. Teacher Zhao, fellow students, you are all important to me, Qin Ming. Without your guidance back in the day, there wouldn't be today's Qin Ming. You two should just give me a chance to express my gratitude. This meal is on me, Qin Ming said, taking the initiative to pay the bill. Unlike the original story, it was Ma Hongjun who first brought up the Tiando Royal Academy, not the master. Senior, are you really that wealthy? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. It seems the salary at the Tiando Royal Academy is quite high. Not bad. I just became a Tiando level teacher, earning 3,000 gold soul coins a month, Qin Ming said. Soul masters above level 60 who teach at the Tiando Royal Academy are Tiando level teachers. If the principal and teacher, Zhao, went to the Tiando Royal Academy, their treatment would definitely be better than mine. It would be great if we could go to the Tiando Royal Academy. The cultivation environment there is far superior to our Shrek Academy, which is built in a small village, Ma Hongjun said, looking at Flanders. Teacher, let us go to the Tiando Royal Academy. You brat, what nonsense are you talking? Shrek said angrily. What's wrong with our Shrek Academy? A true man cannot be swayed by poverty or wealth. Teacher, it will be good for us to go to the Tiando Royal Academy for a year. The Soul Master competition is next year. And weren't you saying you wanted to find 2 teammates for us 5 and secure a spot for the competition? If we go to the Tiando Royal Academy, both of these issues will be resolved, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ma Hongjun, you actually think of the same thing as me, the master side. I didn't expect you to be this clever. He then turned to Qin Ming, Teacher Qin. If I remember correctly, as an academy established by the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy should have 2 spots for the upcoming grand event in a year. I can let these children temporarily join the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students until the event ends. I think this would make things easier for you. Qin Ming was taken aback. Master, are you saying you want the juniors to represent the Tiando Royal Academy at that grand event? But if that happens, the Tiando Academy will definitely announce that the juniors are from Tiando. That is still much better than not being able to participate at all. Yes, senior. Otherwise, we might not be able to participate in the competition at all. Flanders, who initially wanted to oppose, chose to remain silent after hearing his disciple's words. He knew Ma Hongjun was speaking the truth. Flanders found the meal difficult to swallow, discussing details with Qin Ming before leaving early. He wanted to return to the small village where Shrek Academy was located and take another look at the place that had carried his 20 years of hard work. The next morning, the Shrek group began their journey using their soul power. After spending most of the day, they finally reached the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy was located. Following Qin Ming's detailed instructions and the campus map he provided, Flanders led the group up the mountain. Not long after they started, a dozen people in light yellow uniforms appeared in front of them. You must be from Shrek Academy? Yes, but may I ask who you are? Flanders said, somewhat puzzled. I am Avalanche, a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, and also the 4th prince. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. You should go back. You are not welcome here. Flanders was taken aback, staring blankly at Avalanche. Avalanche continued, the Tiando Royal Academy does not welcome you from Shrek Academy. You should leave. Your Highness, although you are a prince, it seems you don't have the authority to prevent us from entering the Tiando Royal Academy. The master stepped forward and said, you don't have the power to manage the Tiando Royal Academy. I don't have the authority? What do you mean? I am a prince of the Tiando Empire. Just a few students and teachers, without any noble background, cannot enter. If I don't want you to enter, you won tea. Avalanche declared arrogantly. A bunch of beggars dressed like that think they can be our classmates. What a delusion. Avalanche thought he wouldn't be unlucky enough to encounter 2 people who dared to hit him in succession, but reality was cruel. Yi Fengyu was the first, and Dai Mubai was the second. With a loud bang, Dai Mubai kicked Avalanche away, then immediately activated his martial soul. Oh no, the boss has been hit again. The noble children of the Tiando Royal Academy, who had been quietly standing beside Avalanche, immediately fell into a state of panic. In the confusion, someone shouted. After kicking Avalanche away, Dai Mubai stepped forward and punched Avalanche in the face several times before stopping. This time, due to previous experiences, none of the spoiled rich kids rushed to Avalanche's side. Instead, they all ran up the mountain to find the 3 committee members. After a long while, the master seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, Mubai, quickly check if Avalanche is still breathing. He has gotten up for so long, it can't be. Before the master could finish his sentence, Dai Mubai, who had placed his finger below Avalanche's nose, started turning pale. No. No breathing. What? No breathing? The others from Shrek Academy felt their hearts sink upon hearing Dai Mubai's stammering words. Mubai, try again carefully, the master said. Perhaps you're too nervous, and Avalanche's breathing is weak, so you didn't notice it. Still no breathing. Dai Mubai shook his head. This is bad. It can't really be that the prince of the Tiando Empire dies at the hands of someone from our academy, right? Flanders thought to himself, and for a moment, he fainted. At that moment, the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy and a few others arrived next to the Shrek group. What happened? I heard someone hit the 4th prince again. Meng Shinji frowned and asked. Committee members, it's them. A spoiled rich kid pointed at the people from Shrek Academy. To be precise, it's that blonde-haired man. Another spoiled rich kid rushed to say, thank you to all the readers for your support. Please recommend, comment, follow, share, and tip. Wishing everyone a happy Lantern Festival. During this festive season, I wish you all smooth sailing and that all your wishes come true. wishing everyone success in your careers and smooth progress in your studies. Chapter 48. The prison disaster of the Shrek team. Meng Xinji took a moment to remember that he should focus on Xue Peng. He walked over, squatted down, and reached out with his fingers. He waited for a long time, but did not feel Xue Peng's breath. The conclusion was obvious. Xue Peng was dead. Meng Xinji suddenly fell to the ground. The third member of the education committee, Lin, heard this and quickly asked Ma Hongjun, who was closer to him, what happened. Ma Hongjun was so scared that he was tongue-tied and could not say anything. He never expected that Dai Mubai would dare to kill Xue Peng in public. Or rather, Xue Peng's physical condition was so poor that he died after being beaten by Dai Mubai. Lin looked at a nearby young dandy. It was him. The dandy pointed at Dai Mubai and said, "He attacked Prince Xue Peng without any reason. We were all scared at the time, and no one dared to stop him." Dai Mubai was still in extreme fear and, in a panic, said directly to the Shrek team, "Why don't we run quickly?" At that moment, he realized that as the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had killed the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The seriousness of this matter dawned on him. This was no ordinary murder case. It was hatred between two countries. If it were an ordinary person, the Emperor of the Snow Knight might just write a letter asking the Star Luo Empire to compensate more money or treasures. But the victim was the beloved youngest son of the Emperor of Snow Knight. Even if Dai Mubai didn't die, he would probably still suffer greatly. Many of those young dandies were still in shock and hurriedly ran away, leaving only the three members of the education committee, the Shrek team, and Xue Peng's body. Lin was the first to react, quietly looking for a chance to sneak away. He found many soul masters responsible for guarding and surrounded the Shrek Academy members. "Put your hands up." Seeing no hope of escape, the Shrek team had no choice but to raise their hands in resignation. "Who are you?" "I am Flanders, the principal of Shrek Academy." "Shrek Academy? Is that the school Qin Ming mentioned a few days ago?" "I heard it's his alma mater," Lin said. "I thought, since you could cultivate a genius like Qin Ming, who reached the Soul Emperor realm at such a young age, you couldn't be that bad. Who would have thought that although your students have good soul power levels, their courage is so great?" Baishan also angrily said, "Yeah, do you know who you killed? He is the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire, His Highness Xue Peng, and you killed him. You are really audacious. First, lock them all in the Sky Prison." Lin instructed the soul masters surrounding the Shrek Academy members. "I will report to His Majesty. You take care of Meng Xinji," Lin said to Baishan. "This matter is too serious. The one who was killed is the Emperor of Snow Knight's own son, the fourth prince of Heaven Do, Xue Peng. It must be dealt with personally by the Emperor of Snow Knight." Inside the Heaven Do Empire Palace, after the Emperor of Snow Knight listened to Lin's report, he quickly called for Xue Qinghe to discuss countermeasures. "Qinghe, you must know that the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai, killed your brother. How do you plan to handle it?" "I, of course, will listen to you, father. I am heartbroken over the loss of my fourth brother, and I naturally want to avenge him and make the other party suffer 1,000 cuts. But the other party is the prince of the Star Luo Empire. This matter is not just a family feud. It also concerns the relationship between the two countries. If we rashly kill Dai Mubai, it may worsen the relationship between the two countries and lead to war. What you are worried about is the same as me." The Emperor of Snow Knight sighed. "Well, I will write a letter and see how Dai Mubai's father, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, intends to handle this matter." Meanwhile, in the Heaven Do Empire's Sky Prison, the Shrek team was divided into two groups, men and women, and locked in two adjacent cells. To be precise, Xiao Wu was in a cell alone, while the rest were in another cell. Inside the cell, the Shrek team was not having a good time. They could only eat a bowl of very thin rice porridge to sustain their lives at every meal. Ma Hongjun complained about this, while Oscar remained optimistic. "Xiaowao, why you look like you're not worried at all? What is there to worry about?" Oscar asked in confusion. "Dai Laoda killed Xue Peng. What if we get heavily punished because of this?" Ma Hongjun sighed. "Dai Laoda has a background, but we are both commoners without anyone behind us. Where there's a will, there's a way. At worst, we can hang ourselves," Oscar said. "Don't worry too much. Worrying doesn't help." After a while, Oscar couldn't help but say to Dai Mubai, "Dai Laoda, you really don't care about life and death. You dared to hit the fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, who knew his physical condition was so poor. Dai Mubai said increasingly helplessly, "This is almost like a staged act. He probably had some old injuries that weren't fully healed. After I hit him, it just happened to flare up and worsen, leading to his death. If that's the case, it's also unfortunate." Oscar placed a hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder. "Dai Lauda, you won't abandon the brothers and teachers, right? Don't worry, I absolutely won't do that," Dai Mubai said firmly. "That's good. Let's just treat these days as rest," Oscar said. "This isn't the Heaven Do Empire's sky prison. But why do I feel the living conditions here are much better than our Shrek Academy? How is that possible?" "Oscar, what nonsense are you talking about?" Flanders said angrily. "Even if our Shrek Academy's environment is poor, we wouldn't fall to the point of comparing our living conditions with a sky prison, right?" "Yes. Even the sky prison knows to provide wooden beds for prisoners, while our Shrek Academy can only let us sleep on the ground. It's really incomparable," Oscar said, spreading his hands helplessly. "I didn't notice it before, but now I realize, Principal, you are really stingy." "This," Flanders smiled awkwardly, "it's not because the Academy is short on funds. The money is all used to buy medicinal materials for your medicinal baths. Thanks to all the readers for your support. Please recommend, comment, follow, share, and tip. Happy Lantern Festival to all readers. On this festive occasion, the author wishes everyone success in all endeavors and that all your wishes come true. Wishing everyone success in their careers and studies." Chapter 49. Qin Ming's Betrayal. Dean, "I now understand why you said we are geniuses." Oscar shook his head and said, "The students of the Tiando Royal Academy mostly come from privileged backgrounds with abundant resources, living in luxury every day, whereas we come from humble beginnings with scarce resources and sometimes have to endure hardships. In such an environment, we few not only have not fallen behind the students of the Tiando Royal Academy in soul power levels, but we are actually ahead of them by quite a bit. It's simply a miracle. Who says otherwise?" Ma Hongjun said, "I always thought that the environment in the dungeon would be hard for me to accept. But now I realize that the conditions in our Shrek Academy dormitory are not much worse than this Tiando Empire dungeon." "That can't be said, Hongjun. The conditions in our Shrek Academy dormitory are still much better than this dungeon." Flanders scratched his head and said awkwardly, "At least, the dormitory is 3 people to a room, while this dungeon has us all crammed together. The per capita space is different." "Teacher, you don't need to force a compliment. Our Shrek Academy dormitory is just a thatched hut. We could build it as big as we want, but this dungeon is made of bricks. How can they be the same?" Flander wanted to refute Ma Hongjun, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out how to respond. So he could only smile. "Well, in that case, it's not such a bad thing that we are locked up here." While the group from Shrek Academy was talking, several soldiers escorted an old friend familiar to everyone from Shrek Academy into the dungeon. The dungeon guard turned the key, and the door to the cell next to the Shrek Academy group was opened. After a few words exchanged between the soldiers escorting the prisoner and the guard, they began to drive the prisoner into the iron-barred area. "I can go in by myself. I'm not an animal. No need for you to drive me." The escorted prisoner lifted his head, which had been lowered, and walked into the open cell. The guard then locked the door, and the group from Shrek Academy could finally see the face of the newcomer, Xiao Ming. Flanders' expression changed from helplessness to shock in an instant. "How did you end up here too?" Flander paused for a moment. "Is it because of our matters that you got implicated?" Flanders' voice began to choke up. "Did our issues bring you trouble?" "It's all the teacher's fault. I shouldn't have brought your juniors to this Tiando Royal Academy, causing them to suffer this hardship at such a young age, and even getting you implicated, ending up in prison. Sigh, it seems we're out of luck." Flanders' tone rarely carried a hint of sadness. "If it weren't for me, this failed principal, who is usually so proud and had to hastily say that those who dare not stir trouble are mediocre, we wouldn't have ended up like this. It's the teacher's fault. It's the teacher who implicated you, causing you to lose your position as a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy." Before Flander could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Ming. "Dean, this is not your fault. It was my own choice to recommend you to come here. If someone should be blamed, it should be me." "Xiao Ming, are you feeling okay? Those soldiers and guards haven't tortured you, have they?" Flander asked with concern. "Not yet, but I suppose I won't be able to avoid some punishment soon." Qin Ming shook his head. "There's no way around it. I can't escape this. I'm a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, and I was the one who invited you and some others here. Mubai's identity is not simple. The Tiando Empire probably won't do anything to him, but as someone with a humble background who has many ties to the junior, I will naturally be used as a punching bag. You see it clearly. Flander finally managed to say after a long time. Senior, I'm sorry. It was my mistake that implicated you. Dai Mubai said, lowering his head and speaking softly. Junior, you don't need to blame yourself. This can't all be blamed on you. It's my fault for not considering everything thoroughly. I didn't think to send someone to pick you up, which led to you and the dean and the teachers being mocked by that group, led by Avalanche, and that Avalanche insulted you and the teachers, while you acted later. Clearly, Avalanche's responsibility is far greater than yours as a junior. As your senior, I know you well. You just wanted to teach that Avalanche a lesson. I just didn't expect that Avalanche was in poor health, and with you being furious, you accidentally went too hard, and unexpectedly, that Avalanche. Qin Ming's words lifted the spirits of the Shrek group significantly. Now, the people from Shrek Academy all thought that this matter was not their fault. Among them, Tang San even believed that people like Avalanche were a waste of air, and that Dai Mubai killing Avalanche was a contribution to the Tiando Empire and should be rewarded. The days that the Shrek Academy group spent with Qin Ming in the dungeon were relatively peaceful until the 3 committee members from the Tiando Royal Academy came to their cell. Qin Ming, I originally planned to call a soldier or guard to take you to the interrogation room, but before Dream Machine could finish speaking, Qin Ming impatiently said, Senior Dream Machine, you know my character and how I handle things. It was thanks to your strong recommendation that I was able to smoothly enter the Tiando Royal Academy as a teacher. Dream Machine nodded, seeing a glimmer of hope. Qin Ming continued, Senior, you have seen the efforts I have made since entering the Tiando Royal Academy. I am wronged. Please help me. Dream Machine didn't say anything, just patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. Seeing this, Ji Lin, realizing that Dream Machine has always appreciated Qin Ming and couldn't bear to speak, directly said, Qin Ming, let us go to the interrogation room first. We can discuss anything once we are there. Knowing that he couldn't avoid going to the interrogation room no matter what, Qin Ming had no choice but to go along with the 3 committee members to the interrogation room. As soon as Qin Ming entered the interrogation room, Dream Machine and the other 2 immediately sealed his soul power. Then, Dream Machine punched Qin Ming in the abdomen, causing him to feel unbearable pain and faint on the spot. Dream Machine then concentrated his soul power with both hands and fiercely attacked Qin Ming. Qin Ming instantly woke up from his faintness. What is going on? Committee member, why do I feel? Before Qin Ming could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Qin Ming was immediately flustered. Committee member, what is happening? What is going on? Qin Ming stammered, occasionally spitting out blood. Thank you all for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, follow, share, and reward. This book seems to be struggling, even though I'm a newcomer. I still care about the data. Sigh, it's frustrating. If you have any suggestions, please leave a comment and remember to communicate civilly. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Chapter 50, The Death of Qin Ming. Qin Ming, you know that I have always been very concerned about nurturing talents from all walks of life. You are the one I value the most, but unfortunately, the crime you committed this time is too great. Even I cannot protect you. Treason and collusion with the enemy. This crime is probably one that no one in the entire empire would dare to pardon, except for the Emperor of Snowy Night. Treason and collusion with the enemy? This is a misunderstanding, Qin Ming said weakly. A misunderstanding? Dai Mubai is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, and his martial soul is the evil scheme White Tiger. This martial soul is the ancestral martial soul of the Dai family, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. As a soul emperor-level soul master, you cannot possibly be unaware of this unique family heritage in the Soul Master world. Can you? Committee member, I am truly innocent. Please let me explain at this moment. Qin Ming was on the verge of tears. He had never thought so much about it. He just felt that the current students of Shrek Academy were his juniors and that he should take care of them, no matter what good cultivation resources he had. Qin Ming wanted to fight for a share for his juniors. From this perspective, Qin Ming could indeed be considered a good senior, but he could not be regarded as a diligent person. Regardless, you are an accomplice who indirectly caused the death of His Highness Shui Bong, said Dream Machine. Dai Mubai is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. It's not easy to touch him. If you're not careful, This incident could escalate from a family feud between the Snow and Dai families into a national grievance. After finishing his words, Dream Machine knocked Qin Ming on the head, and Qin Ming fainted. When Qin Ming woke up again, he found himself stripped naked, kneeling in a prison cart, being forced to parade through the streets. Dream Machine, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan were escorting Qin Ming, pushing the prison cart with him in it. The streets were already crowded with citizens eager to watch the spectacle. This matter was now widely known, and many citizens had woken up early to arrive at the best viewing spots just to observe Qin Ming being punished up close. There's going to be a traitor beheaded here at noon, did you hear? Someone's going to be executed at Kaishiku at noon. I just saw that person kneeling in the prison cart, escorted by 3 people. Parading naked Qin Ming suddenly realized that he was about to be executed. He quickly looked at Dream Machine with a pleading expression. Qin Ming, first. You will have your eyes gouged out, then your legs severed, your arms dismembered, and finally, your head will be chopped off, Dream Machine said coldly. Dream Machine was usually a kind old man, but at this moment, he could not offer Qin Ming any comfort, even though he had once admired Qin Ming greatly. He now had no choice but to send him to the execution ground. Dream Machine had also pleaded for Qin Ming before. He felt some sympathy for him. After all, Qin Ming had merely invited people from Shrek Academy to the Tiando Royal Academy, and he had no direct relation to the death of Prince Shuebong. Therefore, a few days ago, Dream Machine had petitioned Emperor Snowy Night to reduce Qin Ming's punishment and spare his life. However, the emperor had just experienced the pain of losing a son and naturally could not agree to Dream Machine's request. What he wanted most now was to kill all the people from Shrek Academy to avenge his son. In the end, under Dream Machine's plea, Qin Ming's punishment was reduced from death by 1,000 cuts to becoming a human puppet. On the street, Dream Machine looked at Qin Ming kneeling in the prison cart and couldn't he help but sigh inwardly. What a pity. Qin Ming has such good cultivation talent, but encountered such a situation. Soon, the procession ended, and Qin Ming was laid out in a large character shape. Beside him stood an executioner, a person responsible for carrying out the punishment, and a healing-type soul master. There was about a stick of incense's worth of time before Qin Ming would be punished, but for some reason, he suddenly fell asleep. In his dream, he ultimately cultivated to become a soul daw, dying under the hands of a ghost daw. Among the juniors in Shrek Academy, he saw several unfamiliar faces, and these people had all become gods. Shrek Academy had also become the #1 academy on the continent. Qin Ming woke up abruptly, looking at the executioner's glistening blade, trembling uncontrollably. Noon had arrived. It was time for the execution. With a crack, along with a tragic wail, Qin Ming's left arm was severed, followed by his right arm, left leg, and right leg. At this moment, Qin Ming was left without limbs. But because the healing-type soul master was using soul skills to prolong his life, he had not yet died from excessive blood loss. The executioner picked up a sharp dagger from a tray brought by a servant and fiercely stabbed it into Qin Ming's eyes, ultimately ending Qin Ming's life with the beheading sword. As Qin Ming died, the crowd cheered, "Good death, good death. The traitor deserves to die." Such a person wastes air while alive and land when dead. It suggested to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. In stark contrast to the bustling voices on the street, in the dungeon where Shrek Academy's people were held, it was quiet. What is that noise? Even the dungeon can hear something? Tang San, who was cultivating the Xian Tiangong, frowned. "Dean, is today the day Senior Qin Ming is being executed?" Tang San asked. "Indeed, what a pity. Qin Ming was such a good child." "It's all my fault." Flinder's voice was filled with self-reproach. From the sound of it, Senior Qin Ming is likely being taken to Kaishiku for execution. "Senior, don't worry. As your junior, I will definitely avenge you in the future." Tang San silently swore in his heart. Of course, he did not forget to add, "I only seek revenge in my life, not gratitude." Soon, the news of Qin Ming's death spread through the guards and reached everyone in Shrek Academy. Although they had already mentally prepared for this, it was still just a guess. Everyone in Shrek Academy still hoped that perhaps the person who had just been killed was someone else. Now, with the news of Qin Ming's death confirmed, Flinder, the dean of Shrek Academy, a soul sage in his 50s, wept while recounting the past stories of Shrek Academy. Fengyu, through the system's real-time broadcast function, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Do the people of Shrek Academy also experience heartbreak? Let them be sad for a while. I, as the villain, enjoy watching this. The humiliation that Shui suffered in the original work. I will definitely return it tenfold to you all this time. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, leave comments, follow, share, and tip. If anyone has good suggestions, feel free to comment and leave a message. Thank you all. Chapter 51, Yu Feng by Qian Tiando Royal Academy, Academic Committee. Esteemed committee members, this is my graduation application. I remember that according to school regulations, one can graduate upon reaching level 30 of soul power. Am I correct? A handsome young man, whose gender was somewhat ambiguous, asked. There is such a regulation, but it is not the end of the academic year yet. Why are you in such a hurry to graduate? Is there something important or a firm decision behind it? Meng Xinji looked at the young man named Yu Feng, puzzled. Meng Xinji frowned as he looked at the graduation application form submitted by Yu Feng. After a long pause, he said, Your reason for applying for graduation is to return to your family for training. Is there something lacking in our Tiando Royal Academy? It's not that the 3 committee members or the teachers and classmates have done anything wrong. It's just that most of the people I was familiar with in the academy have either applied for graduation or dropped out to return to their families for training. I'm the only one left here, which is rather meaningless. A few days ago, my grandfather wrote to urge me to return to the family. And I think it would be good to be taught by my grandfather, Yu Feng replied honestly. Yu Feng, have you considered it further? The training resources at Tiando Royal Academy are the best among the various academies in the Tiando Empire. It's more suitable for me to train in my family. Thank you for your kindness, committee member. All right, we have approved your graduation application. Congratulations on your successful graduation. Yu Feng took the token representing his status as a graduate of Tiando Royal Academy and said nothing more as he quickly left the academic committee. After Yu Feng left, Meng Xinji sighed. How many applications for withdrawal or graduation have we had this month? 6th one, said Jilin beside him. Our Tiando Royal Academy only has a few hundred students, and 6 have withdrawn or graduated this month, yet there hasn't been a single new enrollment. The other 5 are fine, but Yu Feng is a member of the Royal Fighting Team. What will happen to the Royal Fighting Team now that he has withdrawn? Meng Xinji's words revealed a genuine urgency as he paced back and forth in the committee room, muttering, Really? Why are all the few geniuses in Tiando Royal Academy leaving? We 3 are truly useless. By Bao Shan, who had been half reclining in a nearby armchair, holding a book and quietly reading, spoke up, Brother, don't blame yourself. This isn't our fault. If we are to blame anyone, it should be the unhealthy atmosphere within Tiando Royal Academy. Most students only know how to eat, drink, and play, with little interest in training. Coupled with the serious bloodline discrimination in the academy, where students take pride in their noble origins, the competitive mentality among students is strong, yet there is little ambition. What true genius would want to stay in such a place? They're just a bunch of idlers, and the nobles and playboys like to stay here to make friends. Exactly. I think the reason Tiando Royal Academy invited the 3 of us is merely to have us in the venue. Usually, I don't mind being idle. The teaching tasks are handled by the other teachers. Important decisions are managed by the Crown Prince. As for the 3 of us, we just drink tea and read books in this committee, which isn't bad. Brother, don't take it too seriously, Jilin added. Now, almost all the talents in Tiando Royal Academy have left, and, among those remaining, there are probably not many who have reached level 30. As for the fighting teams and soul master competitions, they probably have no hope. Meng Xinji shook his head helplessly. A skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Without strong students, no matter how good the tactical command is, it won't last long. Now, I just hope there are a few decent students to fill the vacancies in the Royal Fighting Team, so we can avoid making too many mistakes in the Soul Master competition and not embarrass ourselves. Now that His Highness the Prince has just handed over the power to manage Tiando Royal Academy, everything is now decided by the Crown Prince alone. We 3 old bones probably can't manage much anymore. I think we might as well feign illness and go home early. What are we still doing as committee members? By Bao Shan said, looking at these idle playboys who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun, I can't help but feel uneasy. Well, We might as well resign from our committee positions together and see if any other academies are hiring teachers, Jilin suggested. At this moment, Yu Feng, or rather by Qinxiang, was sitting in a carriage heading towards the Min family in Tiando City. The Min family's residence was quite simple, with the entire clan of 200 to 300 people earning less than 1,000 gold soul coins a year. The reason was simple. The Min family members were extremely proud, unwilling to accept subsidies from the spirit hall, nor did they want help from others. They could only live like those commoners without soul power, doing odd jobs to make ends meet. The patriarch of the Bai family once proposed to help the Min family build a more decent house for free, but it was rejected. The patriarch of the Min family, Bai He, eventually agreed to accept the house, but insisted on paying for it. I must say, he is indeed a person of principle, acting according to his own beliefs, which makes him quite an upright person. Bai Chunxiang returned to the Min family's residence. Grandpa, I'm back. Xiangxiang is back. Are you tired? Bai He asked, eagerly upon seeing Bai Chunxiang return. Grandpa, the distance between Tiando Royal Academy and our home is only about an hour by carriage. How could I be tired? ISNT Grandpa, just worried you'd be tired? If you're not tired, that's good. How did you find your time at Tiando Royal Academy? It was okay. I made a few friends, but recently they either applied for graduation or withdrew to return to their families for training or transferred. In any case, they're no longer at Tiando Royal Academy. I'm not very familiar with the remaining few in the team. By the way, Grandpa, has something happened in the family? Why did you write to me to come back? Bai Qinxiang asked in confusion. You really are carefree. Don't you know about the incident that happened a few days ago? Bai He's tone was filled with concern for Bai Qinxiang, showing no signs of reprimand. Seeing her grandfather's reaction, Bai Qinxiang felt even more puzzled. Grandpa, has something major happened recently? There has been a traitor in Tiando Royal Academy. A teacher named Qin Ming. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be the lead teacher of the royal fighting team you're a part of. With such a traitor in Tiando Royal Academy, I really can't rest easy letting you stay there. What if something happens to you? I'm already so old. What would I do then? Bai said, listening to her grandfather's words. Bai Qinxiang seemed to suddenly understand something and nodded. Indeed, there was such an incident. But I'm not very familiar with that Qin Ming. We hardly exchanged a few words, only seeing each other during team training. Bai Qinxiang thought for a moment and continued. I heard he graduated from Shrek Academy. He is quite young, in his early 30s, and has achieved the rank of Soul Emperor. That's why he was favored by the 3 committee members and became the lead teacher of our royal fighting team. However, he seems to look down on us, always boasting about how amazing his juniors are while belittling us, as if we are inferior to his juniors. I really don't understand how such a person entered Tiando Royal Academy. Grandpa, didn't he expect there would be such a person in the academy? Thankfully, you returned safely. That's all that matters. Bai He hugged Bai Chunxiang, Xiangxiang. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. With Grandpa around, no one can bully you. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, comment, follow, share, and give rewards. Writing is not easy for the author, and I hope everyone can interact more, speak civilly, and comment more. Reading lights up life. Thank you all for watching. Chapter 52, Davis, Good Brother. I'm here in the heavenly prison of the Tiando Empire. The members of Shrek Academy had varied reactions upon hearing that Qin Ming had been executed after having his hands and legs severed. Tang San remained calm, appearing indifferent. When others inquired, he merely stated, I will seek revenge for Senior Qin Ming in the future. We will all remember his sacrifice. Dai Mubai, however, was anxious. He had already heard that the Snow Knight Emperor had sent a letter to his father, and now he was too preoccupied to mourn for Qin Ming. Ma Hongjun silently cursed the Tiando Empire countless times in his heart, believing that although Dai Mubai was a prince of the Xinghua Empire, Qin Ming had simply invited them, and his crime did not warrant death. The Snow Knight Emperor was making a mountain out of a molehill. Oscar quietly shed some tears, lamenting that Qin Ming was simply unlucky, while also reflecting on the advantages of having connections. The most sorrowful was Flander. The teachers of Shrek Academy were all heartbroken. After all, Qin Ming was their student and, to date, their most outstanding one. They naturally had some teacher-student affection for him, especially Flander, who, despite being somewhat stingy, cared about relationships. Just as the members of Shrek Academy were lost in their emotions, the guard watching the heavenly prison suddenly approached, opened the prison door, and said, "His Majesty summons you." The messenger just informed that you all need to bathe and change clothes. Someone has already prepared the garments. Hurry and clean yourselves to avoid affecting His Majesty's mood and sullying His Majesty's eyes. Upon hearing the guard's words, Flander and the others were overjoyed. Having been confined in the prison for several days without any chance to breathe fresh air, they were on the verge of going mad. Now, they were unexpectedly being released and even required to bathe first, which was undoubtedly good news for them. However, surviving a calamity does not guarantee future blessings. It was also possible that more troubles awaited them. After bathing and changing, Flander and the others arrived at the main hall of the Tiando Empire's royal palace. The Snow Knight Emperor was seated on the dragon throne in the upper position, and beside him sat a golden-haired, blue-eyed man, similar to Dai Mubai. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The members of Shrek Academy all bowed. "Rise, no need for excessive courtesy. I have heard about your matters. Flander, Zhao Wujia. As teachers, you should set a proper example. Yet you failed to discipline your students, leading to this disaster. As for the rest, I will leave it to this Prince Davis of the Xinghua Empire to handle." The Snow Knight Emperor said, "Davis, don't say I didn't give your father and you face. Your brother and his classmates are for you to handle. After they receive their punishment, you will take them back to your Xinghua Empire, regardless of life or death." The Snow Knight Emperor added, "I don't want to see them. I didn't propose any excessive conditions to your father. You can handle it as you see fit." After speaking, the Snow Knight Emperor left the royal palace with his attendants. "Let's go, my good brother," Davis said. "You really surprised me." Dai Mubai lowered his head, lost in thought, but still followed Davis out of the hall. The rest of the Shrek Academy members also exited, and neither Davis nor Dai Mubai said anything. "Prince Davis, may I ask if we can accompany you to the Xinghua Empire?" Flander, seeing that Davis remained silent for a long time, took the initiative to ask, "Do you really want to go to the Xinghua Empire with me?" "It's possible," but Davis's words were interrupted by Flander, who said, "Your Highness, rest assured, we will not cause any more trouble. We only seek a place to live peacefully. Whatever we can do, as long as Your Highness commands, we will do our utmost to fulfill it. We hope you can give us a chance." Flander hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Being a clever man who understood that given the current situation, staying in the Tiando Empire was unlikely. It was better to seize the opportunity to ally with Davis and head to the Xinghua Empire, where they might achieve something. "Since you say so, I can't refuse you. You may come," Davis said coldly, indicating his agreement to Flander's request. Upon hearing Davis's response, Flander sighed in relief, knowing he at least had a place to settle down in the future. "Teacher, what are your plans?" Tang San asked the master. "Me? I'll go to the Xinghua Empire with Flander," the master said. "Xiao San, you should come too. It will be good for us to look after each other." "Okay, teacher. I'll go too." Seeing Tang San's decision, Xiao Wu quickly expressed her willingness as well. "Add me to the list. Let's go together." Ma Hongjun and Oscar also expressed their desire to head to the Xinghua Empire. Both Ma Hongjun and Oscar came from commoner backgrounds, and returning home would offer no training resources or guidance from elders. It would be better to venture to the Xinghua Empire. The members of Shrek Academy hired 2 carriages and followed behind Davis and his attendants' carriages, setting off on their journey to the Xinghua Empire. Dai Mubai naturally sat in the same carriage as Davis, though it was not by his own choice. Thank you for your support, dear readers. Please vote for recommendations, comment, follow, share, and tip. Chapter 53. Yi Fengyu's schemes. The past few months of cultivation in Spirit Hall City had been relatively peaceful for Yi Fengyu. He had already reached the 49th level of soul power, a rare achievement among his peers. Qian Daolu often marveled at how he had taken in such a good disciple. "Fengyu, your soul power level has reached 49. It won't be long before you become a soul king. I think you've grown up, and I want to give you the title of Holy Son. What do you think? Just make the decision, Master." Yi Fengyu did not refuse. Qian Daolu symbolically informed Bibi Dong and held an elder meeting within the Spirit Hall to announce Yi Fengyu's appointment as the Holy Son. Qian Renxue also feigned illness to leave the Snow Knight Emperor and hurried back to the Spirit Hall to attend Yi Fengyu's coronation ceremony. That night, Yi Fengyu and Qian Renxue lay on the lawn, looking at the stars. Swear, what made you come back to the spirit hall for my coronation ceremony? I thought you wouldn't return. Silly, how could I miss your coronation? You are my fiancé. As Qian Renxue said this, her face suddenly turned red. Yi Fengyu looked at the shy and timid Qian Renxue and said, Swear, remember what you said? I am your fiancé and will definitely protect you. Promise me, no matter what happens, don't fall in love with anyone else, okay? Why do you say that? I dreamed that you fell in love with someone named Tang, and in the end, the spirit shattered. How could that be? Silly. I will take care of myself and will always love you. Really? Yi Fengyu asked softly. The response he received was Qian Renxue suddenly leaning in with her face and a passionate kiss. That night, Qian Renxue and Yi Fengyu slept together in the tent. The next morning, after giving Yi Fengyu a gentle good morning kiss, Qian Renxue quietly got up, met with Qian Douluo, and then set off back to the Tiando Empire to continue her undercover mission. It's time to do something. Now that I've been appointed as the Holy Sun, I haven't accomplished anything yet, Yi Fengyu thought to himself, firming his resolve to present his plan to Qian Douluo. Recently, the Haotian sect has been quite restless. The next day, while talking to Qian Douluo, Yi Fengyu heard Qian Douluo casually express a sentiment that piqued his curiosity, and he asked, Master, has something happened recently? Why do you say that? Tang Hao seems to have suddenly taken the initiative to contact the Haotian sect. It seems he wants to return to the Haotian sect. By the way, he has a son named Tang San, who was mentioned in that academy you talked about. That academy produced a traitor, and that traitor was killed by the Tiando Empire. The entire academy has now moved to the Star Luo Empire. Tang Hao and his son went to the Star Luo Empire. And then the Haotian sect seemed to have reached some kind of cooperation with the Star Luo Empire. Qian Douluo was unusually talkative that day. Is that so? Then the Shrek Academy is indeed a bit tricky. Yi Fengyu looked at Qian Douluo and sighed, saying, Master, I previously investigated some people from that academy. The person named Tang San has a teacher with the surname Yu, who is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He is also the son of Yu Engine. This statement caught Qian Douluo's attention. Are you sure? If that's the case, then the situation is not favorable for our spirit hall. If this is true, it indicates that there is some connection between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Haotian sect, and their interests are likely aligned. They could unite at any time to deal with our spirit hall, and we would surely suffer. Of course, I'm sure otherwise. I wouldn't be saying this to you at this moment. Yi Fengyu stated firmly, we should make plans early. After all, it's better to strike first than to suffer later. Keeping the initiative in our hands has its advantages. At least we won't be too passive and fall into others' traps. That is indeed true, but I feel that you are hinting at something. There is no need for such formalities between us as master and disciple. Just say what you want to say directly. Qian Douluo's words were straightforward, which relieved Yi Fengyu. Yi Fengyu paused, seemingly considering something. After a long while, he finally spoke. Disciple has an idea. Since we should strike first, why not take the initiative against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and eradicate them to eliminate future troubles? Isn't that a bit too ruthless? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan hasn't been doing anything overtly recently. If we, the Spirit Hall, act rashly, it could affect our reputation. Qian Douluo responded thoughtfully. Yi Fengyu understood Qian Douluo's concerns. After all, Qian Douluo had always kept his promises and believed in the spirit of chivalry, never willing to do anything that harmed others for his own benefit, and would never use underhanded tactics behind others' backs. What our Spirit Hall has done over the years has always been for the benefit of the common people, giving more ordinary people the opportunity to cultivate. Just like you, Master, who did not mind my humble origins and accepted me as your disciple. Our Spirit Hall does not prioritize background and bloodlines. We value talent and effort more, providing most people with a chance to awaken their martial spirits, which is enough for the common people to be grateful to us. As for those nobles, we already have a conflict of interest with them. They will not be loyal to us just because our reputation is good. Yi Fengyu continued, people die for wealth. Birds die for food. All along, those nobles have been blocking us not because we are untrustworthy or lack morals, but because of conflicting interests. So even if you, Master, do not take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they will still not treat our Spirit Hall people well. Back then, You kept your promises to the Haoyan sect, but what you received was not respect from them, but disdain and contempt. After listening to Yi Fengyu's words, Qian Daolu smiled and said, "You are indeed becoming more articulate and capable of leading and coordinating some matters. I can rest assured leaving this to you. Since you already have your own plans, then go ahead. You can arrange the personnel movements yourself. There's no need to discuss it with me further." Yi Fengyu was taken aback at first. He did not expect Qian Daolu to agree so readily. Once he came to his senses, he immediately thanked Qian Daolu and returned to his residence, planning to first check with the system about the recent situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. System, what is the current situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Are there any important figures not present in the clan? The various decisions made after the host's arrival did not have a significant impact on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Therefore, the situation is now similar to that in the original plot, with Xiao Gang and Yu Tianheng still at Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy, while most of the others are at the residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, with only a small number of outer disciples out on missions. After listening to the system's description of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan situation, Yi Fengyu quietly made plans in his heart. Soon, Yi Fengyu returned to the worship hall, but this time he went straight to the back hall. After explaining the situation to the 5 offerings, the 5 offerings immediately called upon the 6 or 7 offerings. After discussing with Yi Fengyu, the 3 decided to take action that night, bringing 500 soul masters to launch a night raid on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Chapter 54. Annihilation Operation. Whether it was heaven helping Yi Fengyu or not, tonight the moon was dark and the wind was high, making it a perfect night for an annihilation operation. This time, we need everyone's effort. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family has committed countless atrocities on the continent, bullying the weak and participating in many malicious events, oppressing numerous small and medium sects without reason and hindering the development of other families. For the common people on the continent, this is truly a case of harm without benefit. Everyone, today's operation is dangerous, and I am deeply moved that you can accompany me. The many commoners on the continent will remember your contributions. As Yi Fengyu spoke, he bowed to the 500 soul masters present, saying, "Today I, Yi Fengyu, thank you all here. I put aside my life and family for the sake of protecting the interests of more people. You are truly warriors." Yi Fengyu's words not only provided a legitimate reason for this annihilation operation by the Spirit Hall, but also made the soul masters present feel like they were acting on behalf of heaven, generating a sense of awe towards Yi Fengyu in this operation, achieving a double benefit. Upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words, everyone was filled with passion and shouted, "Your Highness, as the Holy Sun, can personally go and is not afraid of danger, so why should we fear battle?" Yi Fengyu and the 3 offerings led the 500 soul masters, quietly approaching the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's stronghold under the cover of night. Outside the stronghold, only a few very young disciples were on guard, appearing quite relaxed. They seemed sleepy, perhaps due to their confidence in being the holders of the world's #1 beast martial soul. These people occasionally yawned and chatted. "I say, the sect master is really unnecessary, sending us a few to stand guard here. Our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is one of the top 3 sects with the world's #1 beast martial soul. Although we are just outer disciples with low innate soul power, we're still imposing outside. Yet here we're just gatekeepers. It's really a letdown. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, they must not want their heads. No worries, it's just chatting, passing time, and standing guard. I don't see anyone daring to make trouble here." Hearing the words of these 2 disciples, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but smile. After receiving Yi Fengyu's signal, the 5 offerings immediately activated their martial souls, shooting ice arrows that instantly froze the 2 disciples in place. The Spirit Hall's people charged into the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's stronghold in an orderly formation. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family had just woken from their sleep, staring blankly at the terrifying faces that seemed to have crawled out of hell. Some screamed in terror, while others knelt and begged for mercy. In an instant, the entire stronghold was drenched in blood. Some who were relatively strong immediately activated their martial souls, desperately resisting and trying to survive a little longer, but fists could not beat 4 hands. and they were ultimately killed by the Spirit Hall as intruders. During the battle, many buildings were destroyed, and the stronghold of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family was quickly reduced to ruins. Even the sect suffered damage in the fight. The main gate collapsed entirely, and the plaque bearing the name of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, signaling the family's demise. You Spirit Hall claim to uphold righteousness and say you help the common people, but now you do such things. Under the banner of promoting unity in the Soul Master world, you annihilate others' families and sections. You truly are a bunch of hypocrites. Are you not afraid of retribution in the future? A disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family shouted, while desperately resisting the slaughter from the Spirit Hall Soul Masters. Beside him, another person knelt and begged for mercy, shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I am willing to pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Just spare my life." Fengyu said nothing further. He looked at the two and decisively struck, ending their lives. As blood sprayed from their chests, their bodies quickly fell to the ground, ultimately lifeless. Sometimes, in order to achieve one's goals, one must resort to unconventional means. Fengyu knew his methods were cruel, but it was unavoidable. He sighed lightly, as if lamenting the loss of the two lives. Soon, as he looked around, there were hardly any members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family left standing in their stronghold. The Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall had also suffered significant casualties. Those remaining had bloodstains on their faces, bodies, or clothes, either from their own injuries or from the slaughter of others. If Yu Engine could see all this, he would surely be heartbroken, but unfortunately, he had no chance to witness it. At the moment the Spirit Hall members entered the stronghold, the seventh offering had already acted first, killing Yu Engine. After Fengyu and the Spirit Hall members thoroughly checked the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's stronghold and ensured there were no survivors left, they returned along the same route to the Spirit Hall. Now, only Yu Xiaojing, Lu Eryong, and Yu Tianheng remained from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Chapter 55. Secret Plot in the Action to Annihilate the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Family. Fengyu put in a lot of effort, and his soul power was nearly exhausted. Therefore, upon returning to Wuhuan City, Fengyu chose to sleep for a whole day at his residence to rest and heal his wounded spirit. Perhaps he was truly tired. Fengyu slept for a long time, as if he had fainted. By the time he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Just after finishing his wash, before he could step out, Qian Renxue had already entered his home. "Shuer, why are you back? It should be a chaotic time over in the Tiando Empire, and you actually found the time to return to Wuhuan City without even writing to inform me in advance." Fengyu said, filled with excitement and surprise upon seeing Qian Renxue standing in front of him. That's something I should say. You led the team to destroy the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Such a big event, and I only found out about it from the Tiando Empire. Qian Renxue pouted. "What? Were you trying to give me a surprise?" Qian Renxue continued, a bit displeased. "That Shui got angry again. He knows your identity. Didn't I recommend you to the Tiando Royal Academy using the identity of Shueqinghe before? Now he suspects that I'm trying to rebel. That Shui is really a worry. Now that he suspects you want to rebel, he will surely not easily abdicate and pass the throne to you. According to the spies I have placed around him, Shui has already entertained the thought of abolishing the crown prince." Qian Renxue said, her tone filled with helplessness. "I have played along with him for so many years, and if I get abolished now, wouldn't that be a waste of my efforts? Shui now only has Shueqinghe as a son. As long as Shui dies, Shueqinghe will be the rightful emperor of the Tiando Empire." Fengyu did not waste time on unnecessary talk and directly expressed his thoughts. "Are you saying that I should forcefully take the palace in the identity of Shueqinghe, create a palace coup, and take the opportunity to kill Shui?" Qian Renxue interrupted Fengyu's words and, after a moment of thought, said, "Most of the guards in the Tiando Imperial Palace are your people. You can put some acute poison in Shui's medicine, causing him to die from the poison, and then find a way to frame it on Prince Shuexing, taking the opportunity to remove Shuexing as a stumbling block. Two birds with one stone, and take control of the Tiando Empire." "I understand. Thank you, Fengyu. We are between us. No need to say thank you." After Fengyu and Qian Renxue agreed on their plan, Qian Renxue left Wuhuan City. She was still carrying out her undercover mission, so it was naturally inconvenient for her to appear too much. Watching Qian Renxue's departing figure, Yi Fengyu couldn't help but feel emotional. In both his lives, he was always a young and inexperienced boy, and Qian Renxue was the first person he liked and someone he was determined to protect. Once Shuer kills Shui Yi and takes his place, we will cultivate together. Wherever she is, I will go. Yi Fengyu made a silent vow. At the same time, in the carriage from Wuhuan City to Tiando City, Qian Renxue was explaining the precautions to Snake Spear Duo. Uncle Shijiao, when I feed the poison to Shui Yi, you immediately lead people to surround the palace. Once he dies from the poison, Uncle Shue will go and kill Shui Xing, disguising it as a suicide out of fear and regret, putting on an act of brotherly killing each other. Your Highness, will this plan work? Maybe. Fengyu is always reliable in his work. I believe his plan can withstand scrutiny, and besides, I haven't seen any flaws in this plan. Just a mere Shui Yi. And yet he has made your Highness and young master plan together for so long. What a waste. Snake Spear Douluo said, I think, young master, you need not go to such great lengths to deal with this matter. As long as you agree, I can go and kill that Shui Yi, and you can ascend the throne directly. Uncle Shijiao, since ancient times, it has been emphasized to have a rightful claim. To prove that my ascension is correct, I must make outsiders believe that Shui Yi's death has nothing to do with me. Qian Renxue patiently explained. She knew that her uncle Shijiao was usually most troubled by schemes and plans, always wanting to resolve issues with force. So she added, Uncle Shijiao, you just need to follow my arrangements. As for how to ascend the throne, I have my own plans. All right, then I will just be responsible for following your arrangements. In the Tiando Empire, in the Imperial Palace, in the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters, when Shui saw Qian Renxue and Snake Spear Douluo return, he hurriedly came out to greet them. As soon as he saw Qian Renxue, he used soul power to transmit his voice. Not good, young master. That Shui Yi is probably writing an edict right now, planning to abolish your crown prince position. Seeing Shue's anxious look, Qian Renxue was not in a hurry. She first leisurely walked in her chamber, then used soul power to transmit her voice. No rush. I want to see how Shui Yi, after abolishing Shui Qinghe, can pass the throne of the Tiando Empire to anyone else. Qian Renxue was right. Emperor Shui Yi currently only had Shui Qinghe, who was disguised as Qian Renxue, as his son. Therefore, even if Emperor Shui Yi did not want to pass the throne to Qian Renxue, it didn't matter. He had no choice. Emperor Shui Yi was currently resting in the harem, in the palace of the favored concubine. He held the light-bodied concubine in his arms and said, My beloved concubine, your figure is truly slender and your beauty stunning. I'm so lucky to be accompanied by you in this life. Your Majesty, stop it. Don't tease me like that. I'm feeling a bit shy. Just as Emperor Shui Yi and the concubine were entangled on the bed, a servant knelt down and reported, Your Majesty, this is the medicine that the crown prince asked me to bring you, saying it can replenish your body. Well, my son is thoughtful. Shui Yi lazily waved his hand, saying, Just put it aside, I will drink it later. Shui Yi, without any precautions, drank the specially prepared poison that Qian Renxue had someone concocted, immediately foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and fainting. At first, the concubine thought Emperor Shui Yi was just playing a trick, and she laughed. Your Majesty, your acting skills have improved. You almost scared me. However, after a long time, Shui Yi still did not wake up, and the concubine realized something was wrong. She hurriedly instructed a servant to lift Shui Yi from the ground, and the servant complied. But no matter what, Shui Yi showed no signs of waking up. This scene frightened the concubine. Your Majesty, what wrong with you? She anxiously asked Shui Yi. After a long silence from Emperor Shui Yi, the concubine finally realized that he might have already died. In a panic, the concubine, in a desperate attempt, thought of calling Prince Shui Xing into the palace to discuss countermeasures, but did not choose to find Shui Qinghe. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, follow, comment, share, and tip. The author thanks you all here. Thank you for reading this book. As a new author, I am not very skilled at writing, so I ask for your understanding. The author is doing their best to conceive and type. Writing is not easy, so I seek good reviews and encouragement. Thank you all for your care. Chapter 56, Qian Renxue ascends the throne. Prince Xuexing arrived at the palace. In the concubine's quarters. Sister-in-law, you call me here for something. Could it be that my affair with you has been discovered by the emperor? Prince Xuexing asked. Of course not. The emperor could never know about our affair, the concubine replied. I called you here because the emperor. What about my brother? Prince Xuexing's attention had been on the concubine, so he naturally did not notice the emperor Xia lying nearby. Your brother has fainted, the concubine said, trembling slightly. Just now, while we were playing, someone from Xuexing sent a bowl of medicine, claiming it was a tonic for His Majesty. You know, His Majesty has some issues in that regard. He didn't think much of it and drank the entire bowl, then fainted, even foaming at the mouth. My brother has fainted? Xuexing said, following the concubine's gaze to see the collapsed Xuye on the ground. Xuexing reached out, placing his fingers under Xuye's nostrils. What happened? Not good. My brother has no breath. Prince Xuexing pretended to grieve, but his face was filled with a smile. In his eyes, as long as he could remove Xuexing, he could become the new emperor and hold the empire in his hands. Once my brother passes away, you can be with me, Prince Xuexing said lewdly to the concubine. Haven't we already had relations? The concubine, feeling confused about the emperor's death, rejected Xuexing's proposal. Our son was killed by someone else, and you couldn't take revenge. Now you want me to be with you? It's not that I don't want to avenge our son. The other party is also a prince. I had no choice but to let that dime Mubai go. Xuexing hurriedly explained, but the concubine coldly replied, the imperial family is the most heartless. You ascend to the throne first, and then we can rekindle our relationship. As the two were wiping Xuye's body, trying to make it cleaner, while discussing their next steps, Xuexing, also known as Qian Renxue, suddenly appeared with the blood Douluo from an unknown place. What a wonderful performance, Qian Renxue said, leading the applause. What a great show. If I hadn't happened to be here today, I might still be unaware that fourth brother Xuebong is your bloodline uncle. No wonder you looked so anxious when he was knocked down. Xuexing stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Qian Renxue and others, and after a long time stammered, Why you? Where did you come from? Uncle, where we were hiding before is not important. What matters is this, isn't it? Qian Renxue said, shaking the recording stone in his hand at Xuexing. Seeing the stone in Qian Renxue's hand, Xuexing's tone became urgent. Good nephew, just now it was my fault. We are all family, you see this recording stone. Qian Renxue ignored Prince Xuexing and went directly to the main hall of the palace to accept the worship of the officials. The late emperor's edict, the second prince, Xuexing, is quick-witted, has a noble character, and is worthy of great responsibility, henceforth. As a eunuch's voice echoed, Xuexing officially ascended the throne. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long, long live the emperor! All ministers, rise. I ascend the throne today, and the late emperor was murdered today, Qian Renxue said. Then, he took out the recording stone. All the ministers present listened, having heard about the scandal between Prince Xuexing and the former concubine, who was also Xuebong's mother. Their expressions were complex. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Renxue spoke. As you all just saw, Prince Xuexing had an affair with the former concubine. Not only did they tarnish the royal bloodline, but they also conspired to murder my father. My father died at the hands of Prince Xuexing and the former concubine, leaving him unable to rest in peace. The recording stone started recording from the moment Xuye drank the medicine, thus not capturing any flaws from Qian Renxue himself. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, the crowd in the hall began to murmur. I didn't expect Prince Xuexing to be so ruthless. I wonder why the fourth prince was so close to Prince Xuexing. It turns out to be. Qian Renxue naturally heard the discussions and was pleased, as this was the effect he wanted to achieve. When he felt the timing was right, he spoke. Prince Xuexing, conspiring to murder the late emperor and having an affair with my sister-in-law, should be executed. However, considering past merits, the death penalty can be waived, but the crime cannot escape. His martial soul and spirit power will be abolished, and he will be imprisoned for life to guard the imperial tomb. As for the former concubine Li, who disrupted the harem and confused the royal bloodline, she shall be granted the order to commit suicide. Once Qian Renxue finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent for a moment, followed by someone shouting, Good! Prince Xuexing attempted to resist, but was quickly overwhelmed by a group of soul masters in the hall. Ultimately being pinned to the ground, his martial soul and spirit power abolished, and was taken out of the palace hall. Your Majesty is wise. After Qian Renxue dealt with Prince Xuexing, the officials present gained an understanding of Qian Renxue's character and fell silent. Thus, Qian Renxue took control of the Tiando Empire. At this time, in the Wuhuan city, Yi Fengyu was at his residence, watching the lively scenes of Tiando City being broadcasted in real time by the system. He never expected Qian Renxue's ascension to the throne to go so smoothly. Yi Fengyu suddenly felt anxious, worrying that he might be abandoned by Qian Renxue. After all, Qian Renxue was now the emperor of the Tiando Empire, while he was still just an ordinary soul master. It seems I need to work harder, striving to become a titled Douluo as soon as possible, to have a group of partners loyal only to me and win the beauty, Yi Fengyu thought to himself. Loyal to myself. Yi Fengyu muttered, Element City is a good place. The three elemental families have always remained independent of major sects and the Wuhuan Hall. If I could get them to join the Wuhuan Hall and be loyal to me. As Yi Fengyu thought this, it seemed he saw a direction for his efforts. Thank you to all the readers for your support. Please vote for recommendations, follow, comment, share, and tip. The author thanks you all here, and thanks everyone for reading this book. As a new author, I'm not very familiar with writing, so please bear with me. The author is trying hard to conceive and write. Writing is not easy, so I seek positive reviews and encouragement. Thank you all for your care. Chapter 57. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer Yi Fengyu had a plan. In the past few days, he had been thinking about how to win over the three elemental families. Ultimately, he felt that there would be a way when the car reached the mountain, and instead of overthinking, it would be better to go to Element City for a first-hand observation and meet the people from the three elemental families. Yi Fengyu originally intended to prepare some gifts, but after thinking it over, he realized that no matter what he prepared, it was not as useful as what he could ultimately offer in winning people's hearts. Yi Fengyu traveled alone by carriage to Element City, dressed in a white robe, giving off a somewhat chivalrous vibe. The Tianxue Academy was a gathering place for young female spirit masters with water attributes. The students here were all water attribute spirit masters, and only beautiful women were accepted. In terms of appearance, Tianxue Academy was undoubtedly the most outstanding on the Douluo Continent. The campus of Tianxue Academy was not large, but due to its strict admission standards, the number of students was few. However, the academy had all the essential facilities despite its small size. It seemed that the security at Tianxue Academy was quite good, as there were several security personnel present. Yi Fengyu looked at the few security guards in front of him and said, Who are you? What are you doing at Tianxue Academy? I haven't seen you around here before. One of the security personnel stopped Yi Fengyu from entering Tianxue Academy and inquired, I am here to visit the head of the Shui family, Shui Ningbing. Please inform her. Please wait a moment. After a while, a person in uniform said, You can go in now. The dean should be occupied with something at the moment. You can wander around the campus for a bit, and you should be able to meet the dean shortly. Seeing the impatience in the person's tone, Yi Fengyu chose not to say much and walked straight into the campus of Tianxue Academy. Yi Fengyu naturally would not argue with a security guard at the entrance of Tianxue Academy. If he couldn't even handle this little matter, he wouldn't be able to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. As for the dean, Shui Ningbing, being busy with something, Yi Fengyu believed it. After all, since the guard was willing to let him in, it indicated that Shui Ningbing had agreed to meet him. It wouldn't hurt to wait a little longer. Anyway, Yi Fengyu had no pressing matters at the moment, so wandering around Tianxue Academy was a good choice. The scenery within Tianxue Academy was quite nice, comparable to a small garden. The students were also quite beautiful. Even if he had to stay here every day, Yi Fengyu wouldn't mind. Moreover, since he only had to wait for a while, Yi Fengyu was inherently a patient person and would naturally not refuse. Logically speaking, given Yi Fengyu's status, if he had business to discuss with Shui Ningbing, he should have sent a letter in advance or had someone inform her. Yet this time, he had come unexpectedly. Since Shui Ningbing had her arrangements, he naturally should wait for a bit. Therefore, Yi Fengyu had nothing to fuss over. He just needed to stroll around and wait. The beautiful scenery combined with beautiful people was just to Yi Fengyu's liking. Element City had a winter-like climate all year round, always presenting a scene of ice and snow. And Tianxue Academy was no exception. The campus was covered in silver, with pure white snow everywhere, making the scenery truly beautiful. In the campus square of Tianxue Academy, there were several uniquely shaped ice sculptures. Fengyu approached one of them, which was an ice phoenix carved by skilled artisans. Fengyu thought to himself and couldn't help but move closer to examine the ice phoenix more closely. Suddenly, he shook his head and leaned in a bit more. This ice phoenix looks remarkably similar to the one I saw in the Douluo Continent animation during my previous life on Blue Star. Wait a minute, doesn't this ice phoenix correspond to the description of Xue Bing'er's martial soul in the original Douluo Continent novel? Could it be that this sculpture is of Xue Bing'er's martial soul? If that were the case, whether this ice phoenix was sculpted according to Xue Bing'er's martial soul or was an auspicious item passed down from the ancestors of the Xue family, it indicated that Xue Bing'er held a significant position within the Xue family. Coupled with the importance the Xue family placed on Xue Bing'er in the original Douluo Continent novel, and the fact that Xue Bing'er served as the captain of the Tianxue Academy battle team, it seemed that Xue Ningbing must be very hopeful for Xue Bing'er to succeed, even to the point of achieving the title of Douluo. If I use Xue Bing'er's future as a bargaining chip to discuss matters with Xue Ningbing, it would show that I could help with Xue Bing'er's future, thus requesting that Xue Ningbing and the Xue family not oppose the Spirit Hall, or even consider joining the Spirit Hall. I believe Xue Ningbing would not be too opposed. At least she wouldn't leave me with a bad impression. As long as there is an opportunity for further discussion, my visit this time would be a success. With these thoughts, Fengyu had a rough plan of what to say when discussing with Xue Ningbing. As an elder, one generally cares most about the future of their descendants, and that holds true on both Blue Star and Douluo Continent. Xue Bing'er naturally had exceptional talent. After all, there were not many people with innate full spirit power on Douluo Continent each year, and Xue Bing'er was one of them. As a genius with innate level 10 full spirit power, Xue Bing'er's growth would be extraordinarily rapid, which determined that the support the three families in Element City could provide her would be limited. After all, the resources a genius with innate full spirit power needed would not be plentiful in a small family like the Xue family. Xue Bing'er would certainly need a larger space to showcase her talents. What Fengyu needed to do was to seize on Xue Bing'er's need and present an offer that Xue Ningbing could not refuse. Using Xue Bing'er's future as the topic of discussion to propose that Xue Bing'er join the Spirit Hall, thereby strengthening the connection with the Xue family. Bringing Xue Bing'er along to cultivate, increasing opportunities for contact with the Xue family, and thus enhancing his relationship and connection with them. In such a scenario, even if the Xue family disagreed with joining the Spirit Hall this time, as long as Xue Bing'er was present, there would be a connection between the two parties. When the relationship deepened, they could discuss it again, and there would naturally be a different situation. Moreover, as the situation on Douluo Continent became increasingly turbulent, the Xue family would inevitably seek a support. After all, it's better to have a big tree to provide shade. By then, when Fengyu proposed that the Xue family join the Spirit Hall, Xue Ningbing would likely not refuse. With these thoughts, Fengyu felt quite pleased. Looking at the couples sitting together on benches in the campus or friends walking hand in hand, he couldn't help but exclaim, Tianxue Academy is truly vibrant, and it seems quite inclusive here. The orientations seem more diverse than in most places, but two beautiful women together are quite pleasing to the eyes. At least it's not unpleasant to look at. With such thoughts, Fengyu grew even fonder of the environment at Tianxue Academy. After all, it was a campus filled with beauties. Anyone here could be considered a campus flower or a handsome guy back on Blue Star. And those who were slightly better looking could even be regarded as internet celebrity-level beauties. Chapter 58. The misunderstanding of Xue Ningbing. Fengyu had been wandering around the Tianxue Academy for a while, thinking that the time should be about right. He asked a few beautiful female students nearby for directions to Xue Ningbing's office. He arrived at the office door and knocked. There was no response from inside, and Fengyu dared not barge in recklessly. After all, he was on someone else's turf, and intruding without permission might leave a bad impression. Clearly considering this, he stood at the door of Xue Ningbing's office, deciding to wait a while. He thought perhaps Shui Lingbing had something to attend to and would return shortly, so waiting a bit wouldn't be a problem. After waiting for a while and knocking a few times with no response, Yi Fengyu began to feel a little annoyed and bored, so he started pacing back and forth. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a fitted formal dress walked up to him. "Hello, you must be the young man the security at the entrance mentioned who wanted to see me, right? I just had to step out for a moment. If you have something to discuss, please come in." The middle-aged woman said as she opened the office door and invited Yi Fengyu inside. Hearing her words, Yi Fengyu quickly understood her identity. This middle-aged woman was Shui Ningbing, the president of Tianxue Academy. Once inside Shui Ningbing's office, Yi Fengyu stood straight with his hands at his sides. Clearly, he didn't dare to sit down casually in someone else's office, fearing it would be disrespectful and might not reflect well on him. So he felt somewhat awkward at that moment. Seeing Yi Fengyu's demeanor, Shui Ningbing quickly said, "No need to be so polite. You don't look familiar, so you must not be from this element city. Since you came to see me, it means you have something to discuss, so there's no need for such formalities." "Forgive me for my rudeness," Yi Fengyu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. He quietly pulled up a chair to sit down, facing Shui Ningbing, and said, "You are the president of Tianxue Academy, Shui Ningbing, right? It's a pleasure to meet you today. I can see you truly have an extraordinary demeanor, just as the rumors say. Hello, may I ask your name?" Shui Ningbing inquired politely. Yi Fengyu usually seldom appeared in public, so aside from a few high-ranking officials from the Spirit Hall, most people on Douluo Continent were unfamiliar with his appearance. To be precise, even though Yi Fengyu was the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he rarely showed himself in public, making it difficult for ordinary people to recognize him. Therefore, it was normal for Shui Ningbing to ask this question since she didn't know who he was. "President Shui, I am Yi Fengyu, recently appointed as the holy son of the Spirit Hall. I came to Element City today to discuss matters regarding Shui Binger with you," Yi Fengyu said directly, outlining his identity and purpose without any unnecessary small talk. Upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words and realizing he was from the Spirit Hall, the smile that had been on Shui Ningbing's face suddenly faded, and her expression became somewhat stiff and unfriendly as she coldly replied, "I didn't expect you to be from the Spirit Hall. Being so young and already appointed as a holy son is quite different from my impression of the Spirit Hall. You seem rather lively." "What do you mean by that, President Shui? At my young age, it's natural for me to be a bit more spirited. I can't be all gloomy or looking for trouble at such a young age, can I?" Yi Fengyu sensed Shui Ningbing's negative impression of the Spirit Hall from her words, but chose not to respond directly. Instead, he pretended not to understand and smiled, saying, "We at the Spirit Hall have always had good tempers, even towards ordinary civilians without soul power. Our attitude has always been good, no matter the cultivation level. We in the Spirit Hall enjoy helping others and never bully the weak." "What do you mean by your words? Did you perhaps have some conflict with our Spirit Hall in the past?" "Conflict? No. We Yuan Sucheng are weak and wouldn't dare to have any conflict with you from the Spirit Hall." Shui Ningbing instinctively waved her hand in refusal upon hearing Yi Fengyu's words. "Naturally, there can be no conflict. It's just that your Spirit Hall's reputation outside isn't very good, and it's not accurate to say you're eager to help others. If the Holy Son speaks like this, perhaps you should leave. My Shui family has always been straightforward and cannot stand the act of bullying the weak. Your Spirit Hall's recent actions hardly qualify as helping others or treating people kindly. If you're not being sincere, I'm afraid there is no point in discussing this further. I won't take up any more of your time. Since your status is precious, and discussing matters with someone like me is somewhat beneath you." Shui Ningbing's words were relatively polite, but her attitude was very firm. Yi Fengyu was not a child, so he understood Shui Ningbing's concerns. He did not rush to leave, but instead said, "President Shui, I understand your concerns, but one cannot always judge by appearances. You say we in the Spirit Hall bully the weak, but in reality, we have always helped those from ordinary backgrounds awaken their martial souls, giving them a chance to become soul masters, and we continuously provide subsidies to civilian soul masters. Where's the bullying of the weak in that?" Shui Ningbing did not expect Yi Fengyu to be so calm and articulate, showing no sign of wanting to give up. So she had to be straightforward. "Since the Holy Son claims that your Spirit Hall does not bully the weak, How do you explain the recent incident involving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? As she spoke, Shui Ningbing picked up a teacup and took a sip. The Holy Sun shouldn't say that you are unaware of the situation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, or that it has nothing to do with your spirit hall. This matter is now well known in the Soul Master community. It was indeed done by people from your spirit hall. Shui Ningbing's sudden change in attitude upon learning that Fengyu was from the spirit hall was due to the uproar in the Soul Master community regarding the recent extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This incident had created panic among many families that were not strong, as they feared their families might incur the wrath of the Spirit Hall and face annihilation, leading to their untimely deaths under unclear circumstances. As a member of the Soul Master community and head of the Shui family in Element City, Shui Ningbing was naturally aware of this incident. Furthermore, she had heard that the person in charge of the extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was none other than the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Fengyu, who was standing before her. Thus, at this moment, Shui Ningbing felt quite tense, fearing that any action or word from her might anger this Holy Son, bringing danger to the Shui family and even Element City. Chapter 59. We are not bad people. Fengyu listened to Shui Ningbing's words and understood her concerns. He recalled that not long ago, he had indeed wiped out the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, leaving hardly any survivors. Thus, he felt it was normal for Shui Ningbing to have her reservations. Therefore, Fengyu calmly explained, "Director Shui, you are mistaken. My spirit hall did indeed do this, and I do not deny it. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was indeed exterminated by my spirit hall, but this cannot be considered bullying the weak." Shui Ningbing was taken aback by Fengyu's straightforward admission that it was the spirit hall that had destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. She was initially stunned and then spoke, "Since your highness does not shy away from this, then it is easier to discuss. How does your highness explain that the extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family by your spirit hall is not bullying the weak? Or does your highness believe that the spirit hall is not as powerful as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family?" Shui Ningbing's tone was somewhat urgent and sounded somewhat aggressive. Fengyu replied unhurriedly, "Director Shui, your statement is somewhat incorrect. Do you really think the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is weak? In the Spirit Master world, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is known as one of the top 3 sects precisely because it possesses the unparalleled beast spirit. It is certainly not weak." After saying this, Fengyu added, "Moreover, our spirit hall cannot be considered strong. Currently, only the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is loyal to our spirit hall among the top 3 sections. The Haoyan sect has publicly declared that they are reclusive, yet they continue to influence the situation in the Spirit Master world behind the scenes. Now, the Haoyan sect is closely connected with the Star Luo Empire, supporting them in attacking the Heaven Do Empire. If it weren't for our spirit hall mediating, a war between the 2 great empires would have likely already broken out." Fengyu's tone was sincere. He explained that the spirit hall's actions were also aimed at ensuring peace on the continent, to spare the common people from the suffering caused by war and the pain of separation from their families, allowing them to live happier lives, with family members by their side, reunited without fear, and able to eat and dress warmly. The reasoning in Fengyu's words was very practical. Indeed, the actions of the Spirit Hall had spared the Douluo Continent from large-scale wars for a long time, allowing countless common people to recuperate and enabling many spirit masters from common backgrounds to have the opportunity to cultivate. Shui Ningbing, as the principal of the Tianshui Academy, understood this very well. This realization made Shui Ningbing somewhat dazed, doubting whether she had truly misjudged the Spirit Hall and misunderstood its intentions. Fengyu, noticing the change in Shui Ningbing's expression, understood that her attitude had softened. He quickly said, "Director Shui, I see that you are not unreasonable. You must have seen the contributions our Spirit Hall has made to the Spirit Master world. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has always relied on their powerful spirit to oppress Spirit Masters from common backgrounds, forcing countless of them to become vassals of their family, losing their freedom and not receiving cultivation resources. For such people, the existence of our Spirit Hall gives them hope." Fengyu spoke with righteous indignation and a firm tone. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family monopolizes cultivation resources, that does not justify your extermination of them. After all, the Spirit Master world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and it is normal for the strong to acquire resources. Does your Spirit Hall not possess a large amount of cultivation resources? Although people from our Spirit Hall occupy a large amount of cultivation resources, we never bully the weak or oppress the common people because of our organizational power. In contrast, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family often engages in bullying and oppression, and their infamous reputation is well known among the common people of the Spirit Master world. Ordinary people without spirit power have no chance of fair treatment against those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Many girls, just because they are somewhat attractive, are forcibly taken by members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, either to be married or taken as concubines, without any opportunity to voice their grievances. If they dare to resist, they may be beaten severely, or worse, their entire family may be exterminated. It is not uncommon for entire families of common people to be wiped out for such incidents. Who can they turn to for justice? Xue Ningbing was stunned by Yi Fengyu's words. She had never considered the issue from the perspective of common people. Being from a traditional spirit master family, she had always viewed problems from the standpoint of spirit masters and had never thought about the feelings of these common people. Hearing Yi Fengyu mention this point made her feel as if she had discovered a new world. After thinking for a while, Xue Ningbing felt that Yi Fengyu's words were not without merit, and her impression of the Spirit Hall had changed somewhat. Noticing that Xue Ningbing slightly nodded, Yi Fengyu knew that she acknowledged his words, so he continued, "Director Xue, we have talked for quite a while, but I have not yet mentioned the purpose of my visit. To be honest, after traveling for so long and arriving at Element City, I came specifically for a genius from your Tianxue Academy. I believe you should be aware of her." "Oh, you came for a genius? Who is it that would make your highness come in person? Please go ahead." Xue Ningbing felt more relaxed upon hearing that Yi Fengyu had come for someone and revealed a sense of ease in her tone. "I heard that your academy has a genius, around my age, with innate full soul power and a spirit of the Ice Phoenix, named Xue Bing-er. Is there such a person? If so, please let her come and meet me." "Your highness mentioned Xue Bing-er. That child also has a younger sister named Xue Yuer. They are both orphans whom I found, and I consider them my daughters. I wonder why your highness wants to see her and what your plans are." Xue Ningbing felt a bit anxious upon hearing that Yi Fengyu wanted to see Xue Bing-er, as she had raised her personally and regarded her as her own daughter. To be honest, our Spirit Hall has always been in a state of eagerly seeking talented individuals. I have great respect and desire for geniuses with innate full soul power. After hearing that Xue Bing-er possesses innate full soul power, I've been wanting to visit her or engage in some exchanges with her. If she truly has exceptional talent, I would like to invite her to join the Spirit Hall and cultivate alongside me. Having a companion with similar talent and age would make the journey of cultivation much more enjoyable than being alone. Yi Fengyu spoke politely, with a mix of truth and pretense, but there was no lack of genuine feeling. He indeed had the thought of bringing Xue Bing-er to his side. Chapter 60. Xue Ningbing joins the Spirit Hall after listening to Yi Fengyu's words. Xue Ningbing frowned tightly. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun, this might not be appropriate. After all, Xue Bing-er is a member of our Xue family, and I have personally raised her, treating her as my own daughter. If she suddenly joins the Spirit Hall, it would seem to outsiders that there is a close connection between our Xue family and the Spirit Hall, and we would inevitably be seen as part of your Spirit Hall. At that time, our Xue family might not enjoy the benefits of the Spirit Hall, yet we would have to share the same fate as the Spirit Hall. This doesn't seem quite right, does it? The Dean is being too serious. I'm merely inviting Xue Bing-er to practice at the Spirit Hall. It doesn't represent the entire Xue family stance. This is just a normal exchange in the field of cultivation," Yi Fengyu said lightly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Xue Ningbing is indeed getting older. She has been in the Soul Master world for many years and still has a strong reaction ability, quickly seeing through his intentions. However, he pretended not to acknowledge it and said awkwardly, "If the Dean thinks this way, then I have no choice. But if Xue Bing-er goes to our Spirit Hall for training, she would surely gain more resources that Tianxue Academy cannot provide." Hearing Yi Fengyu say that Shui Binger could have better cultivation resources at the Spirit Hall, Shui Ningbing became curious and asked, "Oh, what kind of cultivation resources?" In terms of water attribute soul masters, our Tian Shui Academy is considered a top existence in the soul master world. I wonder what special resources the Spirit Hall has that our Tian Shui Academy cannot provide. Your Highness, you can just tell me. There's no need to keep it a secret. Yi Fengyu smiled and took out a few pills that he had transferred from the system space into his soul guide. Shaking them in his hand, he said to Shui Ningbing, "These pills are made from celestial herbs I discovered. Taking them can enhance the user's talent." Shui Binger already has full innate soul power. If she takes one of these pills, her cultivation speed will receive a certain boost, and her shortcomings will also be strengthened to some extent. At that time, her Ice Phoenix will likely be able to better suppress fire attributes, and perhaps even would attribute martial souls could be frozen by her ice. It is well known that water overcomes fire, and earth overcomes water. Water and ice attribute users are most afraid of the restraint of earth attributes. If she takes this pill and enhances her talent and soul power strength, Shui Binger may no longer fear earth attribute soul masters of the same rank, and her Ice Phoenix will demonstrate greater power. Looking at the pills in Yi Fengyu's hand, Shui Ningbing said with some skepticism, "Is what your Highness says true? Do these pills really have such great power? If that is the case, why doesn't your Highness take the pills yourself or give them to those around you, instead of presenting them to me, an outsider? Don't you know that wealth should not be exposed?" "The Dean is truly a humorous person. You are joking," Yi Fengyu replied. "Our Spirit Hall has always dealt with wise people. Since I came here today, it is because I trust your character and believe you would not do such a thing. Moreover, you have already said that you regard Shui Binger as your own daughter. As a mother, you would naturally think of your children first when it comes to good things. Even if you were to take them privately, I believe you would give them to Shui Binger or Shui Yuer, which wouldn't be much different from me giving them directly to them, would it?" Yi Fengyu's words were very tactful and somewhat humorous, lightening Shui Ningbing's mood. The Holy Sun, who seemed unapproachable, turned out to be so humorous and interesting. Shui Ningbing smiled and said, "You are still young. Even if you are a peerless genius, your soul power level cannot surpass that of a middle-aged woman like me. To say such things on my territory is indeed a testament to your unparalleled trust in me. You are so unguarded against me. Are you not afraid that I might suddenly make a move to snatch the pills? I dare to stand here alone today because I naturally trust your character." Yi Fengyu replied calmly, but he looked at Shui Ningbing with an incredibly sincere gaze. "Your character is well known to be good in the Soul Master world. Countless Soul Masters praise you. I naturally respect you very much, which is why I dare to stand here alone. Since I am here, I am not afraid of you taking the things in my hand. However, I believe that Dean Ishue's character would not allow her to bully her juniors and snatch resources. Since you mentioned it, it shows you intended to joke with your junior. I didn't expect you to have such a deep sense of humor at your age." Yi Fengyu jokingly said this, but his tone was very confident. It wasn't because he had great faith in Shui Ningbing's character, but because he stood behind the Spirit Hall. With the Spirit Hall's powerful influence, he believed that as long as Shui Ningbing was rational, she would not dare to act against him. After all, with the Shui family's strength, they could not withstand the wrath of the Spirit Hall and had no need to take such a great risk. Yi Fengyu and Shui Ningbing chatted back and forth, and after a while, there was a knock at the door. Shui Binger pushed the door open and said, "Dean, did you call me for something?" It was only when she raised her head and met Yi Fengyu's gaze that she realized there was a stranger she wasn't very familiar with in the Dean's office. Shui Binger smiled awkwardly and said, "I don't know who this is. I am Yi Fengyu, recently appointed as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I came to Element City today to meet Miss Binger. I heard that you have exceptional talent and awakened your martial soul with full innate soul power. Is this true? If it is indeed the case, would you be willing to return to the Spirit Hall with me for training? I also have full innate soul power. We could spar and discuss cultivation matters, which would provide each other with some motivation for improvement." Yi Fengyu's words were half true and half false. The idea of having innate level 30 soul power was too unbelievable, and Yi Fengyu did not want to be too high profile or explain too much. Thus, He always claimed to have full innate soul power when speaking to outsiders. Oh, so you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall. My apologies, Shui Binger quickly said with a smile. I've gotten used to staying in Qian Renxue Academy. It wouldn't be good to change environments suddenly. If the Holy Son sincerely wants me to join the Spirit Hall, it would be better to discuss it with the Dean. If the Dean agrees, I will not oppose it. Shui Binger's words were full of rejection, which Fengyu naturally picked up on. However, he pretended not to understand and said, What you say, Miss Binger? I invite you to train at the Spirit Hall. This is a matter concerning you. How can Dean Shui make the decision? Where you train should naturally be decided by you. I believe Dean Shui would not refuse you the opportunity to exchange ideas, as we, as Soul Masters, should prioritize sparring and practical experience, which help improve our cultivation and accumulate experience, right? Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Shui Ningbing quickly said, Yes, Binger, you can go to the Spirit Hall for a period of training. It is just for external exchange, so it wouldn't hurt. Fengyu did not expect that Shui Ningbing would suddenly relent and agree to let Shui Binger go to the Spirit Hall for training. He quickly asked, Does Dean Shui mean to agree to my proposal? I wonder how you plan to handle the relationship between the Shui family and my Spirit Hall. Could you share your thoughts with me? Since the Holy Son is so enthusiastic, I naturally cannot refuse. Previously, I was worried that a close connection between the Shui family and the Spirit Hall would lead to much speculation from the outside world, affecting the reputation of my Shui family. But now that I have thought it over, I believe that if our Shui family joins the Spirit Hall, we can also gain many benefits. At the very least, it would provide us with some protection, which is not a bad thing. I wonder if the Holy Son is willing to accept us? Fengyu was a bit confused at this moment. He couldn't understand why Shui Ningbing would suddenly relent and agree to let the Shui family join the Spirit Hall, but he still smiled and replied, Of course. If Dean Shui is willing to lead the Shui family to join the Spirit Hall, I naturally welcome it. Since His Highness the Saint's Son is willing to offer such precious pills for trade without asking anything in return from the Shui family, it seems that if the Shui family were to receive your favor without giving anything back, it would be difficult to survive in the Spirit Master world in the future. It would be better to join the Spirit Hall directly. Shui Ningbing no longer played the polite card and directly stated this fact. Fengyu only smiled slightly, picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, If Dean Shui thinks so, it is indeed a good thing. Then I welcome you to lead the Shui family to join my Spirit Hall, and I hope for your guidance in the future. There is no need for His Highness the Saint's Son to be polite. Since I agree to lead the Shui family to join the Spirit Hall from now on, we are considered allies, so there is no need for such formality, Shui Ningbing said. The three elemental families have always advanced and retreat together. I am willing to persuade the other two families to pledge loyalty to the Spirit Hall along with me. But you also need to provide some benefits to the other two families. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to win people's hearts, you still need to give something in return. His Highness the Saint's Son is always generous, so I believe you won't be stingy with these external possessions. Shui Ningbing's words were quite clever, giving Fengyu face while also hinting that he needed to offer something more. Fengyu naturally understood the implication of Shui Ningbing's words, but he did not feel annoyed. Instead, he took out a few more pills and said, I would also trouble Dean Shui to deliver these 2 pills to the Feng family and the Hua family. The effect is the same. They can enhance the user's talent, but they are more suitable for Wind-type or Fire-type Spirit Masters. The blue one is a Wind-type pill, and the red one is a Fire-type pill. Thank you, Dean Shui, for your help. As Fengyu spoke, he handed these 2 pills along with the previous light-colored pill to Shui Ningbing. Chapter 61. Shui Binger eats rabbit heads. Shui Ningbing conveyed what Fengyu had said along with the 2 pills to the heads of the Feng and Hua families. Initially, both family heads were reluctant to join the Spirit Hall, but after Shui Ningbing analyzed the pros and cons, they ultimately compromised and agreed to her proposal to join the Spirit Hall. Now, with the Soul Master world facing turbulent times and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School recently declaring allegiance to the Spirit Hall, if we do not join, it is likely that the Spirit Hall will take action against our 3 families in Element City. It would be better to join the Spirit Hall now to ensure peace and avoid persecution later on, leaving us with no complaints. Indeed, it is true. I believe the younger generations in our families will understand our actions. After listening to Xue Ningbing's words, the head of the Hua family remained silent for a long time before saying, "We had no choice but to do this. Even if the younger generation does not understand, they should not blame us. They are still young, and it is natural for them to be passionate. However, the benefits that the Spirit Hall provides to its subordinate soul masters are not bad. Once they get used to it, they will likely have no objections." That's right. After spending enough time in one environment, these younger generations won't have much to say. The head of the Feng family also agreed, saying, as long as they realize they can gain some benefits in the Spirit Hall, they probably won't oppose our decision too much. It seems that both of you agreed to join the Spirit Hall. In that case, I will go and report back to His Highness the Saint Sun. Xue Ningbing informed Yi Fengyu of the decisions made by the heads of the Feng and Hua families. Yi Fengyu was very pleased, and after discussing the specifics and related matters with the two, he prepared to return to the Spirit City. Of course, he did not forget to invite Xue Binger to accompany him to the Spirit City, and she did not refuse. The two set off together and soon took a carriage back to the Spirit City. After reporting to Qian Daolu about what had happened in Element City, Yi Fengyu asked Qian Daolu to arrange a place for Xue Binger to stay. Afterwards, Yi Fengyu returned to his residence, feeling exhausted. After washing up, he lay on his bed, quickly closing his eyes and falling into a deep sleep. Xue Binger did not choose to rest early. After checking out her new residence, she decided to stroll around the streets of the Spirit City to buy some things. Being new to the place, she was filled with curiosity about everything in the Spirit City. Therefore, Xue Binger wandered around the streets for a long time, carrying many packages of different sizes, still eagerly looking around, afraid that she might miss something novel or delicious. Soon, she was attracted by a small stall selling spicy rabbit heads. After spending 2 gold soul coins to buy a portion of the spicy and fragrant rabbit heads, she was captivated by the flavor and vowed to have some every day in the future. The stall owner noticed Xue Binger's expression and her sweaty face from the spice and realized that this was her first time trying spicy rabbit heads. He kindly offered her a bottle of water and said, "Take your time eating. I suppose it's your first time trying this." Many people find it a bit hard to get used to at first. After all, spicy food is not very common, and currently, spicy rabbit heads are only popular in the Spirit City. Outside the Spirit City, few people can make spicy rabbit heads. Therefore, many who come to the Spirit City for the first time are attracted by the spicy rabbit heads, and even though they sweat from the spice, they can't help but keep eating. Xue Binger was gobbling down the rabbit heads. As a foodie, she suddenly felt how great the Spirit City was at that moment. Although she was alone in a foreign place, having such delicious food to accompany her wasn't so painful after all.